Perfect intro. All right, hey everybody, we're back, and this is Tim Morehouse. I'm here with Lisa Marsh, Jillian Harrell, best team in the game here. Welcome guys to the second annual 9-State Cup. We are here in Stamford, Connecticut at Chelsea Piers. Really excited to be back with you guys. We got a great 2 days of fencing. This year we have cadet as well, so it's a youth 10, youth 12, youth 14, cadet, and youth 8.
I think there's 30 events total.
30 events total. 1,000 competitors are going to be here this year. So if you're just joining us on the stream, welcome. We're going to be starting off with a saber pool matchup, and then as final bouts start to happen, we will start to bring you the finals and gold medal matches. But how are you guys doing? Excited to be back?
Of course. It's wonderful to be back in Chelsea Piers. Actually, this is really a fantastic facility. I actually went downstairs and saw the club too. It's pretty decent downstairs.
Awesome.
Where the Tim Morehouse club is. And there's going to be some good fencing. I've seen a lot of very excellent people.
I recognize some people from last year.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see some repeats.
And let's go to the action. There we go. We've got Alicia Sinchuk fencing on the right. No, who do we got? I'm on the wrong.
Brown on the right and Wang on the left.
That's not the right. That's not the right pool.
Yeah, different pool.
Let's get a different pool. Let's see what we got
I think we're flighted here. So
we are in.
So this is just the start, guys.
So this is Cadet Women's Saber. Cadet is 16 and under. They are, it can be anything from somebody who is 14, 15 fencing up to somebody who is, I'm trying to see which group this is. Is this pool 6? No.
We have a win from Wang on the left.
Okay. So this is pool number 8. And right now on the strip on the left, we've got Antara Nyack from AFA. And on the right, I don't know who that is, but I will
Hannah
find out.
Gugala.
Oh, excellent.
I recognize her from last year.
Yeah.
And it's really fun to see how people improve year to year, what new actions they're doing. I really like watching Cadet Women's Saber because that's when these ideas start happening of different actions. You really see the athlete come together and start thinking about their fencing in new ways. I'm sure there are younger kids thinking about it, but I really enjoy watching what these women can do.
Absolutely. And we have our referee, Katarina, one of experienced U.S. fencing refs. Attack from the right on the guard there. Later this evening, we'll also be having world champion Eli Dershowitz is going to be fencing against world bronze medalist Ziad El Sisi at 6 p.m. So this evening, we got a fun gold medal matches tonight, as well as 2 of the best fencers in the world. Counterattack by Gugala there.
Nyack is being patient, pulling Gugala short and then trying to push her down the strip. Gugala will have to go a little bit longer if she wants to hit that first attack without Nyack pulling her short. And we actually, Lisa and I pulled up a list of fencing terms for those of you at home who are just tuning in and have never seen fencing before. You've probably heard the word on guard, and you hear the referee saying that. That's the position that the fencers are standing in when they first begin, and you'll see that right now when the referee says on guard. They're standing with their feet about shoulder width apart, and they're ready to go. And then when the referee says ready, seeing if the fencers are in on guard and that they're ready, and then fences when they start.
Gala bringing home the victory there, 5-3. I always just needed to get my first win in the pool. I was so nervous. I didn't care how I got it. I just needed to like, whatever, 5-4. And now the tournaments have gotten so big, even you have so many people that go 6-0. Like you can be a 30th seed at 6-0.
Yeah.
And then a 5-1 seed can be in the 60s or 70s even.
Yeah.
Nice pull there from Varva Mankova.
Yeah, I really like that. We have Mankova on the left and Lagoon on the right.
Looks like I think the referee decided between whether that counterattack hit the guard or not.
So she called that in preparation, right?
Yeah. And let's see. Yep.
How would you describe preparation to someone who has
who doesn't
never heard
know.
of that?
I mean, it's basically you're hitting someone when they're hesitating or holding. So if you have the attack, you have the right to score, but you can't make a mistake.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no hesitation. Like preparation is you're just going full out. You don't even stop to think.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I love counterattacking and winning prep in the middle. So I think it's just really finding like kind of the hitches in your opponent, and then just trying to hit them while they're hitching.
Yeah.
But you know, honestly, you have to be pulling. You know, it's all a game, right? Like you're not going to win preparation unless you're also pulling.
Right.
So your opponent knows it's the only thing you're doing. It's not going to work either. So it's really important that you have two things that will work together.
Okay. There is a coaching box.
There is a coaching box. Andrew Lemonsky,
Making it on the screen.
black card him.
You're going to have a new set of rules. If you
Yes.
cross our line of sight,
Yes.
we're going to card you.
That's Andrew Lemonsky on the left, one of the Manhattan Fencing Center's coaches.
I don't usually see him at tournaments because usually he's an adult fencing coach.
No, he's around.
Is he?
Yeah,
Because he handles the adults. I mean, but there he is.
And the kids.
I took a few lessons from Andrew back in the day. He's one of the really good people in fencing. Really nice guy, has a good humor, very competitive, but also I think keeps a good perspective on things.
So she called the preparation there, and you can see that the fencer on the left is holding just a little bit in her attack. And when we say holding, you're not completely committing to the attack. You're waiting just a little bit, your hands back, and Gugala on the right is fully extending her arm in the middle. But the thing about trying to hit someone in preparation is that you're not ready for them to pull you. You're committing really early, so it's a risk that you take, but the risk pays off in the box if the other person's preparing.
Gugala had the timing there, just a little bit short on her counterattack.
Yeah.
4-4. And let's see the call. And I think the referee's looking at the arm of Gugala's a little
I was
bit
just going to
smoother.
say Gugala goes straight out. I mean,
Yep.
her arm goes straight out right as she goes.
In that situation, we're just calling the attack. Like Gugala's attacking and is just making a cleaner attack or starting a little bit sooner by the blade.
Exactly. But when you have an opponent who does that, then you can parry them because they're committing so early that you're able to look like you're attacking and you're preparing, and then as they're coming towards you, just get it out of your face. That's a parry. For those who don't know, a parry is a defensive action in which a fencer blocks the opponent's blade. And there are many different kinds of parries, and we can talk about that across weapons.
We've talked about that this morning already.
And looks like we have a little injury.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
What's happening?
Excellent job. That is our illustrious referee. Got a little bit of Gugala, a little injury.
What's happened? Does she?
Aw.
She's
Yeah,
got
knee.
a knee situation.
On the left, we have Wang, and on the right, that looks like
Miriam Lagoon.
Miriam Lagoon. That's a cool name.
That is a great name.
It's really important in the pools to try to watch at least one bout ahead. I always feel like a little bit of information goes a long way in the pool. Like you may not have seen or fenced someone before. I just want to know, like, hey, are they an attacker? Are they someone's gonna try to do prep all the time? Is someone's gonna like do a closed distance 5? Any little thing that you're prepared for is really helpful.
Right.
Fencing's all about recognizing patterns, and in 5 touches, it's really hard to adjust. If someone's figured out your pattern within 5 touches, you don't have a lot of space to switch it up.
So Lagoon's got a lot of action going on here with her strips hanging down. That could be, I was just going to say, I can't believe she's not. I know that, when you have long hair and it hangs down your back, it's not tied up. I've seen people stop for that to adjust the hair.
So now it's a win from Lagoon, and the reason that was called at the end is because Lagoon had the attack. In saber fencing, there's a thing called right of way, in which the person who is attacking, as in going forward, is the one who will get the point unless the defender in the same round, and I never fenced them for years. I never fenced Maya Chamberlain, but we were always in the same round together, but we always just had different paths.
So the last time that we got Menkova on the left and Nyack on the right, Nyack beat Barbara 5-4. And yeah, so they've had some close matches. Looks like they fenced each other a few times.
I've really seen Vavara Menkova improve over the last year. She looks a lot more stable, and her actions are a lot clearer. I'm actually amazed watching her footwork and everything. Looks beautiful. And she hasn't been fencing that long either.
Yeah, she just started training like really doing tournaments last season. She's been a little bit injured this year. So this is one of her, hasn't been able to practice as much.
Beautiful. But
she's really fast. You actually saw the coach not happy with that, trying to get her to slow down, because she made an advanced lunge is sort of like the
but she got the point.
the thing we try to have the students not do, fast advanced lunge. She did get the point.
Yeah, it's a little risky because she was like a hair away from being pulled short by the fencer on the right.
I always just feel like if you do a fast advanced lunge, you really don't have time to see what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather, if you're going to attack off the line, you're preparing to do 2 steps. If you see someone lunging early, you got to have the stability to be able to stop and parry it. But generally, if you're just doing a fast advanced lunge, and you're also not getting a lot of value out of it either.
Yeah. You can't see what's happening. Need to add a step.
We've got Antara Nyack versus Miriam Lagoon here. Oh, no, we got Brown, sorry.
Lagoon was looking for a parry there, but was too close to get it. And you can see that Brown is waiting in her footwork. Like we said, fencing's all about recognizing patterns, and after watching someone for a while, you can see what kind of footwork people like to start with, and then you know their tempo. It's good to always change up your tempo as a fencer and try different speeds and rhythms. Even if it doesn't work, if you're just trying a new speed or rhythm they're not expecting. Even if one advanced lunge might not be a good idea, if you have not done that the whole bout, it could be good to throw in there. But if you watch some of these cadet women's
fencing. And here we go, 4-4.
4-4.
Oh, she snuck it in, Brown.
And
Lagoon stuttered and did not go forward.
Right there. Yeah.
Coaching after the fact.
Yep.
What do you think that coach is saying to that kid? You did not do what we told you to do? Or good job?
Yeah.
I think even after you win, there's still a lot that can always be improved.
There's always a constructive criticism.
And this pool's going pretty quickly. The bout's moving fast. We have two pools here in the cadet saber, but there's been a lot of just actions in the middle so far. It hasn't been a lot of long attacks, long defense. It's really been really quick preps and pulls.
This is the thing that drives me crazy. I love going up and down the strip. I love moving, and so much action happens in the box.
Varvara's coach told her advanced lunge because she just lunged without adding a step in there.
But she got the point.
She got the point, but that's the thing. It depends who you're fencing. If you're fencing someone, they can take advantage of your.
Parry.
of your
Beautiful pull there.
mistakes.
But you see, once again, another bout. A lot. I mean, in Saber, really 95% of the touches are the middle. Even if it ends up long attack, long defense.
Yeah.
But here especially, we haven't really gone too far. It looks like the counterattack missed. Yep. Good call.
So Gugala is working now with an injury, right?
Missing the repost there. So here we get a little long attack here from Gugala, keeping patient distance.
Nice.
Looked like she might hit the guard first, but Mankova's balanced a little off there. You've got a really tight window to try to make that repost.
Ugh.
And there's the rushing again, that advanced lunge. Let's see what they call parry. Okay, could be a miss. Here we go, 4-4.
This is a great.
Mankova's doing advanced lunge. Nope, she didn't. She went for the pull.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought she was going to go for it
And
again.
she should have
Like
gone
she
for the
did last
advanced
time.
lunge, right?
Maybe. But I think Gugala actually starts pretty much under control, so
Yeah.
she lost a few touches that bout. Mankova doing advanced lunge fast. I got a few
exciting.
little munchkins with me. So this is my first tournament as a fencing parent. So I've got my daughter Zoe will be fencing a little bit later. We're on their favorite thing, YouTube. I don't know if you can
Can we
switch
jump
to
over to us?
our view real quick. You
Put
guys
the camera
are
on us.
yeah. This
Oh,
is
there
it's like
they
we got
are.
a couple of Muppets joining us here.
Famous
Guys,
kids.
wave. Jackie, wave to everybody who's watching. All right, we can go back to the fencing action.
Making their 9-state fencing cup
Yes.
debut today, the
Yes.
Morehouse twins.
Yes. You're gonna be. We're on YouTube right now, guys. We are live on YouTube. Not YouTube Kids.
Just
The
YouTube
adult
us.
YouTube. Yes. YouTube us. We're on the final strip
Stand
right
real
here.
Quick, excuse me, Tim. I gotta go grab the tissue box.
Nayak's adding a little bit too much in the middle. Sometimes you have to keep it simple. She's adding a lot of extra movement that Wang can take advantage of.
Let's see.
Let's see how patient she is in pushing all the way to the end of the strip.
Okay.
And that's an attack from Nayak.
Just trying to get some stats on in.
I really like this referee because we used to fence together. And it's really fun to see people in the fencing world switch places. Last year I was a coach, and I saw a lot of the people I fenced with when I was a cadet and their age suddenly become referees and coaches themselves.
So do you think that it's a traditional path going from being a fencer to then becoming a referee and or a coach?
I think so. I think in order to be a good referee or coach, you have to have competitive experience with knowing how to handle certain situations, because refereeing and coaching goes beyond just knowing how to teach fencing. You also have to know how to deal with emotional stress and things like that. And the politics of interacting with the athletes and other coaches, and that's something you learn as an athlete.
Okay, let's look here. So, this year we have no podium finishes for Antara Nayak. However, last year she had silvers, bronzes, a bunch of medals, which is good news. Okay, let's see here. We've got
Vivara on the left, Brown on the right.
okay.
Let's see if Vivara Mankova fixes her rushing of only taking one advanced lunge in the box, because that seems to be her biggest mistake today. Or just lunging instead of adding an extra step in there, but that time her distance was good and it was an easy finish.
Okay.
See, again, advanced lunge.
Is it working?
Without seeing that the person was, it's just not working, because if someone's taking an advanced lunge, that's really easy to pull short. And by pulling short, that's when the fencer goes backward to try to make the other person finish early. It's kind of like playing chicken. In a way, saber fencing's a lot like playing chicken, where you want to see how close you can get before you can make someone fall short.
Right. Semenkova did that. She just jumped right in and then she stopped.
Right.
There she goes. She's pushing down the line. Woo!
Nice.
Nice. She controlled that attack, which is nice because sometimes when you race down to the end of the strip,
people can counterattack you.
People can
easily.
counterattack you. They see you coming, right?
Let's see what the next action is at 4-1. One advanced lunge, that's her biggest mistake.
Exactly. She's got to either get closer.
If she added one more step, she would have finished.
Yet she still gets the point with her one light.
Right.
Which is nice.
There's some things you can't rely on, and counterattacking is one of them. So later in the day, that's the thing about pools. When you were talking about, is it better to win all your pools, but then be at the top and everyone's gunning to get you?
Yeah.
I personally, I think it's different for everyone. But personally, I think it was good for me to lose at least one bout during the pool. 5-4, preferably I would win all the other ones and then lose that one 5-4 because I would need one bout to tell me what I needed to improve the rest of the day.
Right.
And if there were some tournaments where I won everything in my pool and then I felt like I was good and I was on fire and I wasn't being aware of what I needed to improve and fix, and that would come to get me in the DE. But everyone's a little different and like what psychologically helps them. But I think for some of these fencers in this pool, they'll see the one mistake that they're making where suddenly if they just change one thing, they'll get so many more points.
So we were talking about that, being able to adjust.
Yeah.
Right? So these kids are sitting here watching each other fence, hopefully taking notes, paying attention. I see a couple of these fencers just staring off into space, which is maybe not the best way to study your competition.
Yeah.
But then again, maybe she's getting in the mindset where she has to be. But the point is, with 5 points, you don't really get to understand, you don't develop a rhythm, right?
You still can in 5 points. College fencing is only 5 touch
It's
bouts.
only 5 points. Yeah, that's shocking to me.
When you fence 5 touches all the time, like I did for 4 years, you see a rhythm and a flow in a 5-touch bout. It's like a microcosm of a 15-touch bout.
Right.
But there's still a whole psychological cat and mouse thing going on that you have to get in tune with.
It's funny.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago, I was fencing somebody I'd never fenced before. She was in her 40s.
4-4.
Oh, and we've got a tight finish here. Let's see how we go.
Oh, that was kind of just lucky.
What did she do?
She just swiped her wrist as she was preparing in her attack, in a counterattack.
That was in 5.
Which isn't a very...
That's shocking. That's not as dramatic.
That's not a satisfying way to go, but we'll take it. But what story were you telling?
Back to 5. Oh, she's frustrated. She threw her mask down.
I would be frustrated. I hate losing on something like that. That's just a little...
Because you don't even get to participate in your action. You basically are attacked before you...
There are ways to stop that from happening. She just got a little bit too close and wasn't very active in that distance. You have to keep changing the distance so they don't know where you are and make sure that your hand is guarded from their counterattacks. But it is still so disappointing.
Super disappointing.
When you're the one who technically has the right of way in the action, and then it gets kind of thrown away. So nice parry riposte from Wang. Gugal is trying to go for a parry riposte as well, but she missed.
And it looked like Wang forgot to come in there.
Right. It seems like this bout, they're both just going back and forth, doing the same thing to each other, like one fencer's waiting for the other one, back and forth.
Wow.
And when there's a pattern like that, you have to eventually just break the pattern. You have to recognize what's happening.
And change your motion.
Change the motions. All right, so an attack from Wang in the box.
I would not expect this bout to be 3-3, but here we are.
Because Gugala is more experienced.
I feel like Gugala is more experienced, but Wang seems to be, holding her own.
Yeah, she's kind of matching the energy and actions of Gugala and being patient with her.
Nice reach.
That was still a close one, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
so you can see that's a really short call, but Katarina Hone can see
I was
that
just going to
Wang's
say, a
preparing
lot of
little
people
bit.
would have called that as simultaneous
Right.
and let's do the point again.
But I see what she's seeing. It's clear if your eyes are really paying attention, but if I
Right.
wasn't thinking that hard about it, I'd say, oh, that's together. But with slow-mo replay, you could see.
She's got super slow-mo replay eyesight.
Yeah, when you're a ref, you have to train yourself to have slow-mo
Right.
vision.
You understand the subtleties, for sure.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of subtleties in fencing, and it takes a long time to understand those subtleties, and I think for a lot of our younger fencers, it can be really frustrating
Yeah, yeah.
to deal with those subtleties. Like fencing, I'm really impressed with the young, under 10 people who do it, because I'd started fencing when I was 12, and I think that was the right age to kind of recognize there were subtleties, but if I was any younger, I would just say, this is too confusing, I give up.
Right.
So I'm really impressed with those kids and their parents who are like, I don't know what's happening either, but I'm here to stick with it, and I think my kid is great, no matter what they do. So you can see that preparation very clear from Nyack in the box. We were talking about holding the hand. Her hand is going all over the place in the middle. She's not straight.
Oh, and she pulled back rather than going forward.
Yeah, you really want to make sure your hand is like, I used to teach kids, it's like grabbing an apple off a table.
Right.
You're not going to make your hand go all over crazy like an octopus if you're grabbing an apple off the table. It's simple. You have to make it simple.
I find that there's a lot of people learn to play tennis before they fence.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen, and they're the ones that pull back. And when you pull back, like, you're losing seconds.
Exactly.
And that's what's stopping her from getting the point.
I think people think, like watching pirate movies, that you have to be swashbuckling and moving your arm all over the place.
Right.
I mean, I was guilty of it too at this age. Like, they called me the little engine that could, because my arm was like going up and down like a train.
Like a train.
But it took me like years to fix that, and because people would take advantage of it. That's one of the biggest mistakes you can make in saber fencing, because I think people have this idea in their head of like lightsabers where you have to be moving it all around, but through the simplicity of your motions and control over your arm and your legs, that's how you find complexity.
Right. It's the subtleties. It's exactly like what she's watching. Just the flick of a wrist can get you a point, right?
For sure. Yeah. The difference between winning and losing, between a gold medal and a silver medal, is sometimes just the smallest half an inch movement of your thumb.
Which is unbelievable to think. But that is the subtlety of it all.
Even more in foil fencing, because the target is smaller. In saber, it's still true, but in foil fencing, it's on a whole new level of controlling your blade. So Vavara just completely decided to throw her hand out there without watching, and Wang is patient. She's waiting, and if she sees you
right away.
if she sees you committing, she's going to parry it or pull you short, which Vavara is committing really early.
Okay, hold her short.
Have to be a little more patient.
There's going to be a counterattack.
Vavara's keeping her distance.
Oh,
nice, but a little too big. It could have been even smaller. That's the thing about winning a point.
I was going to say, this is a 16-year-old, though. I mean, you
right,
know what I mean?
exactly.
Like, she's all hyped up at this moment.
So when you get pushed to the end like that, you have fewer choices. You have less distance.
Right.
And you have to...
That's when your blade and your arm really matters.
You have to stand your ground and defend yourself.
And there she is, pushed to the edge. Yeah, but she was able to...
If I was her coach,
Wang
I'd tell
to
Vavara to do a little stronger finish instead of just throwing it out there. Yeah, here's an example of it's a bout that she won, but there's still mistakes
Right.
that in the DE will really matter a lot.
Right. And someone who's fencing her for 15 points is going to watch that carefully, and by like point 3 or 4 is going to be like, I get what she's doing.
Yeah.
I will figure her out.
I used to do this thing where if I was fencing a DE that I was ahead and I figured I would win, and I saw my next opponent watching the bout,
Right.
and I didn't want them to figure out what I was doing, I would fence completely different than I would normally fence, which is actually good because...
But you had the ability to do that.
Hopefully, like sometimes that isn't going to work, but
Right.
you have to throw in 1 or 2 like wild cards to throw people off of your pattern. Like do maybe a jump parry 2 out of nowhere, or not out of nowhere, it has to be calculated, but
Right, right.
if you know people are watching you, you can kind of change your rhythm, and that can help you be a better fencer in adapting. We have Gugala on the left, and is that Lagoon on the right?
Yes. So what is she thinking when, if Gugala is pushing at her, is she thinking like, how do I get my blade up there to protect myself, or how do I get out of her way?
If someone's always pushing, which as a fencer I used to do, like always going forward, always pushing, having pressure, you have to know how to pull that person short, because if they're raging at you like a bull,
Right.
you have
That's
to
getting out of the way.
You
That's
have to
moving
time.
as fast as you
yeah,
can.
it's like being a matador. Like,
yeah.
and that can sometimes be detrimental to the person who's running like a bull because they're not watching.
Right. They're just charging forward.
It's important to, what I would, as a coach, I'd tell my fencers, slow down.
Yeah.
And that can seem counterintuitive because it's a sport about speed, but it's not as much about speed as it is about acceleration.
Right.
And the difference between speed and acceleration is speed is a consistent amount, whereas acceleration is the change in speed.
Right, right, the variation.
Yeah, and the variation, people think like, oh, if I'm just faster than the other person, I'll win. And that can be true, you know, at some levels, but what matters more is how you change that
Correct.
speed.
So right now, this pool has ended. So at the end of the pool, all the fencers go to the ref, and they look at the sheet and they sign their names if they agree with what the results are. And sometimes there will be mistakes. Sometimes you will have gotten 3 points and she'll have only written down 2 points. And so you do a double check and you sign your name, and then she goes off. The ref is going off to get another pool, hopefully bring it back to our strip, and then we will hopefully she'll bring another pool over here. As a fencer, you're done with your 4 or 5 bouts, right? Then what's in your mindset now? What do? Do you go watch another bout? Do you go watch other pools? Do you just take a step back and put your headset on? Over here we have someone getting their hair done by their mom.
Yeah, I think it's actually harder to be in the first pool if your pool is flighted,
Right.
because you have more time to get cold.
So when
in
you
between.
say flighted, what does that mean?
Yeah,
let's explain all of this. Because we're speaking the language and
yeah.
not everybody hears us.
There's some lingo.
Yeah, yeah.
Flighted is when there's a pool that's split in half, and you do one part of the pool first, and then the other people at a different time instead of all at once.
Right.
So yeah.
you could literally be sitting, you could be in the first round of the flight, and then the second round happens, and you could literally be sitting for 30 minutes before you get to a DE.
Or an hour, like you
right.
never know.
You never know. It could be a large group.
Yeah.
Can I interview someone?
Sure.
Yeah.
We are going to get an interview shortly.
But I found it was always best to just eat a banana, listen to music, get in the zone. I had a fencing playlist
Right.
that I would listen to, and it was a lot of like heavy metal, but also maybe some like, I don't know, more chill stuff. All right.
He's the international referee.
Ooh, Mustafa.
We got Mustafa joining us. Here, come sit down, Mustafa. International referee.
Join in.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome. We have Mustafa, who is
Hi.
Coach Mustafa from Tim Morehouse.
Tim Morehouse, yes.
But you are also an international referee.
Yeah, international.
And you are from Egypt.
Yes, I'm from Egypt.
We have a very large contingent of Egyptian fencers and/or coaches,
and coaches
at Tim Morehouse.
Tim Morehouse, yeah.
And that's kind of pervasive. Like, I think there's a lot of Egyptians involved in American fencing.
Yeah, like there are Olympians and they used to be
Come
national
closer.
coaches. Yeah, of
Tim's
course.
got to get a picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
So mostly they are Olympians or they used to be national coaches in Egypt. And we have Ziad El Sisi, who is an Olympian and World Championship 2023.
We're
We'll
going to
see
see
him
him
tonight.
shortly.
Yeah, he's gonna fence tonight. And we have Mohamed Amer. He's 2 times Olympian, and he's African champion.
Right.
And this year he was African silver medalist.
Right behind Ziad.
Yes, right behind Ziad. Yes.
And they were a team. They did it. They're on a team. They do team competitions together.
Yes, in the Olympics they got 5th place.
Exactly.
In the last Olympics, and we training and they training to have like a gold in the Olympics, and they working hard. They training like every day, and they coaching. They now they trying to manage between coaching at Morehouse and training themselves in Morehouse and try to make a competitive level with
Right.
themselves, and so they get to the Olympics and they do something good.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why we can see like some of the fencers now they getting good level because they got engaged with them and
Right.
they are like giving them their experience. Yes.
And you're a coach and a referee.
Yes.
How do you think being an international referee helps you as a coach?
Actually, when you used to go to the international competition and ref them, you see the Italian style. You could see the Egyptian style. You can see the Tunisian style. You can see the Korean style. What kind of tactics they are using? What kind of just preparation and plans they are doing to score the hit?
Right.
How they react to different situations that can happen to them in the bout, and how they change their day. Maybe they have a day off, how they change it to be a day on, and they how they work hard, how they if they lost, how they accept the loss, if they win, how they keep it on. So you learn many different culture and many different perspective of coaching. You hear the coaches, what they are telling them, how they pushing them to do better. So you learn from this, and then you start to teach your student how they can perform better.
How? Who are the hardest? What's the hardest style defense?
The Korean one.
Why?
The Korean one, because they have physical ability,
Yeah.
and they do very fast and sharp. That's a good touch.
We've got girls on we've got young women on the strip, and they are, as you're watching, and
We didn't have any screams in the last pool,
we did
Yeah.
not have any screams,
which
in
was
the
so
last pool,
surprising.
but we've got screams in this pool, which is nice sometimes.
Back to the Korean.
And that's
Back
a
to the
yeah,
Koreans,
back to
yeah,
the
back
Koreans.
to the
they have
Koreans.
like a physical abilities. They doing very long lunges. They do very long, very active fencing actions. They have a smart and sharp style of fencing. Like they fence like they are an army. Like
Right.
they are like
Very
they,
regimented.
they are like they are sharp, strict. They fence right. They never be distracted. That's
That
so-
does not feel like it would be easy to face.
yeah. It's so hard, and they
But they're not in the top 5 of the world, are they?
yes, in the individual ranking they are not.
In
Right.
But
men's,
in men's, yeah, they are not. But in the teams they are.
Right.
yeah.
Right. Very interesting. Very interesting. How do the Americans? What's the American style?
I can see that the American style and the Egyptian style, they are both similar, because the Egyptian style is like kind of taking all the good from each country. Like we take the good from Koreans, which they are sharp and disciplined, and they are aggressive in scoring the hit. And we take from the Hungarian how they take the parries, how they fix the distance, and the same that happens here in the U.S. um, style. They trying to take the good from every country or from every school.
So
they don't
it's-
have they don't have a certain school.
Right.
They taking everything good from each country.
So it's exactly the melting pot
Yeah,
that they say,
I
everyone
was
says
thinking
America
melting
is,
pot.
right?
Yes.
Is it because most coaches in America, I had an American coach, he was from Florida,
Yeah.
but
My
most,
coach is Georgian.
yeah, most of the coaches are immigrants
Yeah.
from all over
Yeah.
the world, and they bring that style together, and they they watch each other and see what's
Yeah.
going on. So that's really interesting. I never
And-
thought about that.
Yes, and you actually see that in Y14 and cadet and juniors. They have been competitive and they are being many different style, like in the senior level.
So let's watch this bout and give us some. Oh, there's Ivan Lee, the Olympian over
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And
The room, is,
LIU
the room is
coach.
full of Olympians.
Yes, yes.
That's the thing about fencing. I think if we were at the 9-state swim meet, there'd be maybe Michael Phelps or
Right.
like one swim Olympian. But in fencing, everyone around you is an Olympian or at least world champion or something.
Right. So here we have Esha Nyack on the left and Juliet Cutler on the right.
Another Nyack.
Yes.
Are they related?
I don't know. I guess we could look it up.
There are a lot of fencing siblings.
So that motion seemed to be Juliet Cutler not engaging. Her footwork was good, but her arm was nowhere.
The arm is more important than the footwork in the attack a lot of the time. So as a referee, what are you thinking about this bout, Mustafa?
The one going on now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that. So actually, Nyack is trying to put pressure on her opponent and then start to give herself easy time, like rushing her with going for a straight attack and prepping her, and then let her opponent start to attack and then start to pull her short and parry her.
She's definitely in control of
Yeah.
the bout and all the
Yeah.
actions, and that's how you get to 5-1.
5-1.
Yeah, she's controlling the opponent and she's putting her inside her plan.
Yep.
I can see that she's fencing with a plan.
So next, so you can hear the ref calling the numbers, not the person's last name, because when you get into a pool, you are assigned a number, and rather than her have to stumble through names and calling girl, calling by the first name, the last name, whatever, you call your number.
Yes.
So you know what your number is.
Yeah, easier, more controllable.
Much faster. Okay, so we have Shinchuk, Alicia Shinchuk on the left, and Sylvia Robertson on the right. Okay.
A lot of really small footwork
I
from
was
these
just-
two girls.
I was just going to say, I did not see Shinchuk's arm extended, but somehow she touched that, got that touch. So the pressure is on.
I'm not seeing a lot of really big steps, except at the end of that attack there, which I think it's better to use smaller steps in the box because you can see what the other person's doing, and they're both able to do that. All right, let's see if she can make a comeback.
Yeah.
Because you can get into your opponent's head after you get a few touches.
Touches, yes.
I don't know, 4-1 is a hard comeback.
Yeah, preparation.
Yes. Okay. Catherine McKay and Esha Nyack are coming back up.
What's the wildest comeback you've ever seen, Mustafa?
There was one for Bazadze, like
Oh,
Bazadze. I think he was fencing. No, also Eli come
Right.
back against Zilagi in the last World Championship.
That was,
was-
and it was not the final bout. It was the
Semifinal.
penultimate, the
Yeah, the
semifinal.
semifinal.
And I was watching it thinking that I was watching the final because it was just fantastic.
And we was like we having all the students back there at the club, and we was watching and cheering, and we was like feeling bad why Eli is like cannot focus.
Oh,
but
yeah.
he figured out the plan and he tried to make a comeback, and then he did a really big and huge comeback. And instead of having just accepting, okay, that's not my day. No, he was fighting. He was trying to figure out a plan with Aaron Selagi, and he could say that, oh, I'm fencing 3 times gold medalist in the Olympics. He already had got the bout. No, he didn't give up. He worked hard. He focused, and then he made a comeback, and then he won
The gold.
The gold in the final bout. He fenced Bazadzi. He won too easy. I think it was 15-6, 15-5,
Yeah.
and he was like trying to do his best.
Yeah, but Zazi like just faded
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
And Eli was fire.
Eli was in focus, and he didn't say, okay, Bazadzi is ranked #1 on the FIE.
And he's
no.
huge. He's a
And
giant man.
and he's so strong. He's a tough fencer. He's like
Yeah.
very tough fencer to fence, and to figure out his plan is too tough. And Eli came back to the club, and then all the students asked him, how did you make this comeback? And he said, I didn't mind whom I'm fencing. I just mind what's my mistake. I worked on, and I made my plan work. And then when I came to fence Bazadzi, I didn't mind the name, or he's just a big fencer, or he's just stronger. I was trying to make my plan work.
Right.
And actually, he was having a great plan. I like his plan.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
shows a lot of mental fortitude,
Yes.
where you're kind of zen and living in the moment instead of worrying about the future or the past. You're just like, the only thing that is right in front of me, and it's this touch, and that's the thing I can control. And you can worry about the referee, you can worry about all these other things that are not in your control, instead of just the touch in front of you. And I think that's the hardest
The hardest
concept
part,
to learn.
yeah.
So we're seeing a lot of 5-0
I was just gonna
bouts.
say, who
Yeah,
was
yeah.
that?
Nyack on the left. But I think with 5-0 bouts, there's... What do you think about 5-0 bouts in terms of how someone is not able to adjust, or what exactly is happening a lot of the times at the cadet level when it's 5-0?
Especially the 5-0 is kind of experience. You need to have some certain level of experience, how to switch from, maybe you have a day off, how you could switch your day off to be day on, and you able to figure out what's your opponent gonna do. So at this level and at this age, sometimes they are not able to mentally try to do what the coaches are asking them to do, or how they can figure out the plan. How can I switch my day off to be a day on? Like maybe I'm not a morning person.
Yeah.
I'm a
Right.
night person, and I cannot see the action. What should I do inside there to be more able to read the actions? So it's kind of a experience, and she just fenced for like 6 months.
On the left?
The girl who lost 5-0.
5-0, yeah.
Yeah, she just fenced for 6 months.
Oh, wow,
she's
yeah.
not experienced. So she's just learning.
Yeah, I think it's good to fence something like this within your first 6 months, even if you lose a lot of 5-0. Fencing's one of those things where you have to lose so much in order to win.
And here's another one, 4-5-1.
Yeah, it can be so hard. Fencing is one of the most emotional sports, I think. If your emotions are not on, you need to learn how to control them. Versus other sports, emotions are still a factor, but fencing, it controls the way your body's moving
Okay.
and everything.
This is going to be a great bout.
McKay and Nyack.
They are experienced, they fence it a lot, and then they're gonna fence with the mind. Both of them have a plan. Let's see who's gonna try to make his plan work.
Where is this bout?
But I think losing a lot before you're able to win teaches you a lot in life too.
Actually, I was having this kind of conversation with Ziad and Eli back there at the club, and you guys remember back there at the day, and they said, no, we wasn't winning, we was losing, and we was sometimes out of the pools, out of like 64, out of 128, and we was fencing so bad. But we have a fighting mindset. We should fight for our goal, and that's why they trained a lot until they come this way.
Oh, nice attack
Nice
from
attack,
Nyack. Yeah, I think even in the real world, going into like getting a job, that's an attack and preparation from Nyack. you get rejected a lot trying to get a job, or you're losing in your dreams, or your goals in life are just not working out. And I think without fencing, I would just give up.
So in that point, it was her arm
Good
that
job.
made her
Both
go.
of them is actually having a plan. Each one's trying to.
If both people are in control of the actions,
It's gonna. You watch a very good fencing when both of them trying to get in control.
The problem there was that McKay could not get out of there fast enough. She did not keep the distance.
her steps were really small. So she could see everything that Nyack was doing with those really small steps. Oh, nice and
Okay, so-
patient, but not enough.
Yeah, it's a good bout.
That was a great bout. A 5-4 is always a great bout.
2-4 on deck 5-1.
Okay.
So on the left, I remember her fencing last year, Isabella Favo.
Right.
And last year we talked to her and she said she came all the way from, was it Georgia?
Atlanta.
Atlanta. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
And we were talking about who do you think traveled the furthest away to be here?
She was one of them.
It might be her. And her coach, Samir.
Samir, yes.
Yeah.
He's an Egyptian Olympian, 3 times Olympian, and he was the national coach of Egypt, and he used to coach her a lot and try to make her give her a fighting spirit and fighting mindset, and she's doing this.
She's been fencing really well.
And there he is in her coach's box.
See, she's just waiting for people to come to her.
Yes, she have a plan.
But right
But
there,
she
she's
came
too
up
far
short.
away. You can have an amazing plan, but if your distance is incorrect, it's not going to
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah. If you're not patient, if you're not having a good distance, your plan is not gonna work.
So we were talking about this woman over here on the right, Juliet Cutler. She's only been fencing for about 6 months. I mean, that's the thing about cadet, right? There is no age limitation. The only age limitation is 16, right? You
Yeah.
got to be 16 and under. So you could be a Y12 fencer, you could be a Y10 fencer, you could be a 15-year-old. You just don't know, because it's not like a Y12, a Y10, where there's always just a 2-year age group.
Yeah.
So this could be, you could see somebody with 5, 6, 7 years experience, or you can see somebody who just started,
Just start. Yeah.
which is interesting, but great experience for the inexperienced ones.
Like what she needs is more movement.
Yeah, more knowledge about the fencing. What should I do?
Yeah.
How should I put my
I
opponent
mean,
in
she's
my
aggressive. She got out.
Yeah.
She got out first. She threw her arm out, but she was too short.
Exactly. You need to
And
put
she
more
didn't understand
steps
the
under
distance.
that.
Yeah.
It's the distance that's so important. And distance is kind of one of those things that I think is intuition. And you teach distance a lot in the club with games like the advanced lunge game or
yeah.
different footwork
What's
drills.
the advanced lunge game?
Do you want to explain it?
It's kind of tricky. Like I stay there and I try to trick my opponent, and I stay there. I need to win the right of way. So if I let him sometimes he's attacking, and then I pull him short, and then I start to have my right of way. So if my opponent takes advanced lunge, I will take double retreat back to make him miss, and then I have the advanced lunge priority. Now he missed, I have the priority and I have the right of way.
But you can
So
only
fly
take one
right
advanced
back.
lunge.
I can only take one advanced lunge, and he can only pull me short and then take another advanced lunge.
Okay, so this bout right now is a little bit of fire.
We haven't heard much screaming though.
No,
Only one.
once. That's Shinchuk on the right and Nyack on the
Shinchuk
left.
has a good feeling of distance and changing direction.
But Nyack has been killing everybody.
She has, yeah. But I think distance
they're
comes with experience.
Practically
Feeling
mirror images
distance.
of one another. The advanced
And
retreat.
also self-confidence is like one of the big key successor in this sport, especially. Like if you are confident with your decision, even sometimes you did an early action, like you did an early lunge, you did an early pull short, early reprise. sometimes just self-confidence can get you the touch.
Right.
Like
As a-
your opponents try to make you miss, but your self-confidence, you want to reach further. Okay, just your fighting spirit and your self-confidence that you're gonna reach. Sometimes it make give you some wins. Like as we said about Eli and Zilagi Aron, same thing. And if I'm just confident that I can make a comeback, or I can gonna start and to make my plan work.
These girls are on the wrong
It's too big.
side.
One of them might be left-handed. That's why she might be on that side.
Yeah, she's
But then both their hands are
I was
facing
just
the
gonna say,
referee.
but
That's actually
but
incorrect.
She's never fenced on this side. This girl hooked up on the wrong side.
Yeah, they hooked up on the wrong side. It's okay.
Can you guys switch sides?
Because you want a left-handed fencer with their body facing the referee and not like the back of their shoulder.
Yes.
So you can see the
Yeah.
action
so
better.
they cannot, like, it's kind of they cannot take off the saber. They cannot remove the saber with the unarmed hand.
And as a coach, can you teach confidence? That was something I struggled with as a coach because I taught a high school team and they were mostly beginners, and I could teach them how to have really good technique compared to the other high school teams, but then they just wouldn't believe in their actions and it wouldn't work. And I'd say, like, you just have to go for it. You have to believe in yourself. And they're like, no, but I just don't. And I didn't know how to teach them that.
So actually, it's hard, but it's doable when you control and you have a trust between you and the fencer. I try to give them the self-confidence in a funny way. Like I asked them, "What's your name?" I know his name. My name is Alex. Are you sure? He say yes. If I ask you 100 times, "What's your name?" What you gonna say? Alex. So can you pull short? Yes, I can. If I ask you 100 times, can you pull short? Yes,
Okay.
I am.
So I wanna-
just this is how make them more confident that they can perform the action.
I want to
It takes
talk
a
a little
long
bit
time.
about this. So we have Juliet Cutler over here, and she's a lefty, right?
Yeah. And she's only been fencing for 6 months.
But
Which is
Robert,
wild.
Robertson is actually, she's falling. So what advantage does a lefty have in this world?
People aren't
Le-
used to your hand being there.
Exactly.
The thing is, the fencer on the left is controlling the attack, but then she just kind of gives it up at the end.
At
and-
the end, she's lunging too soon.
Interesting.
Can you explain that call, Mustafa?
So when she was attacking, but she has her arm late, and the other opponent just lunged too early. So
Robertson was not connecting, right?
Yeah.
So Cutler could just sneak right in there. Good for her.
I'm actually amazed that she's only been fencing for 6 months.
yeah, and she could win one bout. It's a good experience for her in
For
the cadet
sure.
level.
For
Yeah.
sure.
That's really good. Wow. I remember when I thought cadets were the big kids.
Sure, these are the big kids.
Y14 was I remember thinking the Y14 girls were so old.
How old were you when you started?
12.
Right.
So I was fencing Y14 at 12, and I'm like, wow, they're so old, they're so big.
They're so big.
And the crazy thing is that at 12, the people I was fencing when I was 12 are the people who are going for the Olympics right now on the women's senior team.
Wow.
And I'm like, we fenced at super youth circuits together. This is crazy. You're like, you fence them in college and you know what they look like when they were 12 or 10 or even younger. And it's just wild.
Oh. So McKay did not have her arm out there. She was not prepared to go on the attack, but she was pushing with her feet.
Yeah.
It's hard to get them both in sync, right? I mean, that's the
Babo's
key.
very patient. But that, her hand was pulling right there.
Now, how is McKay not connecting? Because her arm was out there.
She's waiting a little bit too long for the parry. It worked the first time, but if you milk it too much, it won't work forever.
The thing that she's trying to work with the arm more than the feet. In this bout, when you're fencing a good level fencer, McKay is a good level fencer. She should use the feet more than using late contact.
Yeah.
She should use her feet more.
There we got a yell.
Yeah. No.
Pulling.
Okay.
This is great, 4-4. We're watching all kinds of exciting fencing and/or mistakes.
Yeah, that time it was the opposite mistake. Favo finally connected her hand and her feet.
So Favo let out a very large yell, but she did not get the point.
Favo won.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, she did get the point. But I want to bring up that point. Oftentimes, particularly with teen girls, teen women, you hear lots of screams.
You hear that with
You hear it with
Division
everybody.
One,
Right.
Olympic women.
But
Olympic
you know,
men.
I once asked a coach, you know, does the scream affect the ref's decision?
Yes,
You know, when
sometimes.
they both get there, they're like, yeah.
Yes, sometimes, because especially international events, you feel that both of them actually performed the right action, and they said, okay, yeah, I have the right of way, and I
Right.
scored the head, and then they put pressure on the ref, so the ref go back and watches the video
replay.
and then give a good call. But it affects, yes, affects, but if you are confident with your call, sometimes it doesn't affect.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were just seeing Shinchuk point in line, right?
I wasn't watching that one.
Okay. Well, we were watching that one,
Yeah.
and that was just a full-on press.
See, she's committing too early and not seeing that Cutler's already pulling her short.
But then Cutler missed the counter. So
Yeah, you can't rely on counterattacking and defense. You have to set something else up. That looked like it
guard.
hurt a little
She hit
bit.
the guard.
Yeah, he has her preparation, but on the guard.
And when you hit the guard, that can be jarring. It hurts your hand, it hurts your wrist, it hurts your shoulder.
See, Cutler has good patience, but she just doesn't add pressure.
Yeah.
She's waiting for Shinchuk, but without that bum, like forward, to kind of draw her in and then move out. I think a lot of times when you're starting out, you can make the right decision of what action to make, but there's nothing making the other person want to fall into your trap based on your movement.
She's
They're on
like,
the wrong
I talked to
sides,
her
man.
before she starts the pool. I told her, you're doing the hard job, but you're not doing the easy part. So you're doing the hard part, which is convincing your opponent to launch to you and he falls short.
Right.
And then when it comes to just hitting, you're just too afraid. Why are you afraid? Because I'm nervous. Why are you nervous?
Right.
Just
Right,
the
it's
tournament-
worse if you're if you're worried about hitting, it'll make it less likely for you to hit.
Yes. It's like this is kind of a just experience. She needs more experience.
I think sometimes when you're the
Practice.
underdog in a pool, it can be a little bit of pressure taken off because you're thinking, okay, I've only been fencing for 6 months. I'm not expected to do anything, so you have more freedom of your actions and what you want to try
But
sometimes.
you also have to learn how to compete. You know,
Yeah.
like you don't come out of class knowing how to compete because you know, class is very different. Even if you bout for 24 hours, class
Fava's
is very,
waiting again.
Class is very different from being actually on a strip against somebody you don't know, an opponent, and you've got to figure out like how far do you push yourself, right? And I think that with Cutler, you know, she might not be confident in the protection of her gear. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you don't want to get hit, so you don't go so fast, and you don't go so far.
Yeah. I do think there is somewhat of an advantage of being an underdog because the person you're fencing is more afraid of losing to you than you are afraid of losing to them because you're expected to lose to them. So at that point, I would tell a student, like, you might as well do what you want to do and not have to be so nervous.
Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Oh.
That was so close.
What was the final action?
Was reprise attack, but she was just afraid to get
They were right there.
to get a counterattack, and she actually got a counterattack because she's afraid of something.
Right.
So she got counterattack. She should just finish.
They shouldn't have
finish
been
with
that
the
close
confidence.
together. I mean, they were like four inches apart. Like that's
Just-
crazy.
Yeah, just when it comes to the easy part, which is scoring the head, just score the head.
Yeah.
Is fear the enemy of success?
This,
Yes.
Yes, actually, yes. But
Correct.
once you break this fear, you became a good fencer and you became a champion at this time. Like you broke. Okay, what's gonna happen now? He's a leading. He's leading, and I'm down. Okay, what's gonna happen now? I need to fence. I need just to fence. And then you're gonna come back.
Because the worst thing that can happen is you lose. And
Correct.
Now I'm losing. What I'm gonna
Yeah.
what's gonna happen then?
Okay, she just walked right into that and somehow got the point. Like she was not going aggressive, she was just stepping. That was good.
like we were talking about, it's all about acceleration and not speed, how you can change your tempo. And I see on the right, she's changing tempo. Like even though it looks like she's slow, she's changing at the very end. And that's why she's getting that point for her, because her hand's also going really straight. But like I was saying, if someone's going really straight with their hand, you can parry it, which she did there, even though it was kind of
yes, she actually did this one in right now.
Yeah. See, can you see that she on the left is a little bit behind?
Oh, she was totally behind.
Yeah,
with the
totally,
hand.
Yes, with the hand, yeah.
Even with her feet, that last one.
Even watching at home, if you start to pay attention to who's behind and who's ahead, you can kind of train your eyes to see.
Yeah.
Now that was the end of that pool. You'll see the women go in, do their sign, give their signature, approve.
It went by so fast.
It was very fast. I mean, that's the thing about Sabre. Sabre is fast.
Are they doing handshakes?
After the COVID, they stopped doing this. The FIE started to ask the fencer just to, both of them beats the blade as a kind of a shaking hand.
Yeah.
So
Right.
actually in the rules, in the rule book back there before the COVID, you need to salute with the saber, the ref and your opponent, and then shake the hand after you fence.
Yeah.
But now no more after the COVID, so they start not to anyone to get like.
Because I haven't noticed the shaking
Terms.
of the hands, but I know that this was an issue in kind of world politics. We don't have to go too into it, but Olga
will not go
Karlan
into
and
Don't
Yeah.
go into
yeah,
it.
like there's
so
some handshaking
complicated.
politics, and
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy how sports is a piece of
A microcosm of the world's politics. Exactly.
because people are fencing for their country, and there's a lot behind that. And but I just was looking to see if people shake hands after COVID, and it feels a little weird because I started fencing before COVID,
Yeah.
and a lot of these kids have probably never shaken hands with their opponent, and there's something like
Or
a
they're
little,
fist bumping.
yeah, there's something about chivalry that we're missing a little bit.
Right, because so much of what goes into, or so much of what happens in fencing is in fact, tradition, being, classically trained to act a certain way. It was a dueling sport, right? This is what we did forever in the Middle Ages and until the colonial times.
And even shaking hands after the any sport like football, American football, any kind of a sport, swimming, any kind of a sport, shaking hands is a sportsmanship. Like it's like
No, in
Yeah, it
football
is.
they chest bump.
yeah, they are happy because they are happy. But the
Yeah.
thing is at fencing they stopped doing this because of the COVID.
The
germs, Yeah.
Now they no more shake hands. They just beat the blade and. It's
I
fine.
remember fencing an NCAA regional qualifier in March of
2020? Yeah.
And that was when it first, I think that was the day that it came to America.
There was a Tim Morehouse fencing tournament. It was like a small one. My son was actually reffing there, and he was like reffing as a 13-year-old, But it was it was an internal competition, and I had read like that week that you should not be shaking hands, you should be fist bumping,
Yeah.
or you should be clicking your blades. And I said that at the club. I'm like, we should not be shaking hands. And Tim was like, no. And then everyone was like, okay, maybe we'll try this. And by the end of the bouts, by the end of the tournament, we were clicking.
Yeah.
But it was.
That was probably the same week.
It was like
Yeah.
late February, early March. It was so crazy how that changed.
Yeah, and then the next week I had to move out of
your
my
dorm.
dorm.
Right,
Yeah, but the week before we had people from all over the region on buses, like coming in and fencing each other, and people's roommates like possibly were testing positive suddenly, and yeah.
So we have just finished 2 bouts, right? I'm looking at Fencing Time Live, which is what we look at all the time to see the results. So after you're done with your pools, then what happens? you sign your sheets, and then what happens? Tell me.
The pools go back to the DT,
Yes.
the bout committee, and then they start making a ranking.
They crunch the numbers, right?
Yeah, they crunch the numbers and they making the ranking, and starting from the ranking, they assign the DEs.
Right.
So from being the first ranked to the last ranked, do the first fence the last one, and then goes on all the way. The second fence the second last one. The third fence the third last one. Or if you got a bye, you fence them in the same way
Right.
until it goes like direct elimination to the final bout.
Where
So-
do you think? Oh, sorry.
No, so
Yeah.
I mean, I want to kind of discuss this a little bit. So after you have your pools, they consider how many wins and losses you have, right?
How many touches you scored.
And how many points you got total.
received.
And how many you gave up.
Yeah, how many you received, how many you scored, and how many bouts you win.
Right, right.
And then they do an indicator.
Well, they do a calculation with all of this.
Yes.
And then you end up with an indicator. And an indicator can be anything from, I don't know, if you fence 5 people, it could be negative 20 to positive 20.
Yes, like if you have 5 people, you fence 4 bouts. Each bout have 5 touches bout. If you want all your 5 bouts, now you have 20, and your indicator is 20. How many touches you receive? If you receive 10 touches, now your indicator is going to be 20 minus the 10
Minus
you just
10 you gave up.
You gave up, so your indicator is going to be positive 10.
Okay, so this pool, I mean this group of fencers, this cadet women's saber, there are 52 fencers. So when they start doing direct eliminations, it's always a value of 8, right?
Value of 8.
So it's 8, 16, 32, 64.
Yes.
Okay, so 52 fencers, we will go into a chart
64.
of 64.
64.
So the top 12 people get a bye.
It depends. It depends on their indicator, and it depends on the number of the fencers. So 52 is not about the 12. No,
12.
no. It is kind of who is like the people who have the first 16. The first 16 they might not fence because of the it depends how many of them you're gonna eliminate. Like the
Right.
last few people are you gonna eliminate. If no one is just eliminated, so everyone is gonna fence. So
Right.
not a lot of people is gonna having a lot of bye. Like
Right.
maybe
12.
maybe 12, maybe 5, maybe 6. Because if you do not drop the people who got 0 wins.
Right, I think in
yeah.
this event, everybody advances.
Yeah, in this event, everybody advances.
That's good.
So-
So they
That's
can get
so good.
DE experience.
If you're at a
Experience.
national tournament or if you're at a like an international tournament and you have 256 people competing, not all 256 will make it to DEs.
Of course.
They'll drop it in half, right?
Yeah, it is not to a half.
But it's
to
a level.
Whoever,
Yeah.
whoever, like in each pool, I think it's 2 or 3, 2 people maybe maximum, they drop off from the pools.
Right.
They have 0 wins or they either have 1 win. So they drop off and then they start to make DEs, let's say for 200 fencers. And then they're gonna start like who's gonna have a bye and who's gonna fence. Like
So-
the first 16 gonna have a bye
Right,
and then the rest.
right. So I'm looking at the initial results. I'm seeing, some plus 18,
Plus 18,
minus
yes.
17.
Minus 17, yeah.
Right, minus 18.
It's really varied.
It really varies, right? Minus
Varies.
16, plus 13.
Have you ever seen a perfect pool where someone won everything without any
Without-
touches scored against them?
I know
It's
people-
too hard. It's
I've
too hard
thought
to
of
find,
this
but
before.
in the international tournament, it's too hard because everyone is like a national team member.
Right,
of course, they
of
know
course,
how
they're
to
all
fence.
great.
But maybe in the nationals, yes, it happens.
Okay, so I'm seeing like a negative 23, a negative 24. Like those people will be at the bottom, and they'll be the first defense to try and get into another DE. And when we say DE, it's direct elimination.
Direct
so
elimination, yes.
the 2 fencers are out there, and it's live or die, right? You win, you move on to the next
You move
level.
on.
You lose, you're out. You pack
You're
your
out.
bag, you hit the road.
Yes.
It can be really sad
I
going to
know.
an event like this, it's still sad, but
Right.
going to an international tournament, you travel all the way to Korea, and then you fence 4 bouts to 5 touches, and then you go
We
home.
have Ethan here, the big
One of-
champion
one
for
of our-
Y14.
One of our fantastic Tim Morehouse fencers. He's not on the voice, so we don't get to hear him. Maybe, here's the thing. We're going to be speaking to most of the winners if we can get them all onto our
So
stage.
you have to win.
So if you get a gold medal, you get to come back and sit in the seat, wear the headset and talk with us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Motivation, right? Not only that, but you get a cup. Actually, Hector, could you go get us one of the cups? Could you get us one of the cups, please? So I'm going to show you what the gold medalist wins, because we are the 9 state fencing. Oh my gosh, all the kids are coming in. Coach Mustafa has all his people
You
coming
just see
in.
a sea of blue.
Shake hands, man.
So these are the, thank you. These are the Y4, you guys are Y12 and Y14s? Yeah, Y14, Y12 fencers, men fencers behind us from Tim Morehouse. So this is the cup. This is what you win. This is the 9 state fencing cup. If you win a gold medal, this is what you get. I think it's probably good for coffee. I think it's probably good for cereal. I myself would drink a little kombucha out of it maybe.
Last year, we asked every kid who won what drink they would put in here.
We did not get a lot of creative responses. So you guys, if you're looking forward to winning a cup, please come up with a good response.
Yeah, think about what you want to put in your cup to drink out of.
Because, this is a good cup. It's dishwasher safe.
One kid said they drink milk out of it.
Didn't we get a cereal eater?
Cereal eater, keep your
Oatmeal.
bones strong.
Right. So, you guys up soon? 12 o'clock, all right.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see these guys on the final strip.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see you on the final strip. Oh my gosh, there's
Have a good
so
luck,
many
guys.
of them.
Good luck.
Mustafa, you can move in a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
I'm getting cut off a little.
Okay. Can you do me a favor and give this back to Hector, please?
Hector.
Hector is wearing the hat right there. Thank you so much.
I love watching the Tim Morehouse kids warm up
Thank
because
you.
they all have their identical shirts on, and there's like 50 of them, and they're all doing jumping jacks together.
So,
Yeah.
it's interesting. Like, I love, and I don't mean to toot the horn of Tim Morehouse, where we fence and where we're representing right now, but my chair is sinking as I'm sitting here. But I think it's very interesting. Like when Tim Morehouse fencers come, they're wearing the shirt, they're wearing the jacket. You know who they are. Like, I don't know if our camera can go over to the edge and see. Like, there's just a sea of blue jackets and/or shirts, and it's like a real team. And what I think is interesting is that in fencing, it's not a team sport. It's an individual sport, right? You're fencing
team
for you.
events,
I'm
though.
fencing for me. Not for kids, though. Okay, so at this level, at the younger level, there's no team event, but because what I think is interesting from the Morehouse perspective is that he encourages you to support one another as a team.
Yeah.
He's setting you up to be an NCAA fencer or to be a team fencer when you get a little older and there are team competitions.
Yes, and actually when some of them are fencing, the whole parents, the whole fencers, everyone in the club, they go behind the fencer, they support, they cheer for him,
Right.
they do everything for the kid as they are their own kid. So it's a good thing that they have this connection, and once they come to the cadet level, they're gonna have like a team event internationally.
Right.
So you already used to support
with
each
your
other.
people.
Yes,
Right,
support
right.
each other and get better together.
Yes.
We're stronger together.
Yeah, we're strong. We have two fencers fencing for the international event cadet World Cup. Robert Wang and Sean Kim. They're gonna be fencing in Gudolo soon, and they're gonna be having a team event together. They're gonna be supporting each
Excellent.
other.
Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break because we have no action on our strip. We're going to wait for the women to come back.
Yes.
So we will be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you for tuning into the 9 State Fencing Cup. We will see you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
10 minutes. 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 10
The 9-State Fencing Cup live stream coming to you live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. We are probably 4 or 5 events into the day. We started here at 8 a.m. And we are getting ready to see one of the most delightful events. We are going to see Y8 Women's Saber. We've got, 7 young women vying for 8 medals. So the good news is they're all going to get a medal. The challenge will be to see who has got some skill in Y8. We have been on for a little while, but we need to reintroduce ourselves. I'm Lisa Marsh. I am a fencer, a vet fencer. I used to be a fencing mom, and I work for the Tim Morehouse Fencing Club doing content and all kinds of fun things that involve words, videos, and newsletters. And I am here with Jillian Harrell.
Yeah, I'm Jillian Harrell, and I was a NCAA Div 1 fencer for a while. I was the captain of the Cornell University women's varsity fencing team, and I fenced internationally for a while. But I haven't fenced in a little bit over a year, but it's like riding a bike. I'm watching fencing now, and it's all coming back. And
Yeah.
I was saying it's like a family reunion where I came back, and I know everyone. I've seen them since I was 12.
I was just going to say now, were you a Y8 fencer? Were you one of these tiny kids?
I wasn't one of these tiny kids because I started when I was 12. And I was the same height from when I was 12.
Oh, well, forget it then. You weren't a tiny. You were never a tiny fencer.
I was never a tiny fencer.
Okay, can we switch the feed so that we see these fantastic young fencers?
And we have Tim Morehouse coming back.
This is the most nervous I've been for fencing in a long time.
So this is a very, very important event for Tim Morehouse because his daughter is fencing.
This is her first, well, they're on guard, but someone's still getting their stuff ready. It's their first fencing tournament. This is a new shoe I'm wearing, being a nervous parent. We'll see how long I survive.
And is this Zoe over here
This is
on
Zoe
our right?
on the right.
That was an attack in preparation.
Akari on the left, both from our club.
Oh, they're so tiny. Their knickers are not knickers. They're pants.
Yes, they're not fencing pants that fit 7-year-olds.
I like that little kick step that Zoe has.
Yeah, she has some good attacks in the middle.
Come on, Akari. Okay, we've got a bout going now.
As a parent, Tim, does it feel like you're fencing right
no,
now?
it feels like my child's fencing, and I'm going to have a heart attack. And I can't do a thing.
Is it more nerve-wracking than when you were fencing yourself?
Yes, this is worse. When you're fencing, you can do something. Like, being a coach is hard to watch because you can't do anything, and being a parent is even harder.
Oh my gosh, they're so tiny.
Yeah,
they
they don't
can't
know to
even
unhook
unhook. Oh,
Yes.
they have a coach and or a parent. Rachel's got to get out there.
I know. Well, yes,
Fencing-
Coach Eva's going to help them.
Fencing mom Rachel Morehouse needs to
So
get
she's
get in
she's
the
a new
game.
fencing mom too.
Yes, very new.
Well, when she went with me to fencing tournaments, I was able to hook myself in and out at the time. So she didn't have to do that much, but
Like, at that time, was she your girlfriend or your wife? Or
yes,
Yeah.
girlfriend, fiance, then married.
Fencing fiance.
She was with me at the London Olympics.
That's nice.
Wow.
Was she working or was she there just as a
She's always working, but she was there
Yeah.
technically on vacation. So
that's
Oh, so
fast
aggressive.
footwork, right?
yeah, you know what? Like,
But they're all running and crossing their feet.
I didn't see the cross, but Jackie and Zoe started fencing once a week when they were 6, and we do it twice a week now. And, if anyone wonders, like, my only goal for her is to have fun today and just to learn and enjoy the experience. Of course, that's easier said than done for me. I feel nervous. I obviously want her to do well, but, she's learned so much from the sport already, and I can tell you 100% this sport is amazing for kids coordination.
Right.
So we've got who's in this bout? Still got my.
We don't have an order. I've got no order here.
Oh,
So
no order.
And they don't have names on their lames.
no, because they're tiny.
Lame is the silver jacket that you see people wearing. In fashion, lame is a term for when metal is woven into
they've
the
got it.
fabric.
That was Eliana Liu and Hermione Kong.
Okay.
Now we've got Trinity Lamtam from Manhattan Fencing versus Isabella Frigeri, who is actually from our Stamford, Connecticut location.
Look at that.
So it's kind of special for us. This is our
So
first
this is her home club. She's in her home location.
our home club. We started our Saber program here last year, and we have 5-6 students who are going to be fencing in this tournament
That's
from
fantastic.
here.
Who is your saber coach in Stamford?
Bartek
Oh, Bartek, yeah.
from Poland, yes.
Bartek.
He actually has moved around with us. He started with us in Manhattan, then he helped us open Portchester, and he's wonderful. Like when he joined us rejoined us last year at Stanford, and he's just like fantastic with the kids. Like he's really been incredible growing the program. He's so good with the kids and making them have a good balance of like a good experience and and learning the sport.
Oh, they're so little.
You mentioned coordination, Tim, but what other things do you think at this age kids are learning in fencing?
I mean, honestly, winning and losing,
Yeah.
even at practice, like when you do little bouts at practice, it's part of, I think sports is one of the best ways to learn about
Okay,
winning
so
and losing.
we've got the little engine that could over here. Her feet move very fast, but her arm is not out there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like these guys have really good movement for 7-8.
Yeah.
Like that's really,
Truly.
Lamtam's moving really well.
Winning and losing is
I
really
actually
good.
think she's probably, this one looks like she's a little younger too.
Yeah, a lot of our girls are 7.
I was
so
just going to say they're
they
like
still
6
are,
and 7.
They still are in Y8 next year.
Wow.
Oh, no. A 5-0 in vet fencing, we refer to that as you got bageled.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know I don't think we call it in Y8.
No.
We call it as you
in
did a good
YA,
job.
You did a great job.
Yeah.
In vet fencing, you got bageled.
Yeah, I think age makes a really, really big difference in youth 8, youth 10, youth 12. It's even that birth month. Like we have a student who's, I think, born on December 28th. So when they transition to like 11, they can be 2 years younger than someone, or who's
Right.
born in January, February.
Right.
And I'm like, if that student was born one day later, they'd probably be winning medals at every Y10 tournament, and you'd be
Right.
thinking he's like an incredible fencer. But the thing is, the level is the
age
same,
thing.
and so it's like it evens out when you're older. But it's important to realize, like, yeah, if you're 7, 8-year-olds are fencing each other, like, there's going to be a difference.
Right.
Have
It's
you-
like when you show up at a Y12 event for young men, and you've got a younger one who looks like a baby, and you're fencing a kid who's got a beard.
Right.
That
Oh,
is
yes, Y14 and Y12, you see huge.
huge
Yeah.
discrepancies, particularly with the boys.
Have you read Malcolm Gladwell? He wrote a book about a study where they looked at hockey players whose birthdays were in January and kind of calculated the advantage that they had.
But a lot of it's like it's psychological, but turning into reality, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's when you're younger, if you think you're not good at something, maybe you're going to stop doing it. When in reality, like things will even out as you get older. But on a team sport, it's even tougher because you won't even have the opportunity to play.
Right, because you've got to compete with your other people
in
to get in.
fencing, you have the opportunity to play, so you have the psychological part. Maybe you're smaller, but
Hands
And sometimes being smaller in fencing isn't even a disadvantage.
up. No, it's an advantage in some cases.
Yeah.
I mean, the foil women, the smaller they are, the smaller the target.
I think this is Leone and Akari. Nope, bring it up here. Let me do it here. Okay, and then the goal. Oh, fantastic. This women's epee? All right, so we're women's epee is in the Y12 is in the semis.
Oh, nice.
So our first gold medal bout will be the Y12 women's epee, which will be after this.
Nice.
Good timing.
We already have a gold medal bout.
Yes.
Well, we will shortly.
The first one, yes.
Shortly, yeah. I'm actually really impressed with how aggressive these kids are, because when coaching at this age, sometimes it's hard to get people to attack and be a little bit more aggressive. So I like seeing this.
I think Zoe's up. I'm going to wave.
Pay
Eva.
attention.
Is Zoe up? Maybe not.
She's on deck, I think.
She's on deck? Okay.
Yeah. Because this is Trinity and Hermione, right?
Yes.
Right. Nice. So when you are fencing Y8, Y10, you fence with a smaller weapon than if you are fencing Y12. Is it what's the distance? It's like a difference of like 3 centimeters or something like that?
I feel like maybe it's an inch. I'm not actually sure, but definitely the weight makes a big difference.
Yeah, yeah. And when you start kids like like 6 or 7, are they fencing with actual sabers or do you start them with plastics?
It really depends on the kid. I'll just say this: if holding the saber is like uncomfortable for a kid because it's so heavy, it's better to go to plastic because yes, there's a point where you're going to build up the strength, but if you're recruiting other body parts to make a movement because it's so heavy, then it's going to be a bad habit. So it really depends on the strength of the kid and their coordination.
Right.
I mean, honestly, even with the older kids, we'll use foam sabers sometimes just to see how their arms are moving, and you get just as much value. I see our Olympic commentator is about to join us. Jeff Buchans is here. He's called 2 Olympic Games.
Fantastic.
But I don't think he's ever called a Y8 girls saber. We'll find out when Jeff joins us in a second.
Yeah.
We'll wave him on over.
Okay, we have Zoe Morehouse up. Again.
Jillian, you mind if we swap you for a second? Jeff, come in here.
Come on in. I'm Lisa. How do you do?
Hi, Jeff. I'm Jillian. You have your books right here.
Yeah, we got everything. We got Jeff Buchans joining us here.
We're going to get him on air in just a second, and Jeff is now on the air.
Hi there, everybody.
I was just saying before you came over, Jeff has called Olympic Games, but this is probably your first Y8 saber that you've called.
That definitely the first time.
Yes.
Okay, but first let's introduce you because you are Jeff Buchans. You are the author of Where Is My Book? You are the author of Closing the Distance, a great memoir about your experience.
Thank you.
We got our bout starting.
I'm sorry, we got our bout
starting. This is an important one. There's a Morehouse child fencing up there.
Okay, so we're going to take a break and pay attention here. Give us your impressions.
First of all, it's amazing at this age how these kids can fence like this. They can think on their own and have strategy.
I'm about as nervous for this, Jeff, as I was for the Olympics with my daughter fencing on the right.
Okay, so there's a lot of simul, so change it up, friends.
Well, that time your daughter came forward with her arm back, Tim.
Yeah, she's got to work on that.
Yeah.
She's doing really good. There we go.
She corrected it in the
But
very next section.
I can't cheer for anyone. I've got 2. These are both from our club, so both of our students.
Oh, mass cord came off.
She's been really nervous this tournament for a few weeks.
I think that she's doing just fine.
I really like the pants style for Y8. You don't need socks when you're Y8. The pants just literally go to your feet.
I don't know about the black socks, though, Tim.
Nice bout, both fencers.
Wow. Zoe Morehouse takes another one.
So, Tim, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I'm a second-generation fencer.
Yeah.
My dad never pushed me into it. I did it because I wanted to.
Yeah.
Did you push your daughter into it, or did she want to?
Well, both my kids are fencing. I started at 6. We just doing once a week, like having fun. I did want them to fence mostly because I want to be able to spend more time with them. So as a fencing coach, like I'm at the club a lot of times in the evening. So I haven't pushed them, but I really wanted them to enjoy it. So it was really important when they were 6 that we just had a lot of fun. They like want to come to the fencing club. Like we go to McDonald's and stuff, so it's always like a treat. So and they're fencing twice a week now and enjoying it. And it's a little push, but a push not because I want them to compete in fencing. It's like I just want to be able to spend time with them.
Hey, Tim, do they comprehend the enormity of your career and how well you did?
I don't think so yet. Some of it, but
do you?
No.
But I think for them also, it's probably very exciting to go to Dad's office, Dad's work. Like as a kid, you always want to go do what your dad does or go to your mom's office. So they show up at the club and they're like, this is Dad's place.
A little mass clip.
Uh-oh.
And did your dad give you lessons, Jeff?
He gave me lessons, but I was such a pain in the neck that he pushed me off to some of his other friends at the Fencers Club.
I have to say, as a parent, I think it's very hard to teach your own children. They don't want to listen to you. They want to listen to everybody else but you.
Anyone but you. It's true.
Yeah, I mean, I went through this last year. My daughter was applying to colleges, and I'm a writer, right? Like, I should be the one that should look at her papers, look at her stories, look at her essays, and it was a fight. I ultimately won out, but I was going to hire somebody, which is bad.
Well, how did you win out?
I explained that I was going to hire somebody. If it weren't me, it was going to be somebody else. And why wouldn't you take advantage of the opportunity? You know, she also felt like maybe she was cheating by having a professional help her.
That's interesting.
And I said that is not the case, because there are people spending thousands and thousands of dollars. Like, you got to take advantage of this. So, all right, what else? What's happening here?
We've got a little game of the right's trying to win prep, the left is trying to get the arm out.
And what I saw on the right here was when she didn't get that last point, she stomped her foot.
I mean, there's honestly a lot. There's
a
so
lot of
much you
action.
can do with like kids in sports. If you do it right, there's so much you can learn. Obviously, if you do it wrong, there's a lot of bad lessons. But you know, I know with my kids, it's been really a great opportunity to like help them learn about like winning and losing. And in life, you do both, right? And maybe you lose more than you win. You know, and how do you learn from it?
So, Tim, the fencer on the left there was successful being very aggressive. Clearly in Sabre, the person who starts first is going to have a huge advantage. What was your strategy as far as starting off a bout?
I mean, in pools, honestly, I would usually try to start a little bit aggressive the first few points. And then I always try to go with my best moves. And at fives, it's such a short bout. You know, anything can happen. So you hope to, like, get a little bit of read of what your opponent's doing, and then, you know, try to work in your moves after that.
Zoe is directing the other kid to give her a...
One of the things I learned later in my career is just to go with what's working. Like, sometimes there's some days, for some reason, your parry's working, or your prise de fer, your attack, and something's not working. It's like, you know what, if you've got something going,
Go
like,
with it.
Keep going with it. It might be different for some day for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Will you do it until it stops working? Called that one.
That was a good attack there.
So we actually we have a pretty structured way of like working with the youth fencers. So if you see them like moving the point down, we try to get them to start with the point. We want to be able to like attack without pulling their arm, and then be able to like go in and out. Usually the first couple things we teach.
Tim, your daughter looked very good in that bout.
Not too bad.
I mean, candidly, she looked more coordinated than you when you were fencing.
Thank you. I can agree with that. I have to tell something. So we've been doing virtual training at our club. Like, there's a number of amazing apps where you don't need wearable technology, and it can like track your movement, and it's like a game. Like, there's a game where lightning is coming at you from one direction. You have to move away from it, and then it comes the other direction. So you're like, we have the kids do it with their footwork.
Yeah.
And the kids that do it regularly, like their fencing, their movement has improved a tremendous amount. There was a period where Zoe was playing that lightning game every single day, and her movement, it was like incredible. Like, she would just get up in the morning and do it, and the evening she would do it.
That's amazing.
And there's a lot of really good tools online now that like can see how the kids are moving and actually give you feedback on it.
Wow.
That's the cool part.
I have to say that lightning thing, I've done it in the club, and I think it's fantastic. I'll do it a little bit after my lesson, because the little kids, I usually take a lesson early in the day so the kids are there, so it's set up, and I jump on, do it a few minutes. It's like great for coordination.
Are you Sabre fencer as well?
I am a Sabre fencer.
I had the personality, the aggressive personality for Sabre, but my feet weren't as fast enough, so I had to go back into foil.
Interesting.
Got to have really good wheels. My wheels were less good.
And I think obviously one of the first lessons when you're teaching someone Sabre, especially in the middle, is moving forward first. So all the girls, I think, are doing a really good job of like,
whoa,
we got a long attack and a little parry or post. Very nice.
How about that?
Very sophisticated.
But actually, listen, someone pulling distance, the other fencers seeing, continuing, those are great little skills to see.
So, Tim, I'm sorry. We know that coaching is a big part of the game during the bout, between the bout. Do you find that the kids, even at this age, are thinking on their own?
It depends on the kid, but I definitely think there was a lot of talk about like strip coaching and other stuff. If you're working with a kid, like, regularly, one word can convey a whole lot of meaning. You know, like if one of our coaches would say to our student like pull or something like that, the kid would know what footwork to execute to do it. I think at this age is actually really important because you want to be able to take what you're doing in practice and do it here. So be able to talk to them, you know, while they're fencing and be able to try to get, hey, we got to bring what we're doing. Because there's times we do something in practice and then we come to tournament, they're not doing it. You got to be able to say, like, hey, like, let's see your preparation steps. Let's see you do what we're doing. Kids can do incredible things if you teach them in a structured environment.
Now we see Andrew again out on the strip, probably coaching one of his youngest students.
And Manhattan Fencing does a great job with their students. You can see the same, you know, you always look for the little habits. Is the arm moving first? Look, you see her getting off the line. And guarantee they're all nervous. So I like they can all do other little moves, but I think right now they're just kind of going for it.
A lot of action in the box.
But as Jeff knows, that arm pulling saber is like one of the first things you got to make sure to fix. Because if you're pulling the arm in the middle, it's really hard to do anything. You know?
Yeah, we had some rough calls at the Olympics in 2004, if you remember.
That's a different story.
Yeah.
That's a different story.
So Jeff, you were the commentator at the Olympics for London?
London and Rio. And I hope to be back on this campus. This is the NBC campus.
Oh, I know.
My fingers are crossed that maybe I get the call for Paris. We'll see.
Maybe we should swing over there at the end of the day.
You think I should? Yeah.
Knock, knock, knock. Hello, NBC Sports. We're here.
When I came up here, I said, wait a minute. I remember this place.
Yeah. I have I will admit this. Tim and I both have inside tracks on NBC because we have partners who work there.
Aha.
So, yeah, I don't know. All I know is I know politics. That's all I know.
I know too. Is your name in the hat as well? For Paris?
Perfect.
No, No, but wouldn't that be fun?
Perfect.
That would be fun.
And guys, just to let you know, we got our first gold medal match. Y12 women's epee will be up as soon as these pools are done. I think we got a few bouts left, and then we'll be. Yeah. So if you want to have them come up here, we're gonna
So this is Y12
call their names
women's
out and
epee.
everything.
Let me write the names down so I got this down.
And Jeff, this is where we'll need your help. I'm gonna probably duck out when epee starts, then have Jillian come back in. But
that is such a typical saber fencer.
I did it. You know, it's. Even the commentary for all three reps is very different. Saber, it's not much time to say something in between. 5-touch bout, it's like even hard to like figure out, hey, what's this person doing? You know, like
yeah.
through 15s, you can really see like how things develop. Foil and epee, you have a lot more time to sort of like look what they're doing and see what's going on.
Yeah, saber, for me, I enjoy saber because of there's a nice method. It's a lot of action. Actually, I got criticized for my epee commentating, Tim. I didn't have enough backstories because there's not enough actions to call.
I was just going to say,
yeah.
It could go on forever. The bounce, dab, bounce,
I have to tell you, what we can do too is we have all kinds of stats. So we're going to look up these women's epee fencers. We're going to see if they fenced before, Jeff. What their records are against each other. We got everything now.
That's impressive.
Yes. It is impressive.
We're just using the old internet. There's a lot of information online now. You can see like pick a fencer, who they fence, what their scores are against them.
Yeah, I'm going down to Daytona for the Veterans
for the
Worlds,
vets.
and it's not easy to get information on a lot of these vets.
You can do it on this site I'll show you.
Yeah, that'll help.
Okay, so we have someone who has no results.
Maybe the name? That can't be.
It can be.
Yep, so this is Zoe's. Let's pull up Zoe's first bout here. First tournament. Oh, nice little pull.
There's clearly something wrong with mine. It's not working. Because there's no way that these women have no background.
Really important the referee see the foot crossing at this age. Correct those habits.
He's not. Is he calling it?
No, he's not. But it's actually important to call it.
Well, the fencer on the right, Zoe, your daughter, you can see that the minute the referee says fence, she jumps off the line on every action so far.
Ooh, reprise attack. That's our first reprise attack of the pool right there. Got to work on the long defense, though. So much of Sabre is the middle, so it's really where we start, and then developing the long attack and long defense.
How old were you when you started fencing, Tim?
13. Very different. I don't know what it's like to fence at 8.
And how and why did you get into fencing?
Saw a sign in my school that said, join the fencing team, get out of gym. So
that's exactly where you want to be.
Yes. I didn't really know what it was, honestly. It's a new day for fencing, though. I think most people know what fencing is now. Wouldn't you agree?
A lot more.
And people know names of fencers.
We're still a niche sport, but we're a much exponentially bigger niche than we used to be.
Yeah, even, I mean, it's not a great story, but Carlon at Worlds with the handshake and everything, everyone saw that story.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, so it's, I think in the past that would have never, no one would have cared what happened at the Fencing World Championships.
Yeah.
But it shows like the sport has certainly a new level of relevance that it didn't have before. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for the sport to grow.
You know, we've alluded to Carlon a couple of times now. We should say what exactly happened. It was a Russian fencer fencing a fencer from Ukraine, and there was a handshake incident at the end of the event, right?
Right.
And one chose not to shake with the other. The other started protesting that by sitting on her strip and not leaving.
The complication to that is that during the COVID era, it was accepted a tapping of blades. And Harlan said in advance, I'm not shaking her hand, but I will do the tap of blades. Which, from a standpoint of what's going on in the world, that's pretty good. That's
Completely.
a good. I would say that's a good gesture.
I mean, we still don't really shake hands. In American fencing, you basically
we still tap. Yeah,
we tap or you fist bump.
Yeah.
I've not been to an event where you've shaken hands yet.
But the problem is that the FIE, the International Fencing Federation, before the World, sometime earlier in the year, had reinstated the old rule that the tapping is no good anymore.
Right.
So everyone wanted to criticize the FIE, but the FIE made it clear these are the rules.
Right.
It's a very complicated case, and I don't want to defend one side or the other. I'm just glad that it got worked out that Harlan is going to be in the Olympics. I think that's the right ending here.
Exactly.
Okay. In 5 minutes, we will have our first gold medal match, Y12 Women's FA. Katerina Baracco versus Olivia Bascom. That will be in 5 minutes on the final score.
I did not expect that to be that loud.
Neither did we. So Tim,
we're gonna just so you know, when we're done with our gold medal matches, we try to do our medal ceremony right away. So I'm going to tell everybody in the 8, we want to, while people are still there, get the 8 up there
immediately.
And we're going to bring while they're getting ready, we bring the gold medal fencer over to do an interview.
Okay.
So we started this last year, and then U.S. Fencing started doing it at the NAC, which they should do. So a lot of this is like trying to be aspirational for the sport.
That's great, Tim.
And I think these are, we got
close to the end.
Close to the end here.
Yeah. Well, that's Zoe, isn't it? No, Zoe's sitting.
Yeah. I like when you watch someone enough, you know their movement. I don't need to see the name.
Right.
Like I can see Keith Smart or Ivan or any of those, even the foil guys. Like there's just a distinctiveness to the movement. It's really a cool part of the sport.
Yep.
Even folks taught by the same coach, it's like they have just different. I don't know. It's cool.
Even the way they get on guard, you could tell.
And Ivan Lee is here as well. He's a college coach now. We're going to try to bring him in too. And and president of U.S. Fencing, amongst other things.
Yes, he's the president, or
he's
the
busy
chairman
guy.
of the board.
Sometimes you, what's the word? When you get something, then you don't anticipate how much it's going to be.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things.
Overextended?
Not overextended.
A bit off more than you can chew. I don't know.
I don't know that, but I think he's getting used to everyone in fencing coming up to him to give him their 2 cents on everything. I don't envy that you know, you gotta have a lot of patience.
Ivan has a great attitude, and I'm sure he'll be a great president. So Tim, you were a late bloomer, right? When did you really break through?
I would say my sophomore year of college was the first time I really showed something, honestly. I took 10th at NCAAs after not even making it like the first year. Trying to see what bout we're on right now. I think that's...
is that a Kari and Trinity?
Maybe, yes. So we got 3 bouts left.
That was a nice 4 riposter. Did you see that? First one I seen, that was a beauty.
That's a nice...
She keeps looking back at her coach. That is sometimes a problem. Like when your coach is yelling at you during the event, you stop and you think. Like when you're young enough, you don't keep your eye on the prize. You turn your head and you.
I think we're coming up on our final 2 bouts here. And then we're going to get our women's épée bout underway.
In this gigantic field house, how many strips do you have?
36 strips, 37 strips.
There's 30 events over 2 days. What is that? Over 1,000 athletes?
Over 1,000 athletes. Yeah, last year we were 600 something.
That's great.
So there's a lot of tournaments now, like a lot. As a coach and a club owner, it's really, next week we do have our first international cadet tournament, and we've got weeks where we got coaches in like multiple countries, different regional things, so.
Because your cadet fencers will start traveling?
Yeah, we have right now our club, Sean, Kim, and Robert, I think are number 1, number 2 in the country in cadet, maybe 1 or 3. Was rolling in other stuff, but so we're got a lot of road trips.
How young do they start going to these cadet events?
14's usually the youngest, if you're able to do something when you're 14.
I think you have some foilists, some foil women that were traveling last year that are maybe might have been younger. Iris Yang, maybe? She was super young, but she's fantastic.
And I presume the parents, they always have a parent accompany them, Tim? Yeah?
Yeah. I think these are both the undefeated fencers in the pool here.
Uh-oh. Be patient, be patient. Oh!
Little stages attack there.
The fencer on the right's going to look 4 again. See?
Oh!
Yeah.
Disconnect.
This is good, though, because you know what? They know how to disengage and do action, so. Oh, actually really nice from Lamb Tap. She went 4 into 3.
Simul.
Tim, on the way over to the booth here, I took a look at a lot of the really good referees here today.
Yeah, we
top refs.
We brought some folks in.
Yeah.
It's actually really important the youth have strong refereeing.
That had been one of the complaints in the past, that young and inexperienced refs were given to the younger kids. And the parents are complaining, so they deserve good refs as well. Why do we get all the inexperienced ones?
Good bout there by Lamb.
Excellent bout.
Good sportsmanship.
Yep.
Both fencers do a really nice job. So we have 1 match left in our Y8 women's saber, and then we're going to be on to Y12 épée. I'm going to make some announcements, so I'm going to let you guys talk for a little bit.
The Y8 could come right back for their final, which is only 7.
Yes, they're going to go pretty quick. So we might be back for these finals.
In like a minute.
I'm going to make some blasty announcements right now. Okay. If you guys are joining us, it's the 9 State Cup. We are here in Stamford, Connecticut at Chelsea Piers. This is the final match of the Y8 women's pool, girls pool. And then we're on to our first finals, Y12 women's épée.
Yes. Live from Chelsea Piers, I am Lisa Marsh, and we are here with, I'm not going to hold it up because we are not on the camera, Jeff Buchantz, who is far more experienced than myself at doing this kind of thing.
I've done it a couple of Olympics.
A couple of Olympics.
I worked for the FIE for their live stream since 2017. And it's something I really enjoy. It was just the evolution.
But you come at this naturally because you were a nationally ranked fencer. You were an internationally ranked fencer.
I was a good fencer. I made a couple world teams, no Olympic teams. I was actually probably a better referee. I refereed in 2 Olympics and 7 worlds. And then as I got older, I was team captain from 2003 to 2008. And it seems that the older I get, the further they move me away from the strip. And now all I can do is talk about it now, and I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, well, now let me ask you, did you become a better fencer when you started refereeing?
I think there's a synergy. My dad told me about this. My old coach, Chaba Eltesh, said the same thing. You're relocating your perspective. And when you started refereeing, you could see certain things that you thought you would get. And now that you're looking at it, you say, now I know why the ref didn't give it to me. So I definitely believe there is a synergy between the two. And when I teach the referee course to the young kids, it's one of the things that they definitely understand.
Is it something that you would recommend, like a high-level fencer to take the training?
I would say so. I think it's very good to referee, put yourself on that side in the referee's shoes, and I think it will help you. Some people like myself love it. Some people absolutely hate it.
Right.
But you should try it.
Right. I also think, I know this to be the case. Fencing is an expensive sport, right? If you have parents who support you, that's wonderful. This music is a little loud. Anyway, he's getting ready to announce a final. That's why it's loud.
We're getting hyped up.
It's getting all hyped up.
It's exciting.
It is.
And
so I was going to say, like, a lot of younger fencers will start refereeing because that allows them to travel around and make some money, and they'll be brought into a town to do an event. They can fence at the event, and they can also referee at the event.
It's interesting you say that. When I hold these referee seminars, usually
you say don't do that.
No, the opposite. The kids are usually in their teens, a lot of high schoolers.
Right.
And I say at the beginning, why are you here? And they'll sheepishly say, oh, I want to learn the rules. Oh, I want to become a better fencer. Oh, I wanted this, I wanted that. And I always wait for the one person who's going to tell the truth.
Right.
He goes, well, I want to get involved, I want to make money. I said, okay, now with a show of hands, how many of you are here because part of the reason you're here, you want to make money? And everyone's hands go right up. And it's funny because when I was reffing, it was heresy to say that.
Right.
I was once
I'm sure.
I was a hot young referee.
But wait, you were supposed to be doing it for the love of the sport?
For the love of the sport. Oh, well, I probably shouldn't say what I'm going to say, so I won't. But this I will say. When I had a choice when I was like 20 years old. I lived in Queens, New York. There was a tournament in the city, and there was a tournament at Penn State. So I asked one of the head refs at the time, well, how much do they pay at these things? I figured it was a reasonable question before I drive 5 hours to Penn State.
Right.
And he goes, how dare you ask that question? You should never ask that question, because then you'll get the reputation of being a fencing mercenary. I said, oh my God. I
feel like I would want to be known as a fencing mercenary. Are you kidding me? That feels like the badass thing to do, pardon my expression, but
I will say one of the things I'm most proud of in my fencing career, when I was chair of the Referees Commission, then known as the Fencing Officials Commission, a referee would go to a 4-day NAC.
Right.
How much do you think the referee made for those 4 days?
Oh, $100.
It was $40 a day per diem, times 4, it's $160.
Right.
Your parking at the airport wasn't covered, your transportation to and from wasn't covered, your food wasn't covered.
When was this?
$160 back in 2002.
Okay.
I went on, thanks to the then president, Stacey Johnson, great president, I had her support. Peter Burchard and I got together and we put together a plan, and we said, okay, if you raise the entry form for a NAC by $10 and put it into a pool, now we'll have a pool like this. We can pay the referees $120, based on what their level was. And we were told, no, if you do that, then if you raise it by 10%, the entry fee, 10% of the entries will go down. I said, no, that's
not happen.
It doubled.
Yeah.
And they're still underpaid. And that was the beginning of when referees got paid. It was 2003, I believe. We used to get paid almost nothing.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy. And
$40 is like jury duty money, which doesn't even count.
And not reimbursing you for your taxi to and from the hotel and the side and this and that.
Or getting there.
You're barely breaking even.
You're definitely not. And
you're paying to be there.
You're paying to be there, and you're there 4 days away from your work and your family.
Standing on a strip usually on a concrete floor for 8 hours a day.
And getting yelled at in many different languages.
The parents screaming at you.
All I could say, my dad used to tell me that the definition of a referee, you walk into the gym as perfect.
Right.
You leave that day being called incompetent or unscrupulous. And then he said to me, the life of the referee is an ever-decreasing concentric circle until there's nobody left that loves you, because everyone remembers the one call you made that affected them.
Against them.
And it's true. And I'll give you the perfect story. It was in my book. I refereed the 1996 Olympic
that was a nice reprieve, by the way.
Let's check this out.
Zoe Morehouse had.
And a repose by Zoe. She's got game.
She's
Yeah,
got game.
She's
she
got
can pull
game.
short.
I love her footwork.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start playing the lightning game more often, because if that's what it does for you, I'm in.
So I'll just tell a story quickly.
Yes, yeah.
Frank Baudin of France was facing Puccini of Italy, who won the gold medal.
Right.
Baudin lost. This was 1996. 8 years later at the Athens Olympics, when I was team captain, I ran into Baudin, put out my hand and say, "Hi, I'm Jeff Buchanan. Do you remember me?" He goes, "Of course I remember you. You did an excellent job in Atlanta in 1996, but you made one very bad mistake against me." And my dad's, exactly what my dad said was true. You always remember the mistake. Yep.
Forever. I mean, that's, what was that, like 9 years later?
8 years later to the day.
Later.
Yep.
Sometimes referees can redeem themselves, though, if they make a really good call.
I mean, your job is not to please the fencers,
Exactly,
though. Your
yeah.
job is to do the job.
Exactly.
We
You
wanted
know, to be fair.
You said it. The job of the referee is to maintain a level playing field.
Right.
That's the key to the whole thing. Whether
Right.
it's how you call the actions, how you call the rules, how you let the coaches get involved. And I will say, when I first became a referee, I was still a competitor. I did
Right,
both at the same
right.
time. I was competitive. I wanted to
gotta be hard.
I wanted to be the best referee. I had an attitude. I had an ego. I had an edge. And then, as I got older, I said, it's not about me, it's about the fencers, and you had to check your ego at the door, which is
Right.
something you have to learn that.
It's hard. I'm sure. I'm sure it's hard. And here we go.
Do you think it's more difficult to referee the younger kids or the senior level Olympic fencers, where maybe their actions are a little bit clearer?
And they know more.
I think sometimes it's difficult with the younger kids because, let's just be candid about this, the kids are young. There could be tears afterwards. The coaches could be yelling and screaming. The parents can get involved. There's this dynamic that exists. On the other hand, when I was refereeing at the Olympics, you know that if you make one serious mistake, your reputation and career is flushed down the toilet.
Right.
So it's really nerve-wracking.
It's on
there.
a world stage.
Yes.
Everyone's watching. It's being videoed 6 ways to Friday.
And we didn't have video replay back then.
Right.
Oh.
There
And-
was no.
No, there's no replay. If we had replay my entire career, I would have a much lesser opinion of myself when I realized that how many mistakes I actually did make. Because
But if you were making those mistakes, everyone was making those mistakes. It was a universal.
the key to being the best referee is to make the least amount of mistakes. That's just the key. You can't be
Correct.
perfect. You can't be perfect.
Up, the hype music is up again.
All right, we have
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our Y12 Women's FA finalists.
Y12 Women's Epee.
From Wang Lee, Katerina Baraka.
Okay, so Katerina Barocco.
Finalist. Her opponent from New York Fencing Academy, Olivia Voskov.
Let's go, Olivia Voskov. She does not seem as hyped as Katerina. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about Katerina.
The referee is Nick Bentley.
She has had 3 gold medal wins so far this season.
We interviewed her last year at this event.
Because she had a gold medal win here last year. It's October, so they've been competing for like 5 weeks. I mean, the season starts at the end of August. So she's competed She's been competing quite a bit. I mean,
It's every weekend.
she's been on it ever since the season started in the middle of August. Right, so she's got 3 golds, 2 bronzes, 2 5th through 8 finishes. She's loaded. Let's see what we've got here with Voskov.
It is fun to read the body language
Ugh, and this thing does not.
before a bout starts to see how someone might be feeling or if they're being having a poker face.
There's no question about it. And if you look at Baraka, she's loosey-goosey and loving life, enjoying it, and embracing it. Now, she's much taller.
Right.
Much taller. That's a huge advantage in epee. There's no getting around it. And then let's see how she uses that
So
advantage.
yeah, let's talk about the body types, because so we were saying earlier, like in foil, the smaller you are, the smaller your. Oh, I don't know how to do that. You know how to. You're the only one. Sorry, guys. We're gonna have to do a technical switcheroo here. The body types in epee, it's better if you're taller, right? Because you've got longer reach. But I mean, I find that epee fencers are often very, very tall, very, very lanky.
Epee fencers are very tall and lanky. It's a huge advantage. The shorter
of the
fencer,
reach.
the shorter fencer has to get inside. Try to imagine you're a boxer, and one has a huge wingspan, the other not.
Right.
You have to get inside with your footwork or by taking the blade.
Right, right.
It's a huge advantage. On the other hand, the shorter fencer could be a lot quicker on their feet.
Right, and zip in underneath, right?
Exactly.
Toe touches. So in épée fencing, the field is the entire body, from tip to toe.
It's from tip to toe, whoever hits first. It's derivative of the old duel.
Right.
And
in this, and this is the only event where they can both get a light and they both get the point.
that's correct. You can have a double touch here. It has to hit, I believe, within 1/25th of a second.
Which we can't count, but the light will tell us.
The light will tell us.
Before electric, I don't know how they figured that one out.
And let's watch the ebb and flow of this bout and to see how Baratko uses that length and reach advantage.
I mean, it seems to me that Voskov is lighter on her feet and a little more aggressive at this point.
Yes.
Now these bouts will go until the light goes off, or they will go, the period is 3 minutes. So they could literally be doing this for 3 minutes and no one gets a light.
Actually, that's correct.
And why would they want to, though? That's crazy. I would want to go for the jugular right away. But this is hard. So talk about the grip in the épée, because it's different.
Well, they both have here pistol grips, so actually after 1 minute there's non-combativity.
Oh, so they've got trouble.
So I wanted to say that.
That's a new rule, right?
It's been going on for about 10, 15 years, I believe. The rule constantly changes.
It evolves,
If there's
right?
no touches for 1 minute, now that
They both get warned.
they both get warned.
Ready, fence.
In épée, what is the advantage of waiting?
Well, the way I look at it is, if I'm the slightly weaker fencer, it's to my advantage to wait and not rush. The whole birth of non-combativity came at the World Championships between a Hungarian team that 3 of the top 16 in the world against an Estonian team that only had 1. So the Estonian team tried with their 2 weaker fencers to score no touches. There was no rule of non-combativity at the time. It was a great tactic, not a new tactic.
Up 2 lights.
So there's a double touch, and now they have another minute before they would have the second.
At the beginning of September with Jeanette Starks-Faulkner, who is, an incredible fencer. But she's a foil fencer, and she was fencing saber just for practice. And she gets out on the strip with me, and she does this swiggles thing at me. And I said, "What the heck is that? What was that?" And she said, "It's a circle 6." I've never seen a circle 6. I'm a saber fencer, and she's using her foil on me.
For me, I was a circle 4 guy. That came natural. Circle 6 was not.
Yeah.
And when I went up against a fencer who did it, it threw me for a loop a little bit in
Right,
foil.
right,
Yeah.
right.
It wasn't natural to me. Now that's the first single touch.
Single touch.
There were 4 doubles, which is somewhat surprising because with Baratko's length, you figure she's not going to allow the other one to double her 4 in a row.
She's not been very aggressive. I mean, I got to tell you, I think that Olivia Voskov has been very aggressive.
Ready, fence.
There you go. There's the length for you.
They have a straight lunge right in the middle.
Ready, fence.
Oh, double.
Wow.
So in this, in a final in this, tell me how it goes. Is it timed? Is it points?
Well, you have 3 minutes. These go to 15.
Yes.
So it goes to 15. So it's 3 3-minute
Periods.
periods with a 1-minute break.
Or it might not go to 15.
Nope. And in saber, not in foil and up, in saber, they don't keep time.
Right.
But they do have a break at 8,
8.
which is halfway,
Yes.
which is fair, to give the fencers a chance to catch their breath, get a drink, speak to their coach, regroup.
Ready, fence.
So the question I have is why in foil and épée is not the same, because many foil and épée bouts could be ended in the first period or 14-2.
Right.
Why shouldn't they be given
Why shouldn't
the
they get a
same-
break at the time,
Why
right.
shouldn't they get the same?
And the break can sometimes determine who wins the bout based on what their coach tells them
If
at
you're
the break.
allowed to,
Yeah.
if you reset yourself, for sure.
Another
Okay,
double.
so we're getting a lot of points here.
So here it's 10-7. So
I mean, we're in the first period.
it's a lot of points. It's not going to end in this period, but what's happened now with the 3-touch differential for Baratko, that's causes Voskov to have to push. And when she pushes, Baratko can just retreat and
Yes.
double like that.
Yeah.
So 3 touches doesn't sound like a huge advantage, but in épée with a tall fencer like that, it's a gigantic advantage.
It's a make or break,
Yeah.
right? Okay, this period is going to end momentarily. They're just not engaged, so it's the end of the period. 11-8, so they've got a 1-minute break to regroup.
If you were one of their coaches, what would you tell them? For example, for Vaskov, what would you tell her in order to make a comeback?
Well, Baratko doesn't have to attack anymore. She could sit back. So what I'm going to tell Vaskov is you're going to have to push. You're going to have to push her to the end of her side of the strip, and with no intention of attacking, and trying to draw her out when she's pushed down there. So then becomes a game of cat and mouse. That might happen once, and then Baratko's going to say, okay, I'm not letting you push me the next time. But I would say you have to push, but not expose yourself to that double. Try to draw something out and make an action.
It looks like we've got, I don't know if that's a coach or a mom with Baratko. And Vaskov, same story. I think, it could be a coach mom.
That looks like a coach on the right, and that looks like just a plain mom on the
But she looks just like her.
Oh, you're right.
They're identical.
I'm going, it's both moms.
I think we've got coach moms on both sides.
Yep.
And is that rare? I mean, normally at this level, wouldn't you think there'd be coaches with them?
I would think so.
I would think so,
Yeah,
too.
we see a lot of coaches here. Places teeming with coaches.
Yeah.
All right,
And they're not teammates.
They're not teammates. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought. So now, if I'm Baratko, I'm not going to give up ground too easily because she knows what the opponent wants to do. See, okay, here, this is the plan here. You push and try to draw her out. And that's what I wouldn't do.
That's the double again.
Yeah, that's what I wouldn't do.
Come on.
You can't afford to do that anymore because we're getting to the end of the bout here.
A lot of times I see fencers kind of repeating a pattern over and over again, even if it's not working.
Yeah.
In epee, yeah.
You can do it in a 15-touch bout 2 times, maybe 3. In a 5-touch bout, no more than once. You can't keep doing the same action if it's not working.
We're seeing her change a little bit here. She went backward and
She made a parry. She made a parry.
She made a parry,
Yeah.
but Baratko's still like letting her push her down the strip and waiting for her. In epee, the footwork's a little different. You see them bouncing up and down. Can you explain
You're trying to
that?
time your opponent's step. Like saber, you don't see that bouncing. They're just going back and forth 100 miles an hour. Foil, you do see some bouncing a little bit. But yes, as far as the bouncing in epee, I think it's because you're just trying to time your opponent. That's. See, 2 of the last 3 actions have been counterattacks by Vaskov, and that's gonna signal the end of the bout very soon. She can't afford to do that anymore.
When something's not working, change it.
Yeah.
My coach used to tell me the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
That is true.
But it's easy to get caught up in that when you're so determined for something to work.
Yeah.
So looking at the statistics, Vaskov has only had 2 medals so far this season. So she is definitely coming into this as the underdog, and
Here's your winner.
we have a winner.
All right, give it up for our
Katarina
Good fight.
gold
Baratko.
medalist, Baratko. Clap it up, clap it up.
Very happy.
Baratko is very happy. She is saluting the entire world, the entire group, which is lovely.
So Vaskov did a nice job there. It's 15-12. And I would say that what changed this bout, all those early doubles were a little surprising that it was that close. But the minute Baratko opened it up a little bit, then it became very difficult for the shorter Vaskov to come back. She needed to take the blade, and she didn't.
Okay.
Looks like we have an interview. Okay.
Women's saber fencers, please go to Bravo 6.
All right, Miss Katarina Baratko. The camera's right there, but you don't need to look at it. You can look at both of us, but I'm gonna have you start with any questions.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
Awesome
much.
bout. It's nice to see you as much smiling now as beforehand. When you got up there, it seemed to us you were very loosey-goosey, not a care in the world. How did you approach this bout?
Well, I friends the girl. She's my really good friend, Olivia Vaskov. Hi, if you're watching. And I just knew how to beat her. I had to fence her multiple times before. So I was ready. I was prepared. Like, I knew what I was doing.
So we were a little surprised early on. There were a lot of doubles. Were you surprised about that as well?
Not at all. In the beginning, it typically takes me more time to figure out what to do.
Okay, and then in the middle of the bout, you opened it up. You got the 3-touch lead.
Yeah.
Once you had the 3-touch lead, I was saying what Vasco's strategy should be, but what was your strategy?
For me, I realized if I keep playing defense, it wasn't going to work because I just kept blocking, but I wasn't able to reach it, so I just played offense a bit more.
Is it easier or harder to fence someone who you know really well, who's your friend?
In my opinion, I find it easier because I'm really smart. I like to think of myself I like to think logically. So typically, when I go on the strip, I could like sense their fear, and I know what to do. I'd rather fence someone I know than someone I don't know.
You sense their fear?
Yes.
That's like a wild animal. That's pretty impressive. Now, I never liked fencing friends. When I was on the fencing strip, everyone was my enemy. They're not my friend. When you're on the strip, is she your friend or your enemy?
Now that, it's really complicated. Outside the strip, you could befriend them, but on the strip, it's every man for themselves. That's the way I like to look at it.
That's the right attitude. Good for you.
So you're going to win a cup tonight. What are you going to do with this cup once you get it? Are you going to drink water out of it? Are you going to put it above your bed?
Last year, I won, I think it was Y12, and I already have one of these. And I have it on this like shelf I have in my room with my medals. And I have one trophy on there from last year, and now I'm gonna have another one. So I like to like display my stuff. It makes me feel really proud.
And what's next for you? What is your next goal with fencing?
My goal is to do well in nationals this year. I'm going to Y14 tomorrow, so hopefully I do well there. And I really just want to do well in nationals and get my national ranking up. I'm already first regional, so you know.
Congratulations! Awesome job.
Thank you
and
so
good
much.
luck. Good luck.
Yeah,
at the
go get your
514.
medal.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Bye.
Ilyas Sasi and Zaid
While I was gone, I'm not sure if people talked to you about your book that we have over here, but I was just curious about your process of writing a book about fencing and your process.
When my father Dan was alive, I wanted to write a book about trying to follow in his footsteps and the very difficult journey it was for me because he was great. He was a 4-time Olympic fencer. If not for World War II, he would have probably been a 6-time Olympic fencer. He was a 5-time Olympic referee. He was great. I was not great. And it was a very difficult journey to try to follow in his footsteps and accomplish all of what he had done. And while I was writing the book, you asked me how I did it. It was very episodic. I was writing a chapter about this, a chapter about that. I did nothing tied together until one chapter in the book. And in that chapter, I learned that everything I had pursued to win all the hardware he had won was the wrong thing. I should have been trying to be the software like him and be the person he was, because that's not who I was. Baratko.
Katerina Baratko won Y12 Women's Epee. She's from Wang Lai International Fencing Club. And then second place, we had Olivia Vaskov. Look her up. Yeah, New York Fencing Academy.
So are you a epee fencer?
I'm a saber fencer.
A saber fencer.
Yeah, but I really liked what you said about hardware versus software, because when I was fencing in my career, like it's really easy to worry about the hardware and say, oh, I want this medal, I want this ranking, I want this and this in my fencing career, and that's the goal. But I found that my fencing became a lot better when I started having more software goals, where I'd say, okay, my goal this tournament is to work on this specific action. And those are what you can control.
Yeah.
The hardware is really, every day is different. There are a lot of factors in that.
Yeah.
But once you start focusing on the things you can control, everything becomes easier and you're much more zen, and you realize you're making accomplishments without the medals.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's very tough because you do want to win the medals. We can't deny that.
You
right?
can't deny that.
We want the prize. And I remember when you used to come into the Fencers Club, the night after you won a tournament, you come crowing in and everything and strutting and your stuff. And then if you had a bad Sunday at a tournament, you came sort of sheepishly in and went up and changed and stretched or whatever. The key is, I think, you want to have more in your life so that your happiness or sadness in life is not solely determined by your result on a fencing strip. I found that my greatest success happened, once I got a little bit older and I had other things in my life and I was successful in business and everything. And this wasn't the only thing that I cared about. It was just an additional thing.
Oh, I 100% agree. I always had a lot of hobbies growing up, so fencing wasn't my only thing because it makes it a lot better if you lose, because then oh, I'm still doing well in these other areas.
Well, that's great.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our Y12 women's MMA East.
Okay, thanks, So where do you fence?
I fenced at Cornell. I was the captain of the team at Cornell University, and then I graduated last year. And for the last year, I've been coaching, commentating like this, but I haven't
Do you like
competed.
commentating? I like commentating.
I really like commentating, and it's making me relearn my love for the sport.
So did you compete in the Ivy League championships?
Yeah, that was wild.
Weren't you particularly impressed with the head referee at that event?
Yeah, Ariana.
No, it's me.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about Ariana as a coach and a referee.
I've been on the Olympic floor a number of times, and I find that the excitement and tension, the dynamic at the Ivy League Championship is unlike any event I've ever seen.
Yeah, for sure. What's wild about the Ivy League Championship is everyone brings a different noisemaker from the different schools. So Harvard has a big drum, Yale brings a bunch of trumpets. At Cornell, we had my teammate Esther, who was like louder than an entire team, and we gave her a megaphone, and she was our noisemaker. And we don't have a men's team at Cornell, or at least we don't have a NCAA men's team. We have a men's club team. So when we traveled to Ivy League Championships, we were the smallest team because we didn't have that extra cheering for with the men there. So that was a challenge, but we overcame it, and we had that girl power coming together.
Are you able to train with the men's club team?
Yeah, the men's club team would train with us, and they were excellent.
They were good.
To train. Yeah, they were so good, and it would make me really wish that they had their own varsity team because they would win club championships, and they'd compete against other Div 1, Div 2, Div 3 teams, and it's just the funding and kind of like how everything falls together.
It was a Title IX thing. I remember
Title IX thing.
I remember in my time, Cornell did have a pretty good men's foil team, a men's team as well, and then in the 70s. I don't know when it was disbanded, but maybe in the 80s sometime.
But recently, Brown lost their men's NCAA team as well. So it's kind of a consistent theme. But it's kind of hard to see because the women's team would get all these warm-ups bought for them, and then we'd get all our transportation taken care of, and we'd try to raise money for the men and make sure they were also taken care of as well, and they had hotels, and it got better over the years. But they were really great to train with, and we're still friends with all of them, and they added a lot to the team dynamic. But I really miss fencing. I don't miss the time and money that it took to compete, but I wish that I could just be teleported into competing without having to commit every day to training for hours and using my whole paycheck to travel.
I would like to compete again, but the body says no. My rotator says no. But by chance, I'm going to Daytona to commentate at the Veteran World Championships in 2 days. And I looked at the rank list, and there's a lot of people there that I used to compete against in the 70s and 80s and early 90s, and they're still doing it. And like I went on to play tennis and golf. The fencing career ended, but every time I'm out here, my whole life, I said, I would love to get out there because that was my home. I'm sure you feel the same way.
Yeah, it's actually crazy because the body and the mind can kind of forget what it felt like. But I was coaching the Marymount women's team for high school, and the other coach was a woman who I looked up to growing up in fencing, and Loe Diedro, and I watched her fence Meryl Zagunas. And we fenced each other for the high school girls, and all of a sudden I was screaming. It was a practice match, and I forgot what it was like to scream and feel passionate, and she was screaming too, and she's like, I don't know where that came from, but we didn't even finish the bout because her shoulder popped out.
Oh.
And she had to put it back in, but but it's really nice to remember what it feels like because it's like a person that lives inside of you that doesn't come out very often. And it's nice to meet them again and say, oh yeah, I remember that like really passionate like monster that lives in there, when usually I'm pretty calm and collected.
Well, when I was a competitor, the Los Angeles Times once called me the John McEnroe of fencing. And if you know who John McEnroe was, if you don't, go to YouTube and look at some of his temper tantrums.
I love it.
Yeah.
You'd have temper tantrums?
Oh, well, I mellowed as I got older. But
So we are looking at the direct eliminations for Y8 Women's Saber. I don't know. Who do we have up right now? Oh, you need to change this.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Ready? Fence.
These will be.
Ready?
Oh my goodness, look at that. It looks like we are. I don't.
Fence. Out.
Oh,
Ready? Fence.
Oh, we're good. Because it's pools.
Ready? Fence.
It's pools.
I think we are
Okay,
seeing Leonie Steinberg-Luo and Akari Tominari. Looks like Tominari is on the right-hand side. Akari, she is aggressive.
And this is Y8, so they only go to 10 points.
Oh, fire!
So we're at the end of the bout.
the saber touches come in bunches.
But it continues. 7-9. She started a little early. They're going to back her up. Get back on your line. Simultaneously. So these are women from the same club. So they are probably training together, so they're probably using all the same tactics, correct?
They are definitely, and also wearing the same Tim Morehouse blue socks.
And they can't have anyone coach them because they're teammates.
And we have an 8-9 situation. It's going to go tight.
Because they're both just kind of trying to get touches in the middle.
Oh my goodness.
When that happens, someone has to get out of the box.
Someone's going to have to mix it up here.
And when I say the box,
and it looks like she did.
When I say the box, I'm talking about the space between those two blue lines that you see. Those are called the on guard lines.
It's 4 meters.
So it appears that we have a winner. That is Akari. Akari has won. So that means we're going to move on to the next bout. So, you know, we on this broadcast, you know, you can leave comments in our chat, and we will answer any questions you have on fencing, any questions about the fencers. If we know the answers, we're happy to give them to you. So please feel free to jump right into the chat and give us some questions and or comments. We've got a clap, or I'm sorry, we've got a wave. We've got a hello, and then we've got a let's go Chloe Chen, but we have not seen Chloe Chen yet on the strip. I think Chloe Chen is a Tim Morehouse Y10 fencer, and I bet we'll see her later this afternoon.
And we'll cheer her on.
And we'll cheer her on.
Behalf.
We'll pass Melitza Lev, we will pass along your message. Oh, goodness. It's so much pressure, right?
A lot of pressure for these youngsters. Meanwhile, it's nice to be inside here at the Chelsea Piers gym because the rain outside was just...
Oh, is it raining?
Is it still raining?
We got here so early, it wasn't raining.
Oh, my God. It was unbelievable. I almost had to pull over the car. It was really bad. These last 10 days or so, it's a lot of rain. So it's nice to be in here, nice and dry.
Yeah, the Northeast is a very rainy place lately.
Yeah.
But
fencing's great because it's an indoor sport.
yeah, fencing is always an indoor sport.
Have you ever seen an outdoor fencing bout at a tournament?
I haven't, but my dad told me they used to have it. And when they did have it, and it was like 2 out of 3 bouts, they would switch sides because of the sun.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
Of course,
yeah.
like in tennis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I was at a junior women's saber cup in Costa Rica, and it was in an arena that was open air.
Oh.
It had kind of a roof, but for the most part it was outdoors, and it was so humid that it was really hard to compete because you're wearing 5 layers. I'm exaggerating, you're wearing like 3 layers, but it feels like 5 layers, and you're sweating, and it's humid, and people were just drinking so much water, and it was difficult. So I'm thankful for indoor fencing.
Well, I remember the 1988 National Championships in Harvey, Illinois. It was in an unair-conditioned, I believe it was 88, unair-conditioned place, and it was brutal.
Ooh.
It was bad.
Yeah.
How have you seen fencing change over the years as a whole? What are some of the trends you've been seeing?
Well, the number one trend is what we're seeing right now is that kids are starting at 8.
Right, they didn't used to do that.
I started at 15. I was number 2 in the country. I was 31. By the time they're 31, these kids are long retired from fencing.
Yeah.
So they started earlier. I'll tell you the number one difference. In my time, I'm not saying this for all the athletes, we were looking to make the team. Make the team, whatever happened, happened. Now people aren't looking to make the team. They're looking to win the gold medal. The mindset changed completely.
Yeah.
So this lady here on the right, of course nobody has jackets, so I can't tell you who it is. I believe it's Eliana Lou, maybe? Or Hermione, I don't know. I don't know which one. But so this woman here on the right, she keeps pulling back. She keeps missing her opportunity to go forward. She's pulling back.
That's trouble in Sabre.
That's trouble
I can
in
tell
Sabre.
she's getting a little upset.
Well, it's 5-1 at the break.
Yeah, it's tough, but you have to not let your emotions get into the bout.
Is she crying?
Just a little bit. But that's kind of how you learn how to be zen and not let things get to you. We were talking to Coach Mohammed about, or Coach Mustafa about Eli being down at the World Championships and still saying, it doesn't matter, I can still keep going, but that takes so much to learn.
You've got to learn mental toughness, and it helps with everything. I mean, it's something that you use for work and life and school and obviously sport.
And even dealing with a bad call by the referee at the worst possible time.
Mental
toughness.
toughness.
You have to deal with it.
But I've been saying if I started fencing at this age, I don't know if I could have continued with it because I would get too frustrated. But you have to stick with
back
it.
out. Oh.
You have to stick with it, and you have to succeed against. Oh, she pulled her arm back again.
She's doing it.
You have to succeed against your peers. You shouldn't go at a level that you're not ready for yet.
And sometimes you're just competing against yourself and not against the person in front of you. She needs more movement.
I was going to say,
with
it's
her feet.
hard to understand what you should be doing if she's coming right at you and you're not up there with her. But she got another point, so good for her.
And you can see her body language is getting more frustrated with her arm kind of swinging in the middle.
I think she
pulled her arm back there.
Yeah.
She gave up a little bit.
You have to relax.
She's still upset.
But it's hard, yeah.
Poor sweet thing. It's okay. Tears are okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I cried.
I want to cry for
in
her.
fencing.
I could tell you that some of my calls as a referee caused fencers to cry.
Aww.
Yeah. Did you ever have anyone like throw a chair at you or something?
A couple times. So one time Stefano Cerioni, I was refereeing a match between Italy and Russia for the gold medal in Cuba at a World Cup. And I didn't see it because it was behind me, but some of the American fencers told me he picked up a chair behind me. He was going to hit me over the head with it.
So that would have been black card forever.
I mean, that was
life black card.
Unbelievable.
And when we talk about cards, yellow card is a warning, right? Can result in a loss of a point. Red card is...
Yellow card's a warning. The red card will be the loss of a point.
Okay, the red card is the loss of a point.
In soccer, you're thrown out of the game, but for us, it's just a point.
Yeah.
And a black card means you're out.
Out of here.
You're out of here.
And for how long? It depends.
It depends. I mean,
if you threw a chair at a ref, you'd be banned for life, probably.
That would probably be banned for life. But the Cerioni, who I spoke to you about, Olympic champion, he made a vulgar gesture at the World Championship final, and he was black carded and suspended for a whole year.
Right.
So I've seen it happen. He came back the next year and won the Olympic championship, by the way.
I know that there were parents during COVID. There were very specific rules about who could be inside, who could be near the strip, whatever. I know that there were parents that were getting black carded left and right because they would overstep. They'd get in the face of people. It was maybe not left and right, but I am aware of some parents who got black carded and were asked to leave the premises.
All I could say is
that was fancy. Did you see that? That was in and out.
That was a good one.
Go Zoe Morehouse.
Looks like they brought some pizza.
Nice parry riposte. So Zoe Morehouse has employed that tactic regularly.
Oh, push it.
Wow. She actually is mixing it up. She attacks and she also makes riposte.
She's clearly been paying attention in class.
Yeah.
For a kid who fences twice a week. Oh.
Nice and aggressive.
Okay, now she gets a minute.
Wow.
And she's mixing it up, sister. And she's fencing against a friend, a fellow teammate, so there's not going to be any parents or coaching or anything. She's all out there on her own.
Just getting a thumbs up from
Her
Mom.
dad can't even talk to her because he is the coach.
Huh.
He's the head coach.
Who gave you the thumbs up?
Her
mom.
Oh, the mom.
Her
The mom.
gave her
Yeah.
the mom is allowed to give her the thumbs up. The dad cannot. Now she's all twisted. Okay.
I've known a lot of fencers with parents who are the coaches, and that can be great too, but sometimes when you go home, you don't want to hear about fencing anymore.
Ew.
Yeah, you don't want the post-game analysis. Enough's enough.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. I'm glad both
Well,
of
you
them-
grew up in that house.
My dad left me alone, but I'm glad my kids didn't fence because knowing my personality, I probably would have gotten black carded a few times myself.
The parental black card.
But it's funny.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, my dad didn't know anything about fencing. And if I lose, he'd try to tell me like what I did wrong, and I'm like, Dad, you don't know. He's
You
like,
don't know
well,
what happened.
He's like, well, I ran track, so I know about sports. I'm like, this isn't helping, and it made me more mad at him. But I like that he didn't know fencing because then I could go home and he could just
Be your dad.
be my dad. Yeah, but could be nice to get some analysis from him.
So do your kids do any sports?
They do sports. I remember I took my son Michael, he was like 10 years old, down to my basement where I had a fencing strip and everything. I got the electric stuff on. He takes his mask and goes, Dad, I know Grandpa fenced and I know you fenced. Would it be okay if I played another sports?
Aw.
And I said, yes, Michael. So
Nice attack from Zoe Morehouse.
And she won. She
Nice.
won the bout.
she was quite dominant there.
So what sport did your son choose?
Well, it was tennis and baseball and then ice hockey in high school.
Nice.
And so he had pretty well rounded. But I'm glad it wasn't fencing.
Yeah.
Because it would have been too difficult. So my dad never really pushed me. I didn't get much post game out of him, but I was always looking for him to be happy with what I did. So one time at a high school match, I was down 4-0, came back and won 5-4. I couldn't wait to tell him. So he comes parading into the house with the New York Times under his coat and the hat on. And I go, Dad, you wouldn't believe this. I was down 4-0, came back to win 5-4. And he goes, how'd you fall behind 4-0 in the first place?
Oh, isn't that just what a parent
He
does?
burst my bubble.
That's a killer. Okay, so we are now going into our, I think that we should be, I'm gonna say that this is the semifinals with Trinity Lamtan and Akari Tominari. Trinity is on the left from Manhattan Fencing. Her coach is with her, Andrew, hooking her up. She's got chops, this one.
She does?
Yes. I mean, Akari does as well. From Tim Morehouse, she's got her coach, Luca Ovaladze. He's my coach as well. So he coaches the youngest and the oldest. That's exciting.
I first met Andrew, the coach, Andrew Lamiansky. I was reffing at the 2002 Duel in the Desert in Las Vegas. I think he had just come to this country.
Oh, wow.
And he made a beautiful life for himself here.
I've taken classes, I've taken clinics with Andrew, and I love it. Love him. And it doesn't matter where I am, he always gives me his 2 cents on what I'm doing.
Boom. That's interesting.
Like I said, she's got chops. Uh-oh, get the baby off the course. I mean,
Oh no!
Andrew always had a lot of cologne on, and I always went up to him and said, Andrew, you are the best smelling coach in the country.
Oh, it was good cologne, not like Axe or something.
I know, you would have to
just go back
determine
a minute.
that.
Who lets the baby on the sponge?
Really? What was that?
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
But apparently baby wants to go on the strip. Go ahead.
Well, she's
That's one light. Guarded.
We're seeing some arm movement that's a little too high up, but it's kind of blocking
one
the other
light.
person. It's one light because the other person's also going towards the
blocking,
guard. You have
yeah.
to find a way to go around the other person's hand.
Oh,
Whoa,
she's
she
trying
did-
to stand and parry.
or did she not? Wasn't ready.
I think that was bold stand and parry.
Well, you see what's happening here.
Yeah.
Lampan on the left, the minute the referee says fence, is 100 miles an hour off the line.
And she is not.
She's not. So somehow she
Akari.
got 2 touches, but if this continues, you know, Lampan is going to dominate.
Yeah. Akari, you're doing fine.
I think at this age, you just have to be aggressive and finish. That's
Right.
really the most important thing in Y8.
I agree with that.
As far as
Yeah.
when I coach the younger girls, I'd always just say, be aggressive, because some of them don't want to attack or go forward, and they're worried about not hitting or whatnot. I'm like, you're not going to hit if you're worried about not hitting.
And the aggression continues at the senior level as well. They say that the person on the attack has a 75% chance of getting the point, the touch. So, but at this age, I think it's much higher than that.
It's like 90%
I
probably or
I mean,
more.
for sure.
Unless they
so.
fall short or like just don't finish, their arm misses for whatever reason. I had the opposite problem. I attacked too much. I was only aggressive, and I had to learn how to slow down,
Okay.
go backwards sometimes.
We are in the second half of the semifinal between Trinity Lamtan and Akari Tamanari. Trinity is from Manhattan Fencing, and Akari is from Tim Morehouse. And Trinity is coming in fast and furious. Come on.
And here again, she's trying the same thing over and over again, even though it's not working.
Right.
And she just needs to try, even if it doesn't work, as long as you try something new.
Which she did there. She
She
tried,
did.
She
She
tried
went
for the
in.
parry
Yeah.
and didn't get it. Okay.
But she's trying something new. She's being a little bit more aggressive.
The last two actions, she did two completely different things. So that's good to see.
Okay, so we are at 9-2. And that is bout. Trinity Lamtan makes the final.
Aw.
Akari, Andrew wants a shake.
I
Aw.
still miss the handshake, even with COVID.
No.
It was sportsmanship.
I like the handshake as well.
And there's nothing but decorum in or there should be nothing but decorum in this sport. Or that's what it's set up to be.
Even if you have to put on hand sanitizer.
Correct.
Like at the
Correct.
We used to do elbow bumps too, if we were sick.
Now it's a lot of fist bumping, right?
Yeah,
That's what everyone
that's
does.
correct.
Everything's a fist bump now.
Yeah. I mean, I've had no contact with Tim Morehouse except fist bumps for like the past 3 years.
Tim, how's it going? I got
Oh,
a handshake.
you got a
I got a
handshake.
handshake.
Yep, exactly.
All right, so we're on to a new bout with Zoe Morehouse and Hermione Kong. Zoe Morehouse on the right and Hermione on the left.
Why are we getting cadet women's?
Let me
It's not
change the
foil.
graphic.
Ready? Fence. Stop. Walk. Go. Ready?
That's not right.
Fence. Stop. Walk. Ready? Fence. Stop. Go. Walk.
So everything here is in the box. I wouldn't be surprised if the fencers don't leave the box the entire bout.
Ready? Fence.
My coach used to tell me the better fencer leaves the box.
I gotta say,
Ready?
Morehouse has quite a leap. It's beautiful. They're just
Big,
going back
huge
and
lunge.
forth. Just going back and forth.
But I think sometimes if the other person feels like they're faster than you and is putting pressure on you and making you want to
Oh.
lunge bigger, that can be detrimental because you're getting too close to them. You're running. You're not paying
Oh.
attention.
Ready? Stop. Walk. Ready?
Okay.
Fence. Stop.
Okay.
1 minute break.
Okay.
Zoe Morehouse is fast off the line against Hermione Kong. But at 4-5 at the break, they're both doing a great job.
And
So-
we have Coach Iba talking to Zoe Morehouse.
So let's just see if either one of these fencers blinks and leaves the box, because everything's in the middle. It's like flipping a coin. You get it, I get it. Who started first? Let's see if anyone employs a different tactic, because the first period at 9 touches were all pretty much the same.
Yeah. Do you think it's an accurate metaphor to compare saber fencing to rock, paper, scissors?
Sometimes, definitely sometimes.
But rock, paper, scissors, where like the speed and intensity in which you like throw the rock in the paper and like 50 other different combinations matters.
You know, when you talk about, Tim didn't say this, but he told me in the past, he used to go into about saying, I know what my first 5 moves are going to be. These are my best moves. I'm going to do 5 different things. Whatever happens, happens. Pretty interesting way to approach a bout.
I think in order to be at least a decent fencer, you can just do one thing really, really well, and that can get you pretty far. But then
Well-
you're a one-trick pony.
Well, you can't be a one-trick pony,
Oh
but
my
if you're the best at something, that's going to take you a long way.
And then from there, you're like, okay, I need some other actions that I'm good at.
Well, here we go. We have a blink.
Beautiful.
Somebody has left the box.
I love that. And Coach Iba's clapping and really happy.
Fence.
with that action.
Oh my gosh, that was an aggressive leap. Lunge, leap lunge.
A leap of faith.
Ooh.
Ooh!
You have to defend yourself now.
Yeah,
And then be
but
patient.
It was a miss.
A
So now
miss.
she's in. Oh!
Beautiful. And I mean, sometimes pulling short
That's
is defending
crazy.
yourself.
Definitely. That was a beautiful action.
Now this is an exciting bout.
For Y8, this is fire. Oh, and it does not end.
So he's taking an extra little moment to walk back and forth, which is good. It's good to take some time.
Absolutely.
It took me a long time to learn that you can slow yourself down and think.
Not only slow yourself down, you slow your opponent down.
Right.
Yeah.
I actually would like when my opponent would do that because it would give me space. Yeah.
Okay, they're back in that pattern again.
Wow, and that's it.
But Zoe had
Nice.
the chance, and she pushed it on. So now we're going to have a final between Zoe Morehouse
And Trinity.
and Trinity Lamtam. Now, Zoe Morehouse, this is her first regional event. This is her first event at all. I mean, I think she's done some club events, but this is her first one. Whereas Trinity Lamtam, she's won a gold already this season.
Wow, so she looks obviously a little bit disappointed there.
Oh,
It is disappointing.
sorry, Hermione.
But it's not a loss if you took something from it.
Right.
Right.
Especially at this level. That's what you're supposed to do.
Right, what did you learn? Why did I lose? What can I do to improve?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God, there's a lot of tears. Oh, I'm so sorry.
But you're losing twice if you lost and you're like, I don't know what I did wrong, whatever.
right.
Right, like hopefully her coach or her dad will say that you lost a lot of actions in the box to straight attacks, and maybe you have to do something a little bit different next
Mix
time.
it up.
That's all.
And what's nice is now we have video of everything.
Yeah.
And she can watch this and
Yeah.
listen to what we're saying. She can watch this like 10 years from now and see what she was like in the past and say, wow, I got a lot better. Back when you were fencing, you didn't really have video to rewatch, so how would you remember your bouts? Did you have like a fencing diary or anything like that?
We keep a little diary and a little book on the fencers. But no, we didn't have that. It's quite different.
There
now.
was no tracker. There was no stats.
there
there was just you remembering
You just
things.
remember. You have a book. You have a little book on some people what they do.
I think actually we're gonna talk with Iman Blow a little later, and she is a nationally ranked. Went to the last Olympics as an alternate. Great foil fencer, and she has developed an actual journal that allows you to keep track of who you fenced, how you're doing. Like, it's really smart. I mean, I keep a notebook, and it's like a disaster. It's 1,000 pieces of paper shoved in, and like I try and keep track of who I fenced and how I felt and when I get hurt and all that kind of stuff. But this is like a super organized way of doing it. It's like taking all these statistics, and putting it in front of you so you can put your hands on it. You don't have to think about being in front of the screen all the time. But you used to do that in the past.
Well,
you should have developed this a million years ago.
We should have. We definitely.
Or at least 5 years ago.
We knew tendencies of fencers. Like you knew sometimes at 4-4 or La Belle, that person was going to. You knew exactly what they're going to do. So you had to make sure that you had your plan and you had to execute it. And one of the things when I became team captain, I noticed that we were losing a lot of La Belle bouts. 4-4,
Right,
44,
right,
44, 14. It was like abnormally, like 70% of them. It should be 50-50, 55-45. And I saw that a lot of our fencers were not controlling the dance. They were reacting to the opponent. So I tried to instill in them, especially the saber guys, I hope they listen, that win or lose with your best action, not your opponent's. Go for it. If you throw your best action and they got you, but that's better than them throwing their best action and you lost that way.
Right. It's okay. Come on in. I was going to say, this is a problem in all sports, right? And it can be a mental thing. Closing, right?
Closing.
It's 24-25 in volleyball. It's
You're close to the finish line.
Right. You're close to the finish line, and there's someone coming up on you. It's 5-4, and it's 4-4, and you've got to close it. You got to seal the deal. Like, is there a secret to having that mental toughness, to being able to close it out? Are there specials are there people who are closers and people who are like chokers? I mean, I feel like I'm a choker.
I'm sure I had my share of choking, but clearly you have to practice this in the club. You have to, go spend a couple
That high pressure moment.
high pressure moments that can make believe it's La Belle, get it into your mind. That's you have like this is the one touch. It really matters. But I'll tell you the big problem is when someone is up like 14-9.
Right.
And they just try to throw a lazy counterattack in, a mentally lazy and physically lazy touch. Now it's 14-10. Then you try to end it with an attack power plus 14-11. The momentum can switch.
Yeah.
The key is not to give away. I used to do it in tennis.
Right.
I'd be up 40-love. I try to go for a winner, hit it out. The next thing you know, it's 40-40.
You blink.
You blink.
I will say, I mean, this happens at our club. So you've seen Ziad fence.
Yeah.
He's airborne half the. I mean, I think he has a 40-inch leap.
It's
I mean,
unbelievable.
he's unbelievable. And when the kids see him on video all the time doing that amazing leap, flunge kind of thing, they all want to imitate him, and they all practice it in the club. And so when someone's at 14-9, they're like, now is the time for me to break out my flunge. And they do it, and sometimes they, you know, it's pretty easy. When you're coming in slow at me, and I see you airborne, I can parry you, right, because I've got preparation time, right? I've got time to knock you out. That's when you start losing the points. Like, you can't be a braggadocio.
No.
I love that word.
I mean, that's what happens, right?
Right. You have to, I think sometimes the simplest thing is what you can win on at 4-4 or 14-14. And I think the worst, most heart-wrenching moments is when people are just going over and over again simultaneous. In the box or in epee, they're just both waiting.
Can't break it out.
Someone has to be the one to take charge. And when you're the person who does that, even if you lose, you're like, okay, well, I did what I thought would work. And usually you just you wait a little too long, or your distance is off. But you can be happy. It's like the software thing instead of the hardware. We were talking about that. Like, maybe you don't go home with hardware, but you have the software of saying,
I figured out what I did wrong.
I was strong. I made the choice. Because otherwise you're just like a robot on the strip.
Well, here's another one. Like, it was a very fine line whether you want to win or you're afraid to lose. How are you as a competitor?
That's a great phrase, afraid to lose.
There were times I was afraid to lose.
Yeah, I think when you become more of a ranked fencer and people expect you to win, that's more, I'm afraid to lose, because everyone's trying to take you down, and every time you fence, you're fencing someone below you if you're like highly ranked in whatever category. But people who are the underdog, they want to win. And I think that's the factor that changes that dynamic. And I think it's much more difficult to be the person who's afraid to lose, because fear hurts your fencing.
It definitely, I'll tell you, look at myself. When I was climbing, I finally got pretty decent. I got to the top. I fought and clawed my way to the top. I made every NAC final for a couple years. And once I was up there, now I felt like I was afraid to lose my place on the mountaintop. I got to the mountaintop.
You're defending.
Now I'm defending it. And it's funny, because I talked to Mariel Zagunis about this, two-time gold medalist, and she said the same thing.
Yeah.
She says, once I'm up there, I'm expected to win. Once I had my child and I came back, now I have that same drive to try to get to the top. It was a nice mindset.
Yeah, I actually think it's better to be the underdog, and give having an injury could actually help you if you're at the top, and then you have time to want to reclaim your title.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got kids coming on the strip.
We have
We've got
Lam Tan.
Trinity Lam Tam from Manhattan Fencing Club, and we've got Zoe Morehouse from Tim Morehouse Fencing Club. This is the final event in Y8 Women's Sabre of the 9-State Fencing Cup live coming to you live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut.
And this is Zoe's first regional non-club tournament on our right.
And there she is in the final. I mean, that's nice.
That's really nice.
That's a good start.
And if anything, this is really good for confidence, and you feel good about yourself, and you want to keep fencing because it's giving you positive
She's
feelings.
got her coach Iba out there with her.
And you wonder, like, this is her first regional tournament. You said, do the kids know that, like, it's just another tournament against kids my age on a fencing strip? Because sometimes when you go to a nationals or a worlds,
right,
like, oh my God, it's overwhelming. And these kids are so young. Do they know the difference yet? Maybe not.
This probably feels like world championships to them.
I mean, yeah.
I remember fencing a super youth circuit, SYC, and I thought that was like the Olympics. Like, it felt so big, and everyone was so much older and more experienced.
I mean, that is the situation here.
I don't see a lot of crazy socks, actually.
Did the kids wear crazy socks?
Yeah, I remember when I first started fencing in Y12, everyone wore crazy pattern socks with like, you know, Disney characters on them or sushi or.
That's fun.
I don't see it as much anymore because it doesn't look professional.
But it's also, I think
clubs
have made a big deal about trying to.
So that's three attacks in a row from Lam 10. So Zoe has to either step back and pull distance.
She needs to step back. She needs to mix it up.
And I see her doing that kind of waiting step where she's balancing on one foot coming forward, and that's something Tim Morehouse teaches, to kind of wait out your opponent. But she waited just a little too long. It's all about the timing.
Uh-oh, she's upset.
But she's got this.
It's okay.
It's a simple fix.
It's okay.
It's just hard in 10 touches.
Well, Lam 10 she's a tough cookie. She's been pretty dominant.
I have to say, I mean, Lam 10 was fencing at regional tournaments last year.
Yeah.
She has 2 bronze medals from last year and 4 medals in the 4 additional times on the medal stand. She's got a gold medal from this year, and she's got another chance. Okay, so she won at the New Jersey Fencing Academy RYC just less than a month ago. She won her gold. So she's riding high right now, right? And this is Zoe's first non-club tournament. So it's a big deal. It's like
a huge result, though.
Lots of experience and no experience, but they're right there on the same strip. And it's the same final strip for her.
It's a huge result.
Yeah, when it's your first time on the final strip, it can sometimes be overwhelming, or you're not thinking about the fencing, you're thinking about, wow, I'm in the finals.
I'm in the finals.
Yeah, because that happened to me
I'm
a
on
few
TV.
times. Yeah. But then you have to be like, wait, no, I'm fencing right now.
Okay. Mix it up, Zoe.
That time, Lam 10 pulled her arm back just a little bit.
She did go fast that time. There's something on the strip. Somebody lost a pin.
And for those who don't know, the strip is the thing that we fence on, the metal
Somebody lost
thing.
some metal. Wonder what that is. If the saber falls apart, we'll know.
Zoe's extending her hand really straight in the box.
Okay, be careful, careful.
She just needed to add one more step to that attack. One more step to that attack and she would have hit. Maybe 2.
Attack, no. Okay, she had the action.
Oh, she had the action, but she hit the guard, right?
Oh, it's a little unlucky. You have to watch where your blade is going. But Lam 10 has a really good attack, but Zoe was able to take the right-of-way back.
I just made
Parry.
The previous action was called riposte from Morehouse, and they made eye contact with Lam 10's coach Lemiansky.
Is he giving you a look?
Well, yeah, because it didn't look like it from our end. But who are we to criticize the referees?
Nobody.
Yeah.
The referees and the position.
You have to go with what they call.
Exactly.
All right, so we have Lam 10, and we'll be seeing her over here for an interview. Tim's giving her a handshake. A handshake from Tim.
Off we go.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get a handshake someday soon.
But the best thing to do with a referee, even if you think they're calling something wrong, you have to see what they're calling, and then you can use that in your advantage.
Try to adapt to it.
Exactly.
We hate that term. Let's fence the referee.
Yeah.
Fence her. But you have to.
Sometimes, yeah. If they're calling someone's attack, but they're waiting, you can say, okay, well, I can wait too, and maybe I can wait longer.
Yeah. I'll tell you, at the Ivy Leagues, which you fenced in, one of our best referees had a tendency to call a certain action reversed. Instead of beat attack, he called para post. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But the fencers knew it, and they adapted.
You're going to go? Okay. We are going to get Zoe Morehouse in here. Let me see if we can switch her in here. I'm sorry, we're going to get Trinity Lam Tam. Hello. Let's get you in this headset here so you can hear what we're saying. You got to scooch up a little bit closer. Okay. We've got Trinity Lam Tam from Manhattan Fencing with the gold medal. It's your second gold medal of the season. Is this exciting? Are you going to talk? Okay. It's sometimes hard hearing yourself in your ears, right?
Congratulations. You fenced great. What was your game plan from the beginning of the bout?
I didn't have one.
You didn't have one? But it seemed to me that you like to attack right in the box. So you were very successful with that. So was that basically your plan?
I guess.
What do you prefer? Bouts with, pool bouts with just 5 or finals for 10?
Maybe 5.
You like the 5s better? But you did fine in the 10. So with this win, you not only get a medal, but you're going to get a glass cup. I think you've seen them over there on the table. They're really beautiful. It's like a beautiful glass cup. What will you be drinking out of your glass cup? Your 9-state fencing cup?
Milk.
Milk. It's the beverage of champions. So what are you going to do today with your win?
Probably watch my brother later.
Is your brother fencing today as well? What age group does he fence?
Why 14?
Now, are you guys competitive in the house? Who gets more wins?
Not really.
Mom doesn't seem to agree. Your mom is standing behind you, right? Yeah, I think she thinks you guys are a little more competitive. So we're gonna, in a minute, you're gonna go over there and you're gonna get your gold medal. Second gold medal of the season. Do you do anything special when you win?
I don't know.
No? Okay.
So how many days a week do you train at the club?
I think 3.
3. And you fence a competition every weekend or almost every weekend?
No.
No?
Do you have any other hobbies?
Maybe soccer.
Every kid loves soccer. Okay, Tim wants to go do some awards, so I think we're gonna have to say goodbye. Go over congratulations, you're gonna get your gold medal.
Way to go. Good job.
Yay! Congratulations, Trinity.
Thank you.
We'll take this off you. And there we have it. Trinity Lamtam. We're gonna do some media training.
You know, it's interesting. She might have been a little bit quiet with us, but her personality when she fenced was exactly the opposite.
Was exactly the
Very
opposite.
interesting.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's very interesting how people translate onto the strip and in
Yeah.
person, because I think the same thing. Like when I've spoken to Eli a bunch of times at the club, or I'm interviewing him for pieces for the website, he's always very quiet.
It's quiet.
He's super thoughtful. But that's not how he fences.
No.
I mean, at all.
No.
Like, but he is very, I don't know. I just know it from the way I see it. It looks like he's very, we talked about this. He's very controlled. He's got a plan. He sticks with it. But
generally, you find that someone's personality does translate into their fencing style. So, but if someone's very ultra aggressive as a person, they'll be aggressive on the strip as well.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so you've made a living off of fencing.
No, definitely not a living. I didn't make a living off of fencing. Looking back at what's going on.
Can you make a living off of fencing?
Probably, but I never. No, I do fencing. Fencing was always my labor.
It's always your extra thing.
Labor of love. That was always like. I enjoy.
So what do you do for your profession?
Well, I'm pretty much retired right now.
Okay, well
so,
that's fun.
Yeah, but I have time for this commentary, which I love to do. I hope to do more of it. Yeah, and it's fun.
So when you go to the Vet World Championships in Florida in a week, right?
No, in 2 days.
You're down in 2 days?
Yeah.
It's next weekend.
It starts on Wednesday, I believe.
Right. So when you do that, are you commenting on every bout, like from the beginning to end, or you do specifics?
It's a good question. So when I do Grand Prix, the Open Grand Prix, we usually start at the 32.
I see.
And it's a 7-hour nonstop thing. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's labor intensive, and when it's finished, you go, phew.
How did I do that?
Yeah, but I think it's different here. The way it's been done in the past is you do the semis and the gold and the bronze of each event.
Okay.
It's hard to do the 8 because you can't get the 8s you can't be fair at all the different events going on. It's sort of not fair if you do it for one event, not the other.
Right.
I say, how come you didn't do ours?
Right.
But I'm taking, this is my first time doing it, Karen Bashir, who you might have heard, Britisher.
Right.
He's a great commentator, and he just did the Asian Games, many different sports in China. And he does the veterans, but the way they wanted to do it this year, because I'm in the States, they figured it was just easier to bring me in.
Right. Yeah, I have several friends who will be fencing down there.
Who are they?
So I fence vet women's saber. And I have a pretty well-developed posse of friends in both saber fencing and foil fencing, and some of the epi fencers are some of my best friends. So like, during COVID, we started this whole kind of online Zoom call weekly just to be in touch with each other, because we missed catching up at the NAC, because at the NACs, you really catch up. Like as an adult, you don't really make friends very easily. Like you make friends through your kids, you make friends through the work. You don't really have that new way to make friends, and in vet fencing you do, because you are seeing the same women fencers over and over and over again, whether it's a regional or whether it's a NAC or whether it's the nationals. And because we missed everybody, we did this Zoom call, and I literally got exposed to people I'd never met before. And so, foil fencers, love them. Epee fencers, love them. Saber fencers, love them all. I mean, it's a very great, it's an interesting sport, and the older you get and participate in it as an adult, it's a different experience than with the kids. Because we're not trying to make, we're not trying to make an NCAA, we're not trying to get a college scholarship. We're not trying to make the national, some people are trying to make the national team.
Some people, it's very serious.
I mean, in vet 50s, it's super serious. Like, I thought when I walked in, I'm sporty, I thought I'd walk in and I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna be right there at the I'm gonna be on the national team in a minute. Oh, I got my comeuppance very quickly.
So I looked at that at the, what do we have here? This is our...
This is Y14 women's...
Or cadet.
I'm sorry, this is cadet women's saber. Back on the strip. Let's see where we are. We have...
Mankova on the left.
And Brindley McKee on the right. They are both from Tim Morehouse. So there will be no coaching. I don't think we're allowed to cheer either.
Not like we were necessarily coaching.
We're not cheering. So these women train together. It's not coming up. They train together. They both have been plagued with injuries. Last year, Brindley McKee was not fencing a lot because she was injured, and I think Barbara also is injured this year.
So McKee is also taller, longer, and she scored her first 2 actions on really nice attacks.
Yeah.
And she got hit right in the box on 2 attacks, so now she has to change that up.
The thing that strikes me about McKee's fencing is she's really good at attack and prep. If you're preparing at all in the box, she's going to get you.
She just did it.
You're going to pay for it. I don't even have to watch her fence to know that she's going to do that. And if you don't adjust to it, it's over for you.
She just had 2, just as you said that.
Exactly, right
3
there.
in a row, like lightning.
And when that happens to you, because people would do that to me that was my biggest weakness, was attack and preparation against me. You have to leave the box. You just have to. Like, you can't fight with someone in the box. And she tried leaving the box there, and it worked for her, even though it was kind of a stop-cut situation. But if someone's winning in the box, I mean, that time she got in the box with a change of tempo. You just have to change the way you're moving, the rhythm that you're coming at.
Let's go! And we've got a cheer.
Well, 8-3.
8-3 at the break.
Oh, this is making me want to fence so badly.
Well, you can jump right on the strip after this if you want. Brindley's parents are on the side with her. Barbara's mom is here, but I do not see her. She's not getting support from her mom at this moment.
I've seen some fencing parents
supporting her, though.
I've seen fencing parents who have to walk away and close their eyes.
Sure.
Tim just waved the parents away because he wanted it to be fair.
Aww. Barbara's mom's right there. She's giving her. I see her giving
her
mental
good
support
vibes
and good vibes.
I need to stop the time.
Without a coach telling her, I'm really curious to see if Varvara Mankova changes her tactic.
Change, right?
Yeah, because if you're losing 8-3, there's something you have to do. And she does the same thing in the box with just coming straight.
Oh, that's the length.
That was
the
a
length will
yeah.
get you.
That was a good one. Well, in the previous action, Mankova threw in a straight attack and was met by a parry or post. So
And when when we watched Mankova in pools, we watched her make one big advanced lunge in the box a lot, and she was getting caught on that. Even if she was winning, she was still
literally just like one.
right here again. She's just lunging, and McKee knows she's coming.
She's gonna come up short.
So she has to push her in stages or try something. You can't just do one simple action in the middle.
Exactly.
Like
So she needs to add a few more steps, change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
One light though, that's nice.
Yeah. But it's interesting, like, looking at fencing from more of a coaching perspective after you were a fencer, because you're telling people to do things that you yourself wouldn't do. Which is weird how there's like a mind-body disconnect there, where even if it's frustrating when you know what you're supposed to do and then you just don't because your body's not doing it. See, there's that just brutal preparation from McKee.
It fell short on that one. Parried,
And when you hit someone in preparation, it sets up pulling them short because they're afraid of you hitting them in prep. So you're finishing a little bit earlier.
Okay,
and
we're continuing on. 6:14.
Nope.
She
And
stopped
we've
her
got
attack.
about
Yep.
15-6.
Huggy.
Which is completely respectable.
I love a hug at the end of a bout. I think it's great.
Yeah, me too.
So Julie Seal, she's the one to look out for at the vet fencing.
Can I just tell you something? When I used to referee and Julie Seal was fencing, there was never more of a pain in the neck than Julie Seal. She was the worst.
Nature of Julie Seal.
Oh my God! Now we laugh about it, but we weren't laughing back then.
And we'll talk to Brindley McKee.
Meanwhile, I don't know about you, but that pizza is wafting right through here.
Yeah, I got up last time you did an interview, and I strategically got a slice of pizza. Yeah. Not to brag.
I'm not going to get it because I lost 35 pounds in the summer, and I just stayed away from stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's how you did it.
I just was walking an hour a day and watching what I ate, and I fit into something I didn't fit into since 1997. It felt good.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, living in New York, I looked at my year average, and it was 10 miles a day.
Really?
But it was skewed because I walked from the top of Manhattan to the bottom of Manhattan one day, and that just completely skewed my data. So
I think mine's about 3.5 average.
That's actually pretty good.
It's pretty good.
No,
you're walking. You're walking where you need to.
We're just blabbing on.
Come on in.
All right, sweet. We have Brindley McKee.
I hope I'm wearing this right.
And you can scoot in a little bit more.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, you're wearing it. Now you're wearing it right.
Okay, great.
So fencing a teammate can be difficult, or maybe not, because you know each other so well. Like, what difficulties did you face in this bout?
Definitely emotional difficulty. I mean, it's so great to get the opportunity to fence one of my teammates, especially just two Tim Morehouse people in the final. That's honestly like what we shoot for. But I really liked how we weren't really screaming. It was just like, go. And I feel like that's really a respectful part of it. I know myself, I'm a big screamer. So to do that with a teammate I think it's really respectful. I think it was great.
I used to fence a lot of teammates as well from the Fencers Club, and sometimes you get into yelling, sometimes you didn't, but that was very nice. But here's the question. You might be friends off the strip, but do you view her as a friend on the strip? Whether you treat her nicely or not, how do you view that?
I always view her as a friend on the strip. I view everyone as a friend on the strip. But
everyone?
I don't think that there's any room for negativity, but you just have to think about it from a competitive standpoint. She's still a friend. I'm not trying to beat her emotionally, or it's not anything personal. It's just, when you step on the strip, you're just fencing a fencer, a blind fencer. So, yeah.
I like that. That's really positive and nice.
How did you use your length and reach to an advantage?
So a lot of people say that I'm really tall, so it can be an advantage. But currently I'm trying to work around an injury, so a long lunge is usually not the best thing I want to do. But sometimes I reach really long with my arm and not enough with my leg, and that causes it to be a really off-balance lunge. So I'm trying to balance that right now.
And we saw you here last year. What do you think has improved or changed since last year?
I think a lot has improved. I want to give a lot of my credit to Ziad El-Sissi, my primary coach, and Tim Morehouse. He's always been there for me. But I think the main difference I see is confidence. That's always been a struggle for me, and I feel like I just really adapted that from last year to this year. Confidence is hard to get when you don't have a lot of amazing results. You can feel really down, but I've seen all the difference between when I'm having, in the same day, I'm having a really bad practice, and I'll turn on that confidence and that energy, and my fencing will completely change. So I think that's really the factor that changed.
What's your mindset on the La Belle touch, the last touch? What do you think about?
That's a good question. In general, or that just that bout?
Ever.
Okay, ever. I think that it's always don't get too excited, and you have to just focus on fencing well. The main thing for me is summarize the bout as a whole and try to put together what do you think is the most valuable touch that you can perform. I think that's difficult for all athletes. So.
All right, great.
All right.
Yeah, they're calling you over to go get your medal.
Congratulations. Way to go.
Thank
Way
you
to
so
go.
much.
It's awesome. Great to see you back.
Have a good day.
Yeah. Interviewee about
Interesting,
friendship
right?
on the strip. Yeah.
Did you think like that?
No.
No. It's,
I think it can be both, and you can change your mindset.
Yeah.
And it's kind of fun to have like a fencing enemy.
Yeah.
Because it motivates you. But then at the end of the day, you realize they're not really your enemy, and you can hang out. And it's good to kind of compartmentalize your relationships with people. And it takes a lot of maturity to learn that, because it's easy to just be like, I don't like you in fencing, therefore, like, I don't like you as a person. And I think a lot of people maybe saw me that way too, because I was kind of, like, maybe they thought I was scary or whatever, but then they'd meet me outside of fencing. They're like, oh, you're just a silly girl. Like, you're not scary at all.
Yeah, I had a lot of people that just despised me because I was just a maniac on the strip. Until you get to socialize with them, and they say, okay, he's even worse. No, just kidding.
Yeah, no, it took a lot of maturity. Even like during COVID, there were some people who took a step back and realized, oh, wait, we're the same person, we just want the same thing. And that's why we're so competitive and why we have kind of a grudge, or we butt heads. Because sometimes you have two people who are really similar, and that's why they can't get along, because they're trying to fill the same niche.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, in my days at the Fencers Club, we were good foil fencers, and we have 4 or 5 of us trying to make the world team every year. And we had different camps, and we didn't invite each other to each other's weddings and everything. there was a lack of love. But then that love came about when the competition was over and we went into the next stage of our lives. At that point, we got to appreciate each other as friends. It wasn't easy, though, during the fencing years.
Yeah, I think if you're, especially at that level of competition, you have something in common, and that can bring you together in realizing, we both worked really hard for something. It takes a very specific kind of person to get into fencing in the first place. So that's why it feels like a family. So we're all I think all fencers are a little bit weird, because you picked a less conventional sport. And you learn to take yourself seriously, and dedicate yourself to something that other people don't really know about, and that shows a lot of personality.
It's not a normal sport. Yeah, people look at you sort of as a oddball, weirdo.
Yeah, exactly, and we kind of are united by that.
Yeah, a little bit. That's what my son's always said about me.
Yeah.
About my fencing.
And I think the thing about fencers are they always have something else that they're really good at. Most of the time. There's there's exceptions to every rule, but I think a lot of fencers are amazing musicians, incredible artists. They might be really good at math. You have to think in a very analytical and strategic way when you're fencing, and doing something else can help you become a better fencer through thinking in a new way. Yeah,
I agree with that. So I see Tim is making the announcements here of the medalists, and in my 6 years as working as team captain, I had a lot of great athletes.
Where were you a team captain?
For the U.S. Olympic team, world team, whatever, for the fencers. So I would say Tim was not one of the most talented or athletically gifted fencers. Of all the people I work with, maybe he was one of the lower ones.
I've heard that from a lot of people,
And he said it himself, so I'm not saying something he hasn't said.
Yeah.
But the beauty of what Tim Morehouse accomplished shows everyone out there that not everyone can do it, but even if you don't have a certain athletic ability, you still have the ability to train and use your brains and try to succeed. Tim is a perfect example. You know.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I kind of relate to Tim in that. I did a speech at like the senior banquet when I graduated as the team captain at Cornell, and my speech was about how it's really weird that when I was in elementary school, I was always the first one out during the pacer test. Did you ever take the pacer test? You had to run, and the beep would get faster and faster, and you had to touch the line before the beep.
Right.
And I was the worst at running in my entire grade. I was the slowest, like least athletic person in the entire PE class. We would do fitness testing, and I would just like, I couldn't touch my toes. Like it was just really bad. And so I just thought, yeah, I'm not an athlete. Like it's just over, it's not there for me. And when I started fencing, I could barely like run around my block. And I think it just takes a little bit more determination to realize, oh, I am an athlete, and you have to kind of reframe your viewpoint. And suddenly, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who was a Division I athlete in my elementary school PE class.
Oh wow!
Even though they were blowing me out of the water, but I think I had fight. Even if someone was faster, stronger, whatever, if you have fight and strategy, you know.
So, are you a hockey fan by chance?
I do like watching hockey.
You've heard of Wayne Gretzky, right? Wayne
No.
Gretzky is the greatest player probably in the history of hockey.
What team did he play for?
He played for the Edmonton Oilers, and then he played for LA, and then for the Rangers to finish up his career, maybe St. Louis at the end. Wayne Gretzky, when he was at Edmonton, a top scorer in the league, great player, they did their strength and conditioning testing, and he was last in every category on the Edmonton Oilers. Last. He's the best player in the history of the sport. So sometimes it's more than just those aspects of it.
Right. There's a confluence and a synergy of all different factors in fencing. I would consider myself an athlete now. Like I can run, and you do. There is an athletic aspect. You do have to be able to lunge and have that, but that can be learned. There are some things that can't be taught, and you just kind of have to learn to use. But I think they want us to take a little break.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
We'll be back soon.
We'll be back soon.
are live. We are back at the 9-State Fencing Cup, coming live to you from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. The 9-State Fencing Cup includes épée, foil, and saber fencing.
And they're playing some Lady Gaga.
We're announcing our final fencers. Here they come.
From Tim Morehouse Fencing Club, Grace Fang.
This is the Y12 fencing finals. Grace Fang versus Iris Yang.
Iris Yang.
They are both from Tim Morehouse.
The referee is Mohammed Murad.
And we are going to get to action right away.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now,
clap it up for our Y14 women's foil finalists. Salute, salute.
so foil is different. Foil is a right-of-way sport.
We haven't seen it yet today on the final strip.
We have not seen it yet today. So foil, it's all about the touch, right? But it's a right-of-way, so it's not first come, it's like whoever gets there first, right? Who has the right-of-way.
Whoever's attacking.
Whoever's attacking, correct.
And the target is smaller, it's just the chest area. You can see them wearing a vest, we call that lame. It's the metallic fabric. And a little bit about the circuit, when the fencers make a touch in foil, there's a little button that presses on the tip of their weapon that completes a circuit and makes a light turn on the machine. If you're wondering why they're connected to wires.
Yeah. You are completely electric when you play these games. So, Grace Fang, on our left, is, so far this season, she is a gold medal winner, and she has 2 other medals in the 5th through 8th. She won gold in cadet women's foil, which was 2 weeks ago. She is a B-rated fencer, which is good.
That's really good at this age.
That's really good.
Yeah.
At Y14. And I actually think she might be a Y12 fencer. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but so.
And we saw her last year, and she definitely was last year.
Yeah, she's pretty impressive. And Iris, we were talking about who goes overseas and fences. Iris Yang goes overseas and fences. She, I'm gonna pull up her stats. Dun, dun, dun. Why did it not come up? Okay, so I gotta look it up.
And in foil, it doesn't necessarily help to be tall because it makes your target area smaller if you're smaller, but it helps to have a longer reach and lunge so that you can hit someone from a further distance.
Okay, so Iris, who is on our right, whose saber just got a little bendy, she is an A-rated fencer, A23, and she has not fenced at all this season.
I wonder why.
No, she has fenced. She fenced at the New Jersey Fencing Alliance, RYC, in September. So this is really her first kind of dive back in for this season.
Iris just made a long attack there.
And she's up 2. Now again, these women train with the same coach, and they fence together all the time.
So that was an off target, which we haven't seen today, and that's when a fencer hits off of the lame, so on the white jacket, and the circuit doesn't complete, and it comes up as a white light, and a point is not awarded for that.
But the fencing is stopped at that spot, and they start again, right?
Yes.
So you don't go back to your on-guard line, you start where you were.
It's sort of like a foul ball of baseball.
Right, yeah.
So clearly Iris, the taller, longer fencer, is pushing.
Registration for the 1:30 events will be closing in 3 minutes. The following fencers have not
Iris
checked in
has
for the cadet
points.
men's épée. Ivan Ho.
So, we talked about this earlier, body types. In épée, it helps you being tall, right? So would a fencer like Iris, who's tall and probably still growing, I think she's probably 14 years old, Well, obviously she's in the Y14, so she could still be growing.
Michael Shaw.
Do you change weapens ever? I mean, do people do that, or do you stick with the weapon you start with?
Generally, you stick with the weapon. You stick with the weapon. She's very tall, so in that, if she could use throw an epee, that would be a huge advantage. But in foil as well. And I can tell you, even in the world scene with saber right now, the saber fencers on average are well over 6 feet.
Not the Olympians, though. Like when you see the national team, they're not tall.
Well, I think Daryl Homer might
tiny.
be 5'6",
I'm taller
something
than he
like
is.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not giant. I mean, he's giant on the strip, but he's not giant in real life.
Right. You have to just know it's a challenge you have to overcome and learn how to work around it.
Well, certainly the fencer shorter, like here on the left, has to get inside the taller fencer's reach. How do you do that? With faster footwork or by taking the blade? Those are the two options.
And there she goes.
Yeah.
Faster footwork, or faster arm work, really.
Grace is getting really close to the end of the strip right there. That line that she's super close to is off the strip.
How common is it to go off the strip in the back?
Very rarely.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Once to me in my whole career, and it stuck with me forever. But I will say that was amazing touch there by Yang on the right. It was infighting. Now, if you're the longer fencer with longer limbs, the last place you want to be is infighting with the shorter fencer.
Yeah.
But she did a great shot. One of the most talented fencers I've ever seen is Miles Chomley-Watson.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you got long arms, long legs, and the last thing I think a fencer like that should be doing is infighting. But he is so good at it that he actually invites it, and he wins the infighting. So sometimes you could be, even a long fencer, you want to have longer distance, and you can succeed at the close range.
I always loved Miles Chomley-Watson going behind his back. The back touches that he would get on people were wild. So
yeah, I don't know how he can do that. I try to do. I mean, we didn't in our era. We didn't have a lot of that. Now they practice it. Everyone does it.
Right.
But I just figured I would dislocate my shoulder or tear my rotator.
Yeah,
or something.
it's not worth it.
Unless it's something you do and something you have a propensity for.
Yeah, some people just naturally have things they're better at doing and they gravitate towards. So we're having a remote malfunction?
It's with the time. They want to reset the time.
Oh.
And
it doesn't seem to want to work.
1 minute less, I think. Sometimes what happens when you're the referee, you have your hand on the remote, you push the wrong button, and time goes to 0 or whatever, it goes back to 3, and you just...
Yeah.
You have to remember what time it was.
You have to remember about what time it was.
But these fencers are staying mentally tough. They have their masks up, and they're taking a moment to kind of breathe and think about the bout.
To the final strip, please.
If they know what's good for them, they're thinking and reflecting, taking a breather.
So Iris Yang has an almost, in the last 2 years, has been above 80% on her wins and losses.
That's tremendous.
That's kind of giant.
That's really good.
She's a great fencer. I mean, she was on the world circuit last year. So.
In cadet?
Yes. Yeah.
And this is Y14?
Yes, she's like 13 years old.
Wow.
Or maybe she's 14. Oh, she was born in 2010, so I can tell you she is 13 years old.
Wow.
Wow, and an A. That's amazing to
Yeah.
be an A fencer at such a young age.
She's been an A forever. She's very good.
Some people work until, their 20s to get there from being 13. Yeah.
Oh, some people will never have an A.
Yeah.
The rating system is an American invention. The other countries, I talk about the ratings.
There's
and then
FIE
they're like,
ratings.
They're like,
There's
what?
FIE has ratings.
Not ABC, D.
No, they're
There's
different.
this is point standards, right? They
Yeah,
don't-
points. But
Yeah.
no, this letter stuff is all American. So sometimes there's an international person who comes to a tournament and they're a U, they're unrated.
And they blow you out of the water.
Right, and then they get their A and they're like, I don't know what that means. Like, I don't care about this A.
Well, it means your seating will be better.
Exactly. I remember being a U fencer and I wanted so badly to get a rating. And getting a D was so good. I think one of my friends called me, and when I got my B, she sang, "I'm a B" by the Black Eyed Peas. I'm a B, I'm a B, I'm a
That's
B.
hilarious.
But then when I got my A, I didn't care. Like, that's not that important at that
Right.
point. It was kind of just like, oh, by the way, you got your A today.
Right.
I'm like, oh, cool.
And Iris is, Grace Fang is 12.
Wow.
And she's also in the 80%. I mean, so far this season, she's 87% winner.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so what happens when two 87% get up against each other?
One of them is going up and one of them is going down.
Wow.
So you talked about the seeding and everything. Back in the day when the Knacks were first born, A's, they'll be seeded A's, then B's, then C's.
Sure.
And I made the argument as an athlete's rep. I said, wait a minute. If there's a B who has more national points, how can you put an A with no points ahead of a B with points? And had to fight for 6 months before they finally changed that.
They changed it.
They changed it, yeah.
Yeah. That makes more sense, actually.
That's why I was really not liked, because I was always fighting for little things like that, and they just didn't like being challenged.
Little things are what make a big difference, though.
Preaching to the choir.
Like, that's the difference between someone winning and losing an entire tournament. Where you're seated, where you're ranked, what pool you're in.
Thank
And then-
you. I feel like you can check in with that gentleman over there with the hat on his arm. This ref right here.
So right now we're just trying to get the time back to where it was. And hopefully these fencers aren't losing focus during this break.
So the guys we have on this on the strip right now are armors. How important are armors? Tell me the whole story.
They are really, really, really important, because I can tell you as a referee, I was so proud of how I tried to be a great referee, but the one place I really failed was with the armory stuff. And even though referees should know it, you need the armor to keep the tournament running. Now, there are certain times the armor can't help, like at the Anaheim Grand Prix like 5 years ago when there was a power outage, if you remember.
Right, there's no armor helping that.
There's no armor helping that. But the armors are really important. And
it's a cool title. It makes you sound like you're a blacksmith or something.
I can tell you where armors helped me once. It was at the 1986 Senior World Championships in Sofia, Bulgaria, in Epee. There was an action where the Cuban fencer against a Swiss, and the Cuban fencer's light went off, and he was 3-4 feet short of the opponent. There's no way it hit. So the Swiss fencer starts jumping down, up and down. No, monsieur, no possible, no pas possible.
Remote control.
And it wasn't possible. Sure enough, the armors came out. One of whom was Ted Lee from New Jersey.
Right.
And they found out that the Cuban's blade in Epee had taken up the tubing, and he pressed down the 2 wires to complete the circuit. So there are times when you really need the armors.
We were discussing this very thing not too long ago, and that is the reason that you have now, oftentimes you'll see clear connectors.
Yeah.
Because they want to be able to see that everything is connected,
Yes.
everything is there.
There was one fencer, I don't know where she was from, but in Epee, where she had this move where she could hit her toe as she was lunging, her own toe, and set it off, but she did it so fast that no one could actually see that she wasn't hitting her opponent, she was hitting her toe as she was lunging.
Oh,
and
that's
would make the light go off. And she got away with it like for a really long time until they started watching the video.
Wow.
And they said, wait a second, she's hitting her own toe. But she had practiced it. It was a skill at that point.
Oh, well, lo and behold, we are ready to go.
Armors to the rescue.
So Yang on the right with a commanding 6-2 lead, and is very aggressive, doesn't seem to take any back steps. Let's see how she goes.
And we are in the last minute of the first period. So this weapon is more flexible than a saber is.
I think the saber is the most flexible.
Oh,
It's the
really?
whippiest, it's the lightest,
Oh, I
most
didn't think so.
most malleable.
It feels like these tips move more, though.
I would say this is next to saber, and obviously Epee has the least whippiness.
Ooh. Yang is unrelenting with her attack. She's really determined. Even though she's ahead, she's still the one who's the aggressor, which I think usually you see the person who's ahead kind of be a little bit more passive and try to let the time pass.
Yeah.
But she wants to get it over with, right?
She's not giving Feng on the left a moment to breathe here. She's constant pressure, you're right. Sometimes you get the lead, you sit back now, play defense. And that brings us to the question, if you're succeeding this way, why not just keep it going?
Gotta keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, sometimes if something's working, unless the other person starts figuring it out, you might as well keep doing it.
Yeah.
So now Feng has to kind of figure it out. What
Look at
can
this
she do?
parent walking on the cell phone right in front of the referee.
Right. That should not be allowed. If you are just tuning in, this is the 9 State Fencing Cup live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. We are watching Y14 Women's Foil Final between Grace Feng and Iris Yang. Iris Yang has just taken a lead, commanding lead, 10-2. We are seconds away. Well, now we are not seconds away. We are at the end of the first period. They get a 1-minute break at this point.
No coaches because they are teammates.
Because they are teammates. And I see a mom talking over here. Grace Feng's mom is
So are you
chatting
saying
with her.
that Yang has gone rogue because she's not wearing the Morehouse blue socks?
You know, it's encouraged by to wear the team socks, but maybe she had, maybe she's standing up for breast cancer because it is October. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Speaking of Miles Chamberlain-Watson, he wore pink socks, and every touch he scored, he donated money to breast cancer.
Oh, that's great.
Something like I remember that.
So
you never know.
Maybe she's making a stand that way. Maybe her socks just weren't clean. Who knows? Maybe she just wanted to stand out.
Pink is her favorite color, maybe.
Well, one thing is for sure that she's standing out, not just her socks, but her fencing.
Yeah.
Very aggressive, and if you notice, she also she loves the blade. So the minute Feng gives her the blade, she gets hit with a riposte. Yang loves the blade.
Is there any chance for Feng to take the blade back from Yang when she's pushing her down the strip and taking her blade and with that long lunge?
There certainly is a chance, but we haven't seen it yet. I think
what a lunge.
Oh man, I think Feng, what she has to do is not let the train out of the station and try to get Yang on her preparation before she starts attacking. Just try to get her early.
And she
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
And there she goes.
We watched Feng fence here last year, and that's what she was doing. I think in a younger age group, she was just letting someone come to her and picking them off with counterattacks the whole time.
It was bordering on the line of no combat. I remember that.
Yeah.
Well,
but
now she's in trouble because she's back at the end of the 2 meter zone.
nowhere to go.
There's run out of options there. You almost have to guess. You have to take a risk. So she's not in a good spot right there.
And then even when Yang misses her attack, Feng is still going backward and kind of letting her take over the attack again. Is there a reason for that?
She's maybe just getting steamrolled a little bit, just from the aggression.
Because right here she has a chance to take over, but then she's deciding to go backward.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Maybe she just doesn't have the confidence to even attempt an attack against Yang.
But you're not going to hit if you're not trying to go forward. But I can see how she's more comfortable at the end of the strip because last year that's where I saw her getting all of her points. So she wants to be in a comfortable area, but sometimes you have to leave your comfort zone in order to take that win.
So along those lines, my comfort zone is the same as Feng's. I like being in the back. I enjoyed playing defense, but it had to be an active defense. Hers is not. Hers is passive, and you get picked off there. If you want to be active, you have to make Yang worry. Throw some stop hits out. Try to take the blade. Move your foot. But she's more passive.
Now, Yang's attack stopped. Feng parried it, and then she keeps continuing backward. And
who knows what's going on in her mind, though? I mean, maybe she's thinking, oh, she's. You know how when you grow up with a family, you have a position, right? And she's probably, she could be saying, oh, this one she's my elder. She's been in the club forever. She's an A and I'm a B. Like maybe I should, like you subconsciously incorporate those things into your mind.
No question about it.
That's very true. Yeah.
Or maybe she's just tired.
Or maybe it's just possible that Yang is just a little bit stronger than her. Because I remember when I fenced at the '87 World Championship, Emmanuel Kaidanov was one of our coaches, gave me the best advice ever, smartest guy ever. We called him Emick the Brain. He was a coach at Penn State for 30 years plus. And the only problem is I was fencing a guy named Shevchenko who had been world champion. It really didn't matter what advice Emick Kaidanov gave me. There was nothing I could do. And it's the same here for Ms. Feng. She might just be against a stronger fencer.
I have to say, this has been like 87%. We were talking about 87%. It's been an 87% match over here.
Totally.
On this end of the strip.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you this right now. As soon as this match is over, we're going to be fast and furious. We are going to bring the winner of this match over and talk, and then we are literally going to get Y14 men's epee underway.
All right.
While we have our winner over here chatting. We got a little bit of a backlog.
So are you saying that we're going to join the match in progress?
We will probably join the match in progress. And the hope is that we will not miss very much action.
But you were saying sometimes it feels like someone's better than you and there's nothing you can do. But
Right.
I think that might be a wrong mindset to have because
Okay.
I've seen some insane
And
upsets.
we have a winner, Iris Yang.
I just to go back. She earned it. She's a champion, a deserving champion. No, I'm not saying the mindset should be that because that's what makes upsets. I'm just saying that my mindset was, boy, this is great advice. I'm going to go execute it, but easier said than done is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more. The mindset is everything.
Exactly. Yeah, because you're kind of fighting up. Like you said,
Yeah.
they're afraid to lose and you want to win.
Well, the pressure's on them.
Right.
We're not expected
Exactly. All right, we have our champion.
to. Come on in.
All right, here are your headphones.
And we're going to go right to epee afterwards, right?
All right. All right, Iris.
Okay.
So we watched you just take control and attack. Can you walk us through your strategy in this bout?
I fenced her a lot, so I just did the same thing as in practice.
Do you think doing something the same as practice, did she do the same thing that she usually does in practice?
Yeah.
So what I noticed, by the way, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's an awesome job. You never took one back step. Referee said fence and you're going forward. Is that the way you usually fence?
Only with her.
Oh, well, only with her.
Because if I don't go forward, she doesn't go forward.
So you're usually a more passive fencer instead of aggressive, but you changed your tactic based on your opponent?
Sure.
And what's next for you? What's your next fencing goal?
They're streaming it somewhere, so I'm sending people down.
I don't know.
All right.
Get a medal at October NAC.
October NAC. Where's October NAC this year?
Orlando.
Orlando, nice. And what kind of training are you going to do to prepare for Orlando?
What I usually do.
How many nights a week do you train usually?
3.
3 nights.
Nice.
So congratulations.
Yeah.
You are a deserving champion today.
Yeah,
Good
beautiful
luck
fencing. Yeah. Go and get your medal.
Good luck at the October NAC.
Thank you.
All right, now we have Y14 men's epee gearing up on the final strip. On the right, we have Troll. And on the left, we have Say.
Maxwell Say, yeah, and AJ Troll. So these two fencers are epee fencers. Is this the first epee that we've seen?
I think we saw one other epee, one other epee bout.
We saw Y12. You're right.
Is this the first lefty we've seen?
We've seen a few in some pools, but not on the finals.
Yeah, not in the finals yet.
Yep. So this is going to be a great battle. I'm going to check and see
I read
what
something
these guys have
about
done.
the evolution of handedness.
Okay.
And left-handed people have an advantage in all combat sports, and that's actually why evolutionarily there are less left-handed people, so that they can continue having an advantage in combat.
Well, that's interesting because if the populace is about 10% left-handed, take a guess what it's been on average in the last 3 Olympic Games in the fencing field.
Maybe 30%?
25%?
25%,
You got
yeah.
it.
Higher.
It's unbelievable.
My old club in Arizona, I think all the coaches, except for maybe one, were left-handed.
So
Bill Becker was your coach?
We've got AJ Troll from Ocean State Fencing Club. He is a C-rated fencer. He's won 1 gold, 1 bronze, and 2 other medal appearances so far this year.
I really like the sound of épée fencing.
You mean the clink?
The clink. There's clinking in the other weapons, but in épée it's a much heavier clink.
It's a very distinct clink.
Yeah.
I will say Troll, it's 1-1. On both actions he's attacked. One time he got hit, one time he scored. But he likes to take the blade and make an attack.
And we've got Maxwell Say, 13 years old. And he is a D-rated fencer, and he's received 2 bronze medals so far this season. So he is definitely the underdog in this situation. Not that either one of these kids is going to be an underdog, that's for sure.
We'll watch them fence, and so far they seem evenly matched.
So again, Troll with the attack. This time he was a little bit out of distance, and then able to say to block it, parry it, and make sure riposte, or just cause Troll to miss.
What is it about this left hand of the strip? It's like magnetic. Everybody just wants to be there.
He has a lot of supporters. What club is he from?
North Shore Fencers Club.
I'm guessing that's in Jersey.
No, I think it's in Long Island.
Long Island, the North Shore of
the
Long
North
Island.
Shore, yeah. I think.
Ready, fence.
I think Ocean State Fencing Club, which is where Troll is from, I think might be in Rhode Island. I mean, isn't that the Ocean State?
I suppose so. We'll do some more state trivia for the 9 State Cup a little later.
Yes, 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 yes.
High guard. Ready, fence.
Matthew Say is a little bit more dancey on the left side. He's playing with the distance a little bit more.
Ready, fence.
Troll's been hit a couple of times. That was a straight attack, and he scored. He's been hit 3 times. He scored twice. And I was going to suggest that maybe he tries second intention. And he did it just before that one, and there was no light. But I think second intention would be a good idea for him, because right now it's one-dimensional, like beat attack. I think he needs to mix it up a little bit.
Can you explain second intention
Second
for those at home?
intention means just to feint, to draw your opponent out, and then you're waiting for the opponent with a parry and a riposte.
And the word feint as well.
A feint means you go towards their target with the blade, making them think that you're going to hit to cause a reaction by the opponent.
And then go around it.
Yeah.
It's like a glamorous way of saying a fake. The feint.
Yeah, exactly.
French.
It's French. Exactly.
So the strip, or known internationally as the piste, has to be grounded so that when the fencers hit it, the light shouldn't go off. But there it did go off, so he has to connect the cord. There's a cord that goes from the machine to the strip. And
it looks like it's problematic.
This could be a call to the armorer.
Armorer to the rescue.
Armorer to the rescue.
There should be a way for us to monetize that, like we call to the armorer, like we Under Armour or something like that. We should.
The armorers wear Under Armour.
Exactly, something.
That's a really smart marketing, branding thing. You should tell them about it.
You think so?
Yeah. I don't think any other sport has an armorer. Can you think of one?
Have to think about that.
Ground in here. I wonder if it's grounded at one of the
In 7th place from Morehouse Country School.
Giving out the medals for the women's foil is Eli Dershowitz, our recent saber world champion.
And he is also at Tim Morehouse. He's at the club now twice a week. He's working with the kids, he's working with the juniors.
And he's training.
And he's training himself, yeah.
He's the world champion.
He is the world champion,
The world
so that's
champion.
exciting.
Unbelievable.
And we were just talking about his big comeback against
Szilagyi?
Szilagyi, the past Olympic champion.
Three-time
Yeah.
defending.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then against Bazadze in the final, it was easy.
It was a weird bout because Bazadze has been great all year. He was far and away the best fencer in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And in that bout, he was just it wasn't walking. It wasn't working. I'm not taking anything away from Eli. Eli was great. He won. He beat everybody. He beat the top 3. But Bazadze just seemed like he was just a little bit off in that bout.
Yeah, sometimes the matching just might not line up the way you need it to.
Our silver medalist from Tim Morehouse Fencing Club, Grace Feng.
But it's nice to see Eli. I think fencing is unique that the Olympians play a really big role in the youth in the sport.
It's great.
Grace, come back.
It's really good to have mentors like that and to look up to someone.
It's funny that you say that because, you know, I mentioned to other people, blah, 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 Olympians, I'll get to see I'll get to see the Olympic medal from Tokyo. You know, I think the Tokyo medals were made of recycled, of metal recycled from cell phone parts.
Oh, really?
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
So when I read that, I'm like, I'm so excited. I get to see one of these medals.
Yeah.
And I said this to somebody, and they're like, why would you get to see a medal? I'm like, I know people who are medalists. Like, I mean, we see in fencing, especially in the Northeast, you know, we see Olympians on a regular basis, which is great.
Wow.
And they're approachable, too, is the thing.
Exactly. And they're with us. I mean,
They're people. They're normal people.
Maya Lawrence, who won, I think, a bronze medal in the Olympics. It was either London or Rio, I don't remember, on the women's epee team for the United States. She was at some event or whatever, someone dropped the medal and broke in half.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Yeah, but I did speak
Did
to
they fix it?
I spoke to her mom, Pat, and they were able to get a replacement medal somehow
Oh my
that they got to
Lord.
Maya, who lives her life in France now.
Oh my goodness.
What are the medals usually made of?
That's a good question.
I think every country has its own ability to change the way they're doing it. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, that's something that we could research and find out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have not heard about what the Paris Games are going to be yet.
And
Look how
that's
sweet-
coming up.
Look how sweet that is. Gold and silver hugging.
Aw. The funniest medal moment I saw was, I think, Div 1 men's saber in like 2014. They were playing telephone on the podium, where one guy whispered into another's ear, and then they were
hilarious.
passing it back and forth on the podium.
That's great.
That's great. Oh, and back to the strip. The armorer comes.
All right. White 14 men's epee.
You know what he's got there? He's got a new cord. So the connecting cord that went from the strip to the machine must have ripped. It happens sometimes. Maybe a blade hits it or something, because it's pretty much an easy fix. This should take 3 seconds and we should be ready to go.
A lot of fencers have to be electricians.
Yeah, I couldn't do it though.
Well,
Could you?
especially with foil and epee. I mean, they rewire their weapons constantly.
I hated it. I hated it. I just couldn't stand it. And luckily for me, Dave McConaughey, who was the coach at University of Pennsylvania, an Olympian himself, was great at it, and he would fix all my weapons. So thank you,
lucky.
Dave.
You were lucky. So I went to Temple University, and I was not a fencer in school, but I was friends with fencers. I was a rower, and Nikki Frank, you know, she was there when I was there. She was there for 50 years, so she was there when a lot of people were there, and she just retired last year. Yep. But I never knew until her retirement that her husband served as the team's armorer.
Wow.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and it was funny at her retirement announcement.
Wow.
It was a little reception, and the university president came up, or the athletic director, one of the two, came up and said, you know, we are going to miss Nikki. She is an institution. She has been here for as long as anyone can remember. She's so good. But truly, we might miss her husband even more than her.
He retired with her?
Yes. Yeah.
That's sweet.
So Jenny Salmon now has a new armor. I don't know who it is. But yeah, it was a perfect package, right?
Yeah.
And it was probably created by necessity. Like, I need you to figure this out. You know, can you do that?
I love when couples work together in the same thing. All right, we have Matthew Say on the left, and
Maxwell Say.
Maxwell. Oh, I've been saying Maxwell Say on the left, and AJ Troll on the right.
And Troll is coming into this in 8th place. Maxwell Say is coming into this in 11th place. So neither one of these guys got the best results out of pools, which we were talking about. How, you know, sometimes when you're coming out of pools, you don't want to be at the top.
No.
Because then you're a target.
And sometimes you just don't know what's going to happen in the minefield of the table. You just don't know who gets eliminated. Maybe you got a lucky draw. You can never tell.
You could have the two strongest fencers facing off in the first D. Well, no, you couldn't actually. But
you could
potentially.
I've seen it.
Yeah, if the pools go astray, that could happen.
Yeah.
Because sometimes someone has a really bad pool. One time I came out of pools like second in Div 1. It was like the best I had ever done in pools. And then my first bat was Kamali Thompson. And I'm like, this is so wrong. This is so sad. And then I think another other time, the same thing happened to me, and Dagmara Wozniak was my first bout, and both times
Welcome to the Olympics.
it was really sad. So I think it's best to do like your best in pools and lose a few points. Maybe lose a bout. All right, these boys are back.
4-2. It's going to be a long way to 15 because these guys are fighting.
They're keeping the pressure on each other for sure. They're coming in and out, trying to find the timing.
So far, Troll has been the one taking the risk, and it paid off a couple of times, and he got hit a couple of times. Taking the risk means he made the action, and then action like an attack.
Is it a calculated risk, would you say?
It's a calculated risk for sure, and the best thing about a calculated risk is that you set it up. You just don't do it from too far out of distance. But there, I think actually Troll was a little bit lucky because, say, parried he made the attack was pretty obvious it was coming. He made the parry, missed in the riposte. Troll scored on the remise or the second action.
So what I think is fascinating is when these guys come off the line, they're not jumping off the line like a saber fencer. They basically just start walking, right?
Very rarely do you see. I'd say took the risk there and scored.
Wow.
Yeah. Very rarely in épée do you see them come bursting off the line. Every now and then, but generally it's more of a plotting thing and setting it up.
They're more conniving, and they have to wait a little longer.
They definitely are calculating. You could say conniving. Yeah.
Conniving. That's kind of a evil spin
right.
to it.
Saber doesn't have enough time to be conniving, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be a different word.
Conniving in a split second. But I always wonder what épéists are thinking about when they're bouncing, because they have a lot of time to think, but maybe their brain is racing with all kinds of options.
Yeah.
I want to know I want to hear their inner monologues right now.
Well, Troll in that last action actually did the second intention we talked about earlier. That was a single intention. Really didn't set it up from sort of out of distance. Say just scored on a counterattack. But Troll in the previous action sort of bounced forward trying to draw Tsei's attack and waited for a riposte. I think that's a tactic he should employ again.
It's almost as if he could hear you coaching him from the table over here.
Well, that was a beautiful riposte. So this time Tsei got a little bit of a little antsy and attacked, with no real plan and got riposted.
So, Jillian, I have to mention that you got a little fan mail.
I got a little fan mail.
On the YouTube comments. Commentator Jillian has such insight from Adam B.
That's cute. That's my boyfriend.
That's
really?
fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I would hope that it's your boyfriend or your dad.
Yeah.
Ready. So we've got for now. But please do, if you want to comment, we would appreciate it. Any comments, any questions, anything you want to know about fencing. We've got the expert here. The Olympic commentator for London and Rio is sitting right next to me.
Well, maybe Jillian's boyfriend will say something nice about me as well.
Jeff is really great.
Come on, Adam.
Yep. We all like a little love.
Ready, set.
So your book, will you... Oh, that was danger.
Ooh. What happens when they cross?
Halt.
You have to halt.
You call halt, and even if the light goes on before the word comes out of the referee's mouth, the halt is determined by the action, not what the referee says.
Right.
That's good for safety.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like the tempo here because it looked like Tsei was about to attack and then he slowed down.
You don't say.
You don't say.
Uh-huh. There you go. You got your one in.
I got it.
Ooh, a jump.
Now, you see what the referee did there?
He just shook his head no.
The referee did not call halt. A lot of referees would have called halt too early there. This referee, Nick Bentley, did an excellent job by not calling the halt. And he shook his head because Tsei asked, well, didn't something happen? Didn't he pass me? Is what he asked, and Bentley said no. Because the knee-jerk reaction for a referee, especially an inexperienced one, is to call a quick halt. The best thing, or strong referees will call a late halt unless there's a dangerous situation.
So you just said something. So if Troll had crossed behind Tsei and then somehow got the light on, would that have not been valid?
That would have not been valid.
Did not know that.
Because I think I used... Whoa.
Now
Pokey,
Bentley
pokey.
again with a very good job there because
He
he
let
had
it play
both.
out.
He had both feet off the strip. You can't score when you're off the strip.
I used to think that epee reffing was supposed to be really easy because if both lights come on, both people get a point, but you have to pay a lot of attention.
We have not seen that once in this bout.
Yeah, wait.
We've had no doubles.
No doubles.
No doubles.
So it's funny you say that. George Kolombadovich, rest in peace, was a great referee emeritus, Olympic referee. And he taught me something once. He says, you have to pay attention because he says you could be napping 95% of the time out there, daydreaming. But if you're not awake the other 5%, you're going to do a horrible job.
Right.
It's like being in the outfield in baseball.
Exactly. It was a great advice from George.
So we are in the first break. We're at the 9-State Fencing Cup, live from Stamford, Chelsea Piers. And we are watching the Y14 men's epee final between AJ Troll and Maxwell Say. We are at 8-7, so it is super tight. It does not feel like it's been super tight, though.
Well, how did it feel for you so far?
It felt for me like that Say is leading the way, but Troll is right there with him. So
I sort of felt that way too, but somehow it's basically tied. It's a
evened
point
out.
flip. Yeah.
It's crazy how it's been tied, but without double touches. They're just going back and forth with one light, which is great. They do feel very evenly matched.
And this is the final period.
Yeah, we have 3 minutes.
There are 3 3-minute periods, and we are in the third period. This is going to be the end no matter what. It's either going to be 15 points very quickly.
Ooh, I love the bell.
Or it's just going to be whoever can persevere through 3 minutes.
And the best part, they're going for touches. There's no unwillingness, defense, non-combativity, passivity, whatever it's been called for the last 20 years. It's so unfortunate that became such a staple of the weapon.
Yeah.
After that bout, you said with the
it was Estonia and Hungary. Yeah, men's.
There you go, Trump. So maybe the action is moving over here a little bit.
Ooh.
Twisty.
He thinks that they crossed.
Yeah.
But the referee disagrees.
I didn't see any. No reason for a halt there. Troll, good try by Troll there. He made a parry post. He hit 3 of them. He just missed, and it was a good action. It just didn't work out for him. But that did.
My coach always used to tell me even if you do an action and it doesn't work, that's still part of the strategy of the bout. You have to remember that you did it, and your opponent remembers you did it, and they might not try it again because they know you're capable of it.
This is true.
Okay, it is point for point here.
It seems like Troll's hand is always straight.
It's straight out. He attacked from out of distance. Okay, the aggression is great. He was out of distance, and he missed, and the opponent hit. And that's happened a few times. At least try to set it up. Don't rush it.
Okay. We are going point for point. It looks like Troll is getting just a little bit more aggressive to get in there. Say is doing a great job, though. Keeping the pressure.
10-10. Ooh.
Oh!
The squatting was definitely a choice there.
That was a choice.
To squat and kind of change his height.
Also to minimize your field, right?
Now this.
You pause the core and then you get the one out. You pause the core and then you hit.
So here what the referee is saying, the rules are clear, that body contact necessitates a halt. No new action can begin after the halt. But the referee Bentley said here that Troll ran into him like a train, and the other guy's allowed to make his immediate action, which he did. So that's a close one. That could be argued the other way.
Oh.
But I'm going to go with Bentley on this one because of the way it happened.
Ready,
there is some nuance to epee.
That's one of the nicest touches of the whole bout.
Yeah.
There. See that, right?
Under the arm.
Under the arm. On the wrist, it was great by Troll.
I'm waiting for some toe touches. That's I love a toe touch.
We haven't even seen the feint.
No.
No.
Well, we are seeing a game right now.
This time, Troll again made the straight attack. But this time, Say was leaning forward. He wasn't going backwards, and that's why Troll was able to hit him with the flush so easily like that.
Yeah.
Because the distance was closer.
Yep.
And here I thought we weren't going to get to 15 points. Oh!
And this time, on the same attack, Say
same
was able to
thing.
take a retreat and to find the blade.
Okay, 14-13.
They're learning from the past.
Exactly the opposite of the previous action.
Oh, come on.
Ooh. This is when it gets
I
exciting.
did not expect that one.
No, Say tried to close
I
it
thought
out.
Say
and-
had it.
Yeah, and Troll was waiting with a beautiful riposte from the inside line, the 4 line.
So these guys, when they're done, they are exhausted because they've been bouncing for the last 10 minutes.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah. What's happened?
His weapon is loose or his glove is wet? No, his weapon was loose. He wants to tighten it. No, he doesn't want it.
Ready?
Drama.
Walk us through what just happened.
So what happened here is the theme of the entire bout. Congratulations to Say. That's a great bout for both of them. There's a theme of Troll attacking. And when Say would take a step back, he would get the touch every single time. And that's how he ended the bout.
Okay, so we are going to get Maxwell Say over here. Do you want to
Yeah.
stay or you want to? Okay, okay. We're going to bring Maxwell Say in. We're going to get close. Come on in. Come on in, sweaty Maxwell Say.
We'll give you some headphones.
And then we're going to go straight on to cadet men's foil finals.
Yeah.
Maxwell, come on in. Take a seat.
Oh.
Come closer. I know you're sweaty, but it's gonna you're gonna have to
Congratulations, way to go.
Thank you.
be in.
Great job.
Congratulations. I'll give you a fist bump. So you seemed to dominate at the beginning of that,
Yeah.
and then you were matched point for point.
Yeah, it was a close bout. I think he figured me out for a little bit, and I had to change a little bit, and then I pulled it off at the end.
Yeah. Yes, you did pull it off.
Yeah.
Did you have? I mean, were you strategizing behind this, or were you just like, I got to get it done?
I was just waiting for his attack the whole time, and I was trying to be ready for that the whole time.
It seemed to me that was the theme of the bout. The last touch was basically what happened all about. You scored like 6 or 7 that when he would make his long flush, if you took the step back, you would generally parry it.
Yeah, that's what I did the whole time.
But at 14-13, you tried to close it out with an attack. Do you feel that maybe you rushed that a little bit?
I think I got a little nervous.
Yeah.
I probably could have stayed back, waited for him, but
it was also a good surprise tactic because he probably wasn't expecting
That's
it.
what I was thinking.
If it scores, it's a great move, but it just seemed like you might have rushed it just a tad. But great, that was a great job, great tactics there.
Thank
So
you.
this is your first gold of the season.
First goal of the season, yep.
And what's your next stop on this circuit?
I'm trying to do cadets right now, right afterwards.
Oh,
Yeah.
seriously?
Yeah.
Okay, I hope you have another jacket. Or I hope you have a lot of hydration, one or the other.
Yeah, I have.
So,
I've heard so much today.
I mean,
so much.
here's the thing. You win a cup. We should bring one over here. The 9 State Fencing Cup is an actual crystal cup that you get to drink out of or do whatever out of. What will you be drinking out of it?
I'm gonna drink my coconut water. Right now, I'll drink it while I'm fencing.
Fantastic. Extra hydration from coconut water. They are going to give you medals momentarily, so thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for visiting.
Way to
we
go.
hope to see you again.
We hope so.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Sweaty. Okay. We are, whoops, there you go. We are next up with I'm going to mark this down. We are next up with cadet men's foil. Why do we get all stopped up like this?
How does that happen?
How does that happen? I have a theory. I mean, the slower events, I mean, a foil event and an FA event takes longer, right?
Definitely.
Because it's time.
The Saber events go by very quickly.
Yeah. That's why I always think Saber events should just be all lined up in the morning and done and out.
Get it out.
But they don't do that. Okay. On our left here, we have Isaiah Klotz. We'll find out where he's from in just a minute.
All right, we're going to begin our cadet men's foil finals. From Manhattan Fencing Center, Isaiah Kloss. Clap it up for Isaiah.
Yeah, I can tell.
From the bleachers, clap it up for Isaiah. From Tim Morehouse Fencing Club, Philip Natchez. Referee is signal.
My chair is sinking.
Yes, the chair, it does that all the time.
okay.
Sorry.
As long as I don't hit the floor, I'm good. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's stuck on my leg.
Oh, she's got the wires over.
Yeah.
We're good? Okay. Yeah.
I don't know what to do here. We have a guest. We have a guest in the ooh. We have a guest in the booth. We have Ivan Lee, and I'm going to tell you just a little bit about Ivan Lee, how amazing he is. He's a graduate of Brooklyn Tech High School, where my
Yes,
daughter
ma'am.
just graduated from.
Oh, congratulations to your daughter.
Yes, exactly.
I'm class of 1999.
Oh,
Just
my
A
God.
few years ago.
She's class of 2023.
Wow.
Yeah. He's an Olympian.
Yes, ma'am.
You are a coach at LIU,
Head coach at Long Island University, yes.
and you have a club as well.
Long Island Fencing Center out in Garden City.
And you have invented the 28-hour workday.
I invented that before I got into the sport of fencing. I'm used to that by now.
That is kind of impressive. So you're here today as a coach?
Just as a coach.
Just, don't say that.
No, just representing Long Island Fencing Center. I've got some kids competing this weekend, and you know, one of my students, Sophia Gamerman, she won a bronze medal today in cadet women's saber. She's
Congratulations.
doing great, so I'm really proud of her.
Yeah, we saw you out here on the strip during the pools.
Right, yeah.
Coaching in your element.
Yeah.
So, Ivan, this is a USA Fencing sanctioned event, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I forgot the best part.
You sort of play a role in that USA Fencing, right?
You're the new chair of the board.
Yeah, chair of the board of USA Fencing. Yeah, as of September 8th of this year. Yes.
Amazing. So you are really, like, no matter where you go, you're always the chair of USA Fencing. Do people come to you with a million different questions and comments?
Not as much as I thought, but definitely enough that I can handle for now. So hopefully it stays that way.
Right. Do you walk around with sound blocking headphones on, like, don't bother me?
No. I try to be a man of the people.
Right.
You have to be. Like, I'm here just as a coach. I'm a regular guy, just like everyone else. You know, I have a college team. I have a club team. I got a family at home.
Right.
I'm not here to sit on a pedestal and have people worship me. I'm just here to do my job like everybody else. So, you know, I want people to know that, you know, in the leadership, there are people that are just like everyone else.
Right.
You know, we're no different. We're no special. So.
Right. Yeah. So we're gonna switch over to this bout right now.
Sure.
Cadet men's foil.
Okay.
Isaiah Klotz. Matt Sack. It's Manhattan Fencing versus Tim Morehouse.
Well, I have a little bit of a connection with both. Manhattan Fencing is owned by my coach, Yuri Gelman.
Right.
And Tim and I went to the 2004 Olympics together.
Excellent.
So connected with both clubs in a way.
Yes, you are. So what do you see out here? I mean, the score is 5-1, so it looks like Matt Sack is doing a decent job, although he just lost a point and didn't like that. No, he didn't lose a point.
Well, it's 5-2.
Oh, yeah, he did lose the point.
Yeah, it's 5-2.
Referee getting worked over by the coach a little bit there of that last call.
That's a problem. You referee as well.
I've been a referee for 26 years.
So you understand.
A nice parry post right there. It's
Yeah.
pretty nice.
So we have to say, you know, we've been watching women's and men's, and I think my observation today is that the women are much less aggressive than the men are.
I will agree with that, but I will also say the women are a lot smarter.
Yes, I think that is correct.
I have a lot of students at my club, and obviously on the college team. The ladies are a lot more pensive. They're a lot more perceptive of what's going on. A lot of the guys are just it's all brute strength and speed.
Right.
And a lot of times I find myself screaming at them, "Slow down! You're going too fast. Stop trying to out muscle the guy." You know.
They're impatient.
With the girls, you know, I can tell them, "Listen, think about this, pay attention to this," and they're processing information so much better. Look, as a personal coach at our club, it's a lot easier for me to coach the girls than the guys. The guys,
because they listen.
Yeah, you know, and I'll admit I was the same way. You know.
Are you saying you were brute strength over offensive?
I tried to be, but I was never a big guy. So
the referee just stopped the bout and put a metal weight on the end of each one of their tips. What was that?
So when they're testing the weight, so basically the tips of the foil have to be able to hold up 500 grams of pressure.
Right.
So
without going off.
Without going off, right. So they press it down, it's supposed to come back up. So they're just testing to make sure everything is legit, and then continue.
So this is one of those weapons that you can wire it yourself. There's a shim involved. Is it a shim at the end?
Yeah, there's a tip at the end.
Right.
They use the shim to test the distance between the end of the tip and the barrel.
In epee.
Yeah, that's in epee.
Okay,
foil is just the weight, right?
Okay.
In epee, they test the distance between the tip and the barrel. It has to travel a certain distance without going off, and then it has to be able to withstand a certain amount of weight as well. So the epees are tested with the weights and the shims. The foils are tested with just the weights, and the sabers are not tested at all.
Right.
Just have to make contact.
Thank God for the saber.
Yeah, I'm a saber fencer, so I don't have to worry about that stuff. No wires, no tips, no screws, no glue, no tape.
This is like a commercial for saber fencing, honestly.
Yeah, saber's the best weapon.
The only thing you have to worry about were the referees, right, Ivan?
Yeah, well, I never try to pay too much attention to the referees. They got their job to do.
This is trouble.
This one's getting a little dicey here. You know, there's a lot at stake here. Obviously, a gold medal, so they're getting into it.
Okay.
And when you're down 8-4, you're gonna fight. So he's trying to claw his way back in.
Wow. I don't even know where he connected on that one.
Oh, that was an attack from the right. Yeah, he flicked him over the shoulder.
Right.
That was a parry post right there. Nice parry post.
Yeah, so.
The foil is very difficult because the target area is so small. It's the smallest of the three. It's just the torso.
Oh, my goodness.
That's another attack over. He flicked him over the back again.
That's 2 counterattacks in the last 3 actions. Right?
Yeah. What I'm noticing is a lot of times they're missing simultaneous, and then they're both going for the simultaneous remise.
Right.
As my coach would say, land the first attack.
Exactly.
Yeah, land it the
Why
first time.
wait for the second time
Right. That was a nice parry post.
Wow.
That was a nice
right
one.
at the end.
Right over the back, yeah, a la Miles Chimley Watson,
that was a good one.
If I may. Yeah.
We've been invoking his name multiple times
Yeah.
today. Because he's the twistiest.
Yeah, he's a world champion, men's foil, and he has a lot of colorful ways of making reposts and counterattacks.
He is one of 2 men's champions in the world from the United States.
Yes.
Eli Dershowitz?
Eli Dershowitz won it this year, and Miles, I believe, won it in 2017.
No, it's 2013.
2013. Oh, man.
I was there.
It was such a while ago. Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
That's 10 years ago already?
Yep.
Wow.
Time flies.
You know,
and he's still fencing.
And he's still fencing. I knew Miles when he was about 9 or 10 years old, when he was at the Fencers Club, the West Foundation, years ago. And to see him now, just at the top of his game internationally, is great.
So when you we have a winner.
It looks like we have a winner. Yep.
In the first period.
That was
in the first period. That was quick.
That was miraculous.
That was like a saber bout. I like that.
And we talked about that earlier, Ivan. Saber, you get a break at 8 for all the reasons that we know. To get coaching or momentum change. Why shouldn't it be the same in foil and epee? Why shouldn't you say to make sure that there's a break, stop it at 8 also?
Well, then we'd have to get rid of the clock.
No, you wouldn't.
So you mean they get a minute break at 8 and after the 3 minutes?
No. So let's just say for the sake of argument, they get a break they get a break.
Right.
Only one break at 8.
But
we're bringing Philip over.
Oh.
I'm going to step out, and I'm going to let you talk with him.
All right.
Okay.
Here.
Should I sit here?
Yeah, stay.
Stay right there.
Oh, I'll stay here? Okay. Let's go. Philip?
Hello?
What's up, Philip?
Phil, congratulations on your championship there. Way to go.
Thank you.
Congrats, man.
What was your mindset? What was your strategy coming into that bout?
Into the final, I spent time looking at the previous bouts because I was able to finish early. I was able to finish my semifinal, and my strategy was to take a look at what the other person was doing well and what they weren't doing well. For example, I want to congratulate the person who got third place, Luca Gadini. He kind of gave me a little bit of a pathway of knowing what to do.
Interesting. So one of the things that we were talking about here earlier was the kind of the infighting and the interesting angles at which people make reposts. So we noticed that you had a lot of good parry posts, and you making some of your reposts over the back. And I had made reference to Miles Chamley Watson. Have you studied his fencing, and have you paid attention to how he does it? Or is it something that you just developed on your own?
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of inspiration behind the infighting that he does.
Nice.
But obviously, I'm nowhere near as tall as he is, so it's a little bit.
You're getting there, bro. You're getting there. You're getting up there in height. How tall are you?
5'10".
How old are you?
15.
You got another growth spurt coming, kid. You'll be all right. You're gonna be up there soon.
So you won this bout 15-6, so you had that at hand. What's your mindset when it's 14-14? What is your thought process as to what action you're going to do?
The way that I think about it, and the strategy that I had that was going into this bout was take 2 small first steps, and then look at what the opponent doing. You're not exactly reacting to that, but you sort of make a game plan on the spot. But most importantly, before you go into a 14-14, you have to take a breath. You have to take a really long breath. You have to calm yourself down and say oh, whatever your name is, you can do it. You just have to believe in yourself. And something that I learned over this tournament is that you really have to trust your attack.
Absolutely.
So you're going to go down fighting with your attack at that moment?
Most likely.
Yeah.
Nice. So you just won the competition, right? And I'm sure right now you feel great. But I'm sure going into the pools and maybe your first set of Ds and maybe even before this bout, you feel a little tense, maybe you feel a little nervous. How do you deal with going into a bout knowing that you're going to be nervous? How do you handle that?
The way that I did it and the way that my coach taught me was you have to isolate yourself. I found that works for me, where you just put on your headphones. Sure. You isolate yourself. You listen to whatever music you want, and then you just blank out almost.
Cool. So you just keep all distractions away from you and just stay focused on the bout.
Yeah.
Hey man, nice job, man. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Way to go. Thanks. Good job.
We're gonna do a picture. Here we go. All right,
I'm
man.
excited for that little cup.
There you go. Yeah, that's a good one.
What's next for you? What's your next event?
October 9th.
October 9th. Good luck, man. Good luck. All the best.
Thank you.
Congrats.
2 minutes. If you're in the top 8 for cadet men's photos, please report to the medal ceremony area.
That was a good interview, man. Yeah. Hey, there you go. You didn't get hit that often, so it's good.
Also, Ivan, to go back to that, what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So this bout ended in the first period. There was no break. So
right.
The purpose of the break and saber is to have a break.
Well, you also, you know that there was a time when we didn't have a minute break at 8. We used to do the 15-touch bout straight.
Right.
I fenced the majority of my career without a break. And personally, I prefer not to have a break because especially if I'm winning, I want to keep the momentum going. And sometimes that minute break could change it for you. But it could also be a benefit to you if you're behind. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Are you just basically saying you were usually ahead?
Yeah, pretty much.
I knew where that was going.
Yeah, definitely. So I wasn't too big of the break if I was winning. I was always a big fan of it if I was behind. Now at Vets, you would get the break at 5. So it's the same. If you're ahead, you don't want it. If you're behind, you want it, and you just kind of go with it.
I think men's vet fencing might be different than women's vet fencing because I have to say, my women love the break, and they also do things like, I'm going to tie my shoe. That'll give me a minute.
Right.
I'm going to walk to the back of this. There's a lot of ways that you can buy time.
Yeah.
Oh, there's tons of ways. I teach my students how to buy time. I won't
let's
even
go.
deny it.
Tell me more.
Oh, well, you have long hair. Well, you got to fix your hair.
Right.
Maybe you have
I
sweat
love
in your eyes.
Hairgate.
Yeah, maybe you have sweat in your eyes. You can't see, you know. I wear glasses. My glasses are foggy. I
Right.
got to take my glasses off and I got to wipe them off. Or my shoelace, I got something in my foot. It's scratching my foot. I got to take my shoe off. There's so many different ways that you can buy time.
Right.
And there's certain things that you kind of tug on the heartstrings of the referee and
Right.
make them kind of like, all right. Well, if something's sticking you in the foot, I guess you kind of have to
Right.
stop, you know. But you know, you do what you have to do to get your nerves right.
Right.
Maybe sometimes you just need a second. And because I was trained by a coach, my coach Yuri Gelman, he trained me specifically to figure stuff out on the go. You know, when they instituted the 1 minute break, it was a change for me. It was
Right,
a change for me.
right.
I knew I had that minute break.
But now
plus,
it's a tool that you can use, right?
it's a tool that you can use, and when you're ahead, you have to find a way of keeping that momentum, keeping that energy going, because you don't want to freeze up in second half and then have your opponent jump back into a bout that you were controlling all along.
Right.
You know, Ivan, you talked about some of these ways of buying time.
Yeah.
Also known as stall tactics
Yeah,
or whatever you want to call
absolutely.
them. So when I give the referee seminar for many years, mostly young kids from high school,
Yeah.
it comes to a certain point when I talk about the hair trick or whatever. So I go, how many people have a way that they do it? And all the kids shoot their hands up and they had the
Yeah.
shoelace and this and that.
Absolutely.
You think you're an Olympian and a coach and we're all adults and everything.
Yeah.
These kids are in their teens and they're already thinking
They know
that
it. They know it. They know it already. You know, you compete enough and you watch other people do it, and then you realize, you
I
know,
can
like,
do that too.
You can do it too. Yeah. And one of my student who took third today, you know, she realized that she used to lose a touch and then she'd run back to the guard line and lose another one and run back to the guard line. And
Yeah,
I said,
take
girl,
the time.
slow down. What are you doing? Stall.
Yeah,
Slow down.
yeah.
Don't rush back to get beat again. No, slow it down. Break. You know, put your opponent on ice for a second. Make them think about it. And she realized, oh, this does work. It's like, yeah. You know, so.
That is correct.
Definitely.
All right.
Oh, we're gonna be watching a medal ceremony
Yeah.
for the Y14. Is that what we just finished? Yeah.
I think it was
cadet men's
That's
foil.
under 17, yeah.
Wait, I heard you saying you just asked Philip how old he is. How old is he?
14 or 15?
Oh, come on.
15. He said 15.
I love it.
Yeah, he's got another growth spurt.
He's got a lot going on.
He's gonna
still.
grow. He's gonna grow more. Yeah, he's gonna be fine.
So we were talking about how women and men fence differently in cadet or Y14 or
Definitely.
juniors.
Yeah.
And you know, earlier, I don't know if it was yesterday or it was today, we were talking about how people develop differently. The prefrontal cortex, that's what you were talking about, how boys, the prefrontal cortex in men doesn't really come to full fruition until they're like 25 years old. So a fencer being
I'm still waiting.
20, yeah, thank you. Being 26, 27, 28, and that's when they're reaching their peak, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also, you know, to the earlier point about the girls being smarter, the flip side is that it is a little easier to motivate the boys when you need them to go crazy.
Right.
Like every once in a while, I tell them, listen, just get amped up and just attack. You just go really, really fast. You got to surprise your opponent. It's easier to get the boys to say, okay, cool, and they just go.
Right.
With the girls, they're like, I don't know if I'm going to do that. You know, you tell them to do something and they analyze and they think about it twice. Sometimes they think about it 3 times, and then so motivating the girls, I have to find creative ways of doing it. I have to find out what really gets their attention, and that means you have to study each one of them separately. I can say the same thing to all the male students and get them to, react the same way. So yeah, there are differences in that regard.
So now talk about your college fencer. So Yuri Gelman, is he still fencing? Is he still coaching at St. John's?
Yuri is still coaching at St. John's. I believe this is 29 years.
So will you fence? Will your kids fence against?
We will see him. We saw them the last 3 years. We will see them again this year at home on January 28th.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about that? Like the master teaching the master teaching the master.
Yeah, I mean, my team's beaten St. John's before, so it's not impossible to do it again. But you know, he's always going to be my coach. He's the only coach I've ever really had.
Right.
But I 100% look at him as my competition right now, both from a recruiting standpoint and from a coaching standpoint, because you know we do the same thing, but we work for different companies. You know, he's at St. John's, which is my alma mater, but you know, LIU pays my pays my
Pays your bills.
pays the bills. So you know, my job is to field a team that can beat his team, and you know, it's not easy. Recruiting is difficult, coaching is difficult, but you know, that's the nature of the job. And
So when you're recruiting, are you? I mean, are you always Are you here always recruiting?
I'm always watching. I'm recruiting when I'm at home. I'm always recruiting. Recruiting never stops. You're always paying attention to who the top fencers are.
Right.
You're always looking for opportunities to make your team stronger. Right. You know that all the other coaches are watching too. And, you know, the goal is to try to get that fencer that can be a great college fencer. And there's no, you know, specific type of fencer that we know is going to be great for college. Just because someone's a good fencer doesn't mean they're going to be a great college fencer.
No, because it's a 5-touch bout.
It's all 5 touches.
Always.
So what I do a lot of times when I look at competitions, I pay attention who finished 5th, who finished 9th, who finished 17th, who finished 33rd, because those are the people who did the best in their pool of all the people who got knocked out in that round.
Right.
Which means they probably had a better pool than, you know, a lot of the other folks. So sometimes it'll be a national competition and someone may have gone 6-0 in the pools and maybe lost a tough DE early on. But you won 5 or 6 5-touch bouts.
Right.
Which means there may be something there that
You could be the NCAA champion.
you could do well in college. So, you know, it's not necessarily the national champion or the national team member that makes a great college fencer.
Right.
I've seen a lot of great great national team members do horribly in college, and fencers that you never heard of do well in college.
Yeah.
So you do have to pay attention to different types of things, but also at the end of the day, you're looking for quote-unquote a finished product. You're looking for a fencer that you don't have to teach from scratch. You want someone that you can just add to your team, and we can talk about a few things, but I don't have to teach you basic stuff like get on guard properly, fix your hand, little things like that. You know, you want a fence because, you know, I've got 40 some odd kids on my team.
Right.
You know, so you definitely want fencers with experience, fencers who are good team players, which is difficult in an individual sport.
I was just going to say, I was thinking about that earlier because a lot of what you do is a team competition.
Correct.
So you need to support your peers.
Absolutely, and if you started fencing at 9 or 10 and it's been about you your whole life and you're an only child, like I'm an only child, and I'm in an individual sport.
Right.
And now I have to fence for a team. And you know, so it can be challenging for some. But that's what we do when we bring them in as freshmen. We tell them, listen, you're part of a team. We're a family.
Right.
You know, we all operate together. We win together. We lose together. It's not just about you. If you win your 3 bouts and the team loses, it's a team loss.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right. So is that something you instill in your club?
Yes. I encourage my club students to fence for their high school team. I encourage them. I want them to fence for the high school team because I want them to have that experience being part of a group, so that when they get to college, they're not overwhelmed. Right.
Excellent.
Definitely.
Okay, I think we are going to take a quick break because we don't seem to have anybody coming in.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ivan. We could sit here and talk to you all day long.
Oh, I would love to, but I got more coaching to do.
I was just going to say, you probably have an event you got to get to.
Yeah, I got a couple kids competing at 4. So.
Although I have to say, we haven't even touched about being chairman of the board of USA Fencing.
I got a few more minutes. I mean, if you guys have nothing else going on, I can talk.
We should probably take a break.
Let's take a break.
I gotta find and see if we got any more final events coming up here.
Yeah, there's got to be something.
I gotta
coming
go
up.
rustle them up. The problem is this: they're FA, it's foil.
Yeah.
All
See,
right.
if it was all saber, then we wouldn't have these problems.
This is what I said. I said, line up all the sabers. First thing, actually, you know what you should do is you start with the epee and foil at like 8 o'clock, and then you bring all the saber people in at 10. The saber people will be done and finished, and the epee and foil will finally come to the strip.
that's how it normally goes. There's nothing you can do about it. Saber, we're just the fastest weapon. We've always been. Yeah.
It's true. Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming in.
No problem.
We will see you later.
All right.
See you later, Ivan.
Okay. Take care, guys.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right.
All right. This is the 9 State Fencing Cup live stream. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with more action on our final strip, more gold medal action. See you soon.